Roughly 115 million Americans found themselves in the heart of the wildest decade in modern history. It was a time of jazz music, the temperance movement, the rise of the automobile, and freedoms never before seen. The 20s roared with electric, revolutionary energy. But for most, daily life was a strange mix of ancient traditions and shocking modernity. This is what it was really like during America's most transformative decade. Quick favor, if you're enjoying this, give it a like or a subscribe, and drop a comment telling me where you are and what time it is. I saw a message from someone in Tokyo last week who said it was already tomorrow there. My brain still struggles with that. Tonight's journey, America in the 1920s. But hold on, get comfortable first. Fluff up those pillows. Pull that blanket tight. Trust me, once we get going, you won't want to budge. Your eyes open to a New York City tenement apartment. The year is 1921. The first thing that assaults your senses is the noise. A constant, low-frequency hum of shared lives, voices echoing through paper-thin walls. The pipes chatter and hiss as hot water travels through the building's ancient arteries, punctuated by a distant infant's wail somewhere down the hall. You're on a metal-framed bed with a lumpy cotton mattress, one that carries the faint, damp odor of mildew and sweat. This isn't your cozy bed now. This one is shared with your brother, who's already up and rinsing his face at the small basin balanced precariously on a wooden chair. "Rise and shine, slugger," he says, splashing cold water on his face. Factory whistles will be screaming in less than an hour. The room is a cramped shoebox, maybe 10 feet square, with 2 beds taking up almost all the floor space. A single window, grimy and small, looks out onto a brick wall just an arm's reach away across an air shaft. This window is your only source of fresh air, which means in summer, you choose between a stifling, airless room or an absolute lack of privacy. In winter, like now, icy drafts seep through the loose frame, rendering the thin blankets almost useless. You know that feeling when your alarm goes off, but your bed is so warm you can't bear to leave it? Multiply that by 1,000. It's January in New York, and the only heat comes from a coal stove in the main room that your mother is already firing up. You can hear her a few feet away, her soft, rattling cough from the coal dust. The entire apartment holds only 4 rooms. This bedroom you share with your brother, another tiny bedroom for your parents and 2 sisters, the main room that doubles as the kitchen and living area, and a small water closet with a toilet. That toilet is a luxury, a true sign of progress. Some tenements still rely on outhouses in the back courtyard, but your toilet is just that, toilet. No bathtub, no shower. For that, you head to the public bathhouse once a week. "Ma's making real coffee today," your brother says, toweling off. "Not that chicory stuff." Speaking of survival, that's the first thought that hits your brain every morning in 1921. How are we going to make it through today? The alarm clock on the nightstand cost a week's wages, but it's a non-negotiable expense. Miss your shift at the garment factory, and someone will take your spot before lunch. There's always a hungry line of new immigrants waiting for work. I spent an insane amount of time researching the layouts of these places. Did you know some of them didn't have any windows at all, except in the front room? They were literal death traps where people lived for decades. Your stomach growls as you swing your legs over the side of the bed. The wooden floor is a shock of ice against your bare feet. In your modern bed right now, you might have a plush carpet, warm socks, or slippers waiting for you. Here it's bare, splintery wood and the cold that finishes waking you up. Ma traded some darning for an extra loaf for Mrs. Goldstein, your brother says, pulling on a patched shirt. So there's actual toast. Food. Always food. The constant, gnawing calculation of calories versus cost. Your factory job pays an average of $12 a week for 60 hours of work. Rent for this 4-room tenement apartment is $30 a month. Do the math and feel the weight of it. Every single penny is a variable in a complex equation of survival. You pull on wool socks with holes in the toes, heavy cotton trousers worn thin at the knees, and a flannel shirt patched at the elbows. Your suspenders were your father's before his factory accident last year. Getting dressed in the 1920s isn't a casual affair. Every piece of clothing has a purpose. Everything is used until it disintegrates, and then it is repurposed again. Pop's already gone, your brother says, lacing up his boots. Night shift at the docks. This is how working families survive in 1921. They work in shifts, a tag team of labor. Your father works nights unloading ships and sleeps during the day. You and your brother work days at the garment factory. Your mother takes in laundry, mending, and any other odd jobs she can find. Your older sister works at Woolworths. The youngest one is still in school, but she won't be for long. At 14, she'll be expected to join the workforce, too. The landlord's knock is a constant worry. He says, $5 or you're out. And you're thinking, $5? That's half my weekly pay. Eviction is a constant threat, a sword of Damocles hanging over every family. There are no tenant protections, no lease agreements for most. Just a weekly envelope of cash and the landlord's mood determining your housing security. You make your way to the main room, where your mother stands at the coal stove, stirring a pot of thick oatmeal. The stove provides the only warmth in the apartment, making this the heart of your home. The air is a mix of coal smoke, coffee, and yesterday's cabbage soup. Did you sleep well? Your mother asks, not looking up. Her hands are red and chapped from washing other people's clothes. She's 43 but looks 60. Fine, you lie. The truth is you were up half the night listening to your father coughing in the next room. The dust from the docks gets in the lungs and never leaves. Breakfast in 1921 is a serious ritual. There's no grabbing a protein bar or stopping at a coffee shop. This meal must fuel hours of hard, physical labor. Your mother ladles the oatmeal into a chip bowl, adds a sprinkle of sugar, a rare luxury, and pours coffee into a tin cup. The coffee is stretched with chicory to make it last longer. It's bitter but hot. You know those fancy toast places that charge $8 for avocado toast? Yeah, forget it. Your toast is a thick slice of day-old bread, slightly stale, held over the stove grate until it browns, then spread with a scraping of lard. Protein and calories are the currency of survival. Through the window, you can see the street 5 floors below coming alive. A milk wagon rattles past, glass bottles clinking. The milkman's horse leaves steaming deposits on the cobblestones, which kids will dodge on their way to school. A man with a pushcart shouts about hot chestnuts. The newspaper boy is already shouting headlines about prohibition raids. Tony got arrested last night, your sister says, entering from the other bedroom, her hair already pinned up severely for work, caught with a flask at Mancini's place. And here we encounter one of the most bizarre social experiments in American history, prohibition. In January 1920, the government decided alcohol was the root of all evil and banned it completely. Manufacturing, selling, transporting, it was all illegal. Can you imagine the absolute chaos? Picture the government deciding tomorrow that coffee is illegal, or sugar, or bread, something millions of people use every day. What would happen? People wouldn't stop. They'd just get creative. Tony's an idiot, your brother says, wolfing down his oatmeal. Everyone knows Mancini's gets raided on Tuesdays. Because that's how prohibition actually worked. It was an elaborate dance between police who needed to show arrests and speakeasies that simply reopened the next day with a new password. The password this week: I'm thirsty. The speakeasy doorman gives you a look. Password, he growls. And you're standing there like, I'm thirsty? Because even the passwords were an open secret. Everyone knew which barbershops had hidden bars, which pharmacies would sell you medicinal whiskey, and which grocery stores had wine grapes with a label that read, Warning, will ferment into wine if left in warm place for 3 weeks. You finish breakfast standing up, too rushed to sit. Through the walls, you can hear the Calabrese family's morning argument, the Lewinsky baby crying, and Mrs. O'Connor's morning coughing fit. Privacy doesn't exist in tenement life. Everyone knows everyone's business, their troubles and their joys. Outside, the January air hits you like a slap. The street teems with people, women with shopping baskets, men hurrying to work, and children darting between adults. The air is a complex mix of coal smoke, horse manure, garbage waiting for collection, and the enticing scent of fresh bread from the Italian bakery on the corner. Your breath forms clouds in the frigid air as you and your brother join the river of workers flowing toward the factories. Women in headscarves, men in caps, all moving with a singular purpose. This early, the automobiles are few, mostly delivery trucks bringing goods to shops. The wealthy with their private cars won't be out until later. I'll race you past Scarelli's, your brother says, and you both break into a jog, dodging pedestrians. Physical fitness wasn't a hobby in 1921. It was built into daily life. No one had gym memberships because life itself was a constant workout. You passed the butcher's shop with its window display of cuts most modern Americans wouldn't recognize. You passed the greengrocer where your mother will haggle over bruised vegetables later. You pass Mrs. Finkelstein, who runs the notion shop where your sister buys thread to mend everything endlessly. The garment factory looms ahead. 6 stories of brick with windows that barely open in summer, creating an inferno where you and 500 others work. In winter, like now, those same windows let in drafts that make your fingers so numb you can barely operate the sewing machine. Have you ever had that feeling where you are one paycheck away from disaster? That was Tuesday for most people. No safety net existed, no unemployment insurance, no workers' compensation, no social security. Your boss would simply say, work faster, or someone else will. Because there's always someone hungrier waiting for your job. Waiting at the factory entrance is Mr. Perkins, the floor manager, checking his pocket watch. 2 minutes to whistle, he says, nodding as you pass. Being late means dock pay or worse. Inside, the factory floor stretches out vast and already humming with activity. Rows of sewing machines, pressing stations, and cutting tables fill the space. The air is thick with fabric dust, steam, and the smell of machine oil. Your lungs will feel it by the day's end. The workers are a United Nations assembly. Italian, Jewish, Irish, Polish, Greek, first and second generation immigrants building America, stitch by stitch. English mixes with a dozen other languages in a constant babble beneath the roar of the machines. You take your station at the sewing machine just as the starting whistle blasts. For the next 12 hours, you'll feed fabric through the machine, creating men's shirts sold in fancy department stores for more money than you make in days. Your back will ache, your eyes will strain, and your hands will cramp. The woman beside you, Mrs. Levin, nods. She's 60 if she's a day. Her fingers permanently curved from decades at the machine. My son is engaged, she tells you during a brief lull, to a dentist. The pride in her voice tells the entire immigrant story. The first generation suffers so the second can rise. Lunch break comes after 6 hours. 20 minutes to wolf down the sandwich your mother packed. Bread, a slice of bologna, a pickle if you're lucky. Workers sprawl on crates or lean against walls, too tired to even leave the building. Imagine working without any of the protections we take for granted. No breaks required by law. No safety standards. Fire escape doors are often locked to prevent theft. After the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire in 1911 killed 146 workers, some improvements came, but not nearly enough. The afternoon drags on. Your fingers fly on autopilot while your mind wanders. You've made 63 shirt collars so far. The quota is 100 by the end of the day. Fall short 3 days running, and there's someone to take your place. By 4 o'clock, winter darkness has already fallen. The gas lights flicker on, making precision work even harder. Outside the grimy windows, snow begins to fall, adding another worry. Bad weather means streetcar delays, icy sidewalks, and wet feet that lead to colds you can't afford. The cop on the corner looks at your flask and goes, "I didn't see nothing." Because even they knew prohibition was a joke. The police had an impossible job enforcing a law nobody wanted, leading to the first modern era of widespread corruption. Badge by day, speakeasy customer by night. The quitting whistle finally blasts at 7. Your back screams as you straighten. Fingers stiff, cramped claws that slowly uncurl. Around you, hundreds of workers sigh collectively, gathering their belongings and bundling up for the cold journey home. Payday tomorrow, your brother says as you push through the crowd toward the exit. Those are the magic words that make it all worthwhile, or at least bearable. Outside, snow falls thicker now, muffling the city sounds. Gas streetlights create halos in the white air. Your feet crunch along the accumulating snow as you join the exodus home. Some lucky workers board streetcars, paying their nickel fare. You and your brother walk to save the money. Wait, let me back up. Your feet. You're wearing boots with thin soles and leaks where the leather is cracked. Each step in the snow sends a shock of cold up your legs. By the time you reach home, your socks will be wet and your toes numb. Modern waterproof boots with thermal insulation? Pure fantasy. The streets transform in the evening hours. Shops close. Restaurants and social clubs light up. Music drifts from open doors, the new jazz that moral guardians claim is corrupting the youth. On the corner, a newsboy shouts, "President Harding's cabinet announced." Read all about it. And here's something wild. Despite prohibition being barely a year old, you pass 3 speakeasies on your 10-block walk home. You recognize them by the line of cars outside nondescript buildings, the faint sound of jazz, and the bouncer eyeing everyone who approaches. One's disguised as a soda shop, another as a bookstore, and the third doesn't even pretend, just a blank door with a sliding peephole. We should stop at Mancini's, your brother suggests. 1 drink. I got paid for that extra work. This is how most workers cope with the crushing routine. A quick drink before home, a moment of escape. But it's different now, shadowed with the thrill and danger of illegality after what happened to Tony. No way, you answer. Murphy's on Thursday. Because even in speakeasy culture, you had your routine. Different nights, different places. Spreading your illegal business around was just smart. When you finally climbed the 5 flights to your tenement apartment, the smell of cabbage soup greets you. Your mother has stretched yesterday's leftovers, added an onion and potato, and served it with thick slices of bread. It'll fill bellies. Your father is at the table already, looking gray with exhaustion after his night shift. Your sisters set out chip bowls and tin cups. This is dinner in working class 1921. Simple food eaten together. The meal planned around overlapping work schedules. Got a letter from cousin Frank in Chicago. Your father says between spoonfuls. Says there's good work in the stockyards. Better pay than here. And there it is. The constant calculation. Stay or go. Endure known hardships or risk new ones. Mobility wasn't just a luxury in the 1920s. It was a survival strategy. Follow the work. Follow the opportunity. Keep moving to stay ahead of poverty. After dinner, your family's evening ritual unfolds. Your father repairs a chair leg while your mother mends clothes. Your sister reads aloud from the newspaper, one of the Italian dailies, while your younger sister struggles through homework at the table. No private rooms for homework. No quiet study space. Life happens collectively in the two main rooms. Says here, they raided 50 speakeasies last night. Your sister reads, confiscated 500 gallons of liquor. Your father snorts. 500? That's what one night's business uses. And he's right. Prohibition created the first modern criminal underground. It turned ordinary citizens into lawbreakers and corrupted police forces nationwide, all while failing spectacularly at its goal of creating a dry nation. By 9 o'clock, exhaustion catches everyone. Tomorrow is another workday, another alarm clock, another 60 hours of labor stretching ahead. In your comfortable bed right now, you might stay up reading, watching shows, or scrolling through social media. In 1921, sleep was the only affordable luxury. You return to the tiny bedroom, now freezing as the coal stove in the main room burns down for the night. You undress quickly, slide between the cold sheets, pull the thin blankets up, and wait for your body heat to create a small pocket of warmth. Your brother is already in bed, reading a dog-eared pulp magazine by the weak light of a single bulb. Electricity in tenements was still relatively new, unreliable, and expensive, but it was magical compared to gaslighting. Night, he says, switching off the light. In the darkness, you hear the symphony of tenement life. Babies crying, couples arguing, someone playing a violin badly, water pipes knocking, and the L train rumbling 2 blocks away. These sounds are the lullaby of urban 1921. As you drift toward sleep, you wonder what tomorrow will bring. The same, probably. The relentless routine of survival, but also maybe not. Because the 1920s were just beginning their roar, and change was coming faster than anyone could imagine. Through the window, snow continues to fall on a New York transformed from just a decade ago. Horse-drawn wagons now share streets with automobiles. Telephones connect businesses. Movies flicker silently in palatial theaters. Women's hemlines creep scandalously upward. And somewhere in Brooklyn, a 6-year-old named Miriam listens to her immigrant parents' dream of a better future for her. In 40 years, she'll be your grandmother, telling you stories of the hardships that seem impossible from the comfort of your modern life. You're falling asleep now, your body aching from work, your mind already calculating tomorrow's survival. But there's also a current of excitement because it's 1921, and America is changing by the minute. Who knows what might be possible by the decade's end? Now let's shift our view. While tenement dwellers in New York fought for survival inch by inch, a different America stretched across the vast countryside. It's 1923 now, and we're waking up on a farm in Iowa, about 100 miles west of Des Moines. The first thing you notice is the silence. No neighbors arguing through thin walls. No streetcars clanging. No factory whistles. Just the distant crow of a rooster and the soft mooing of cows needing to be milked. You're in a wooden farmhouse that your grandfather built with his own hands after claiming this land under the Homestead Act decades ago. You're lying on a feather mattress instead of cotton and springs. The feathers came from your own geese, plucked, washed, and stuffed by your mother and sisters last fall. The sheets are rough cotton but clean, line-dried in yesterday's sunshine. The quilt covering you was made by your grandmother, each square telling a family story in fabric. It's barely 5 a.m., but farm life doesn't care about clocks. Your body knows the rhythm without an alarm. Cows need milking at sunrise no matter what. The wooden floor is cold against your bare feet, but you're used to it. The house is heated by a single wood stove downstairs, meaning upstairs bedrooms stay cold enough in winter to see your breath. "Up, John," your father calls from downstairs. He's been awake for 30 minutes already, stoking the kitchen stove for your mother, who's mixing biscuit dough by the light of a kerosene lamp. "Coming, Pa," you answer, pulling on denim overalls over your long underwear. No shower this morning, or any morning. The farmhouse has no indoor plumbing. There's an outhouse 50 yards behind the kitchen, and a pump at the kitchen sink that brings up cold water from the well. For washing, you splash your face and hands with water from the ceramic basin on your dresser, water that froze a thin skin of ice overnight. Breakfast on a 1923 farm is no quick affair. You need serious calories for the work ahead. Your mother has already cooked a skillet of salt pork. Its fat used to season the cast iron pan, now full of scrambled eggs from your own chickens. Biscuits bake in the oven. Coffee boils in an enamel pot, strong enough to stand a spoon in. "Today's the day," your father says, pouring coffee for himself. His hands are permanently tanned from years in the fields, with calluses as thick as leather. Jenkins is bringing it around noon. Your heart skips a beat. Today's the day your family joins the revolution that's transforming America, automobile ownership. After years of saving, your father is buying a Model T Ford from the dealer in town. You've never owned a car before. Few farm families have, but that's changing fast. "Think it'll make it up the hill to the Petersons?" your mother asks, setting a plate of eggs before you. She's worried about the expense, the practicality. 20 years of horse transportation doesn't shift overnight. Henry Ford didn't become the richest man in America by making things that don't work, your father answers, but there's a note of worry behind his confidence. The Model T costs $290, a fortune for a family that might see actual cash only a few times a year after harvest. Farmers in the 1920s operated largely outside the cash economy most of the time. You produced what you ate. You bartered eggs for sugar at the general store, traded labor with neighbors during harvest, repaired what broke, and made what you needed. Actual dollars were rare and precious. After breakfast, you head to the barn with your father and younger brother. The daily chores wait for no one, car delivery or not. Based on your request, I have rewritten the provided script to be approximately 4,600 words long, while maintaining the original story, theme, and tone. This version expands on descriptions, alters dialogue and phrasing, and adds new details and anecdotes to create a distinct but faithful adaptation. The barn smells of sweet hay, earthy manure, and the warm breath of the cows. Milking 6 dairy cows is a familiar ritual. The rhythmic sound of warm milk hissing into the metal bucket is a sound of peace and survival. Your brother, knee-deep in soiled straw, looks up. "Can I be the first to drive it?" he asks. Your father lets out a chuckle. "Not a chance. Nobody's driving that thing but me until I've got it figured out. It cost more than our entire Southfield." Early car ownership was a brutal learning curve. There was no driver's education, and most rural areas had no licensing requirements. You were given a complicated machine, a few basic instructions, and a lot of trial and error. I spent hours researching manuals for early cars. The 1923 Model T manual offered helpful advice like, to stop the car, first pull the gas lever back to neutral, then apply the brake. Do not become frightened and jump out. The morning passes in a rhythm of chores as old as farming itself. Milk the cows, separate the cream, feed the livestock, gather eggs, mend fences, and check the crops. The work of survival never ends, but there's a strange comfort in its predictability. By 11, You've changed into your town clothes. They aren't fancy, but they are clean denim overalls and a crisp, manure-stain-free shirt. Your mother has on her best dress, the blue one saved for church and special occasions. Even your father has combed his hair and put on a freshly ironed shirt. Hear that? Your brother yells, running in from the porch. It's coming. And then you hear it, the unmistakable, sputtering put-put-put of a Model T engine struggling up the dirt road to your farm. It's the sound of the modern world arriving at your doorstep. The whole family rushes onto the porch, watching as a gleaming black automobile bounces over the ruts of your lane. Mr. Jenkins from the dealership grins behind the wheel, a fine layer of dust coating him from the 12-mile drive from town. "She's a beauty, ain't she?" he calls out, bringing the vehicle to a jerky halt in your yard. Chickens scatter in a panic at this noisy intruder. And she is beautiful. Gleaming black metal, brass headlamps, and a folding top for rain protection. The Model T is a utilitarian vehicle by later standards, designed to handle the brutal rural roads with high clearance and tough suspension. But to your family in 1923, it's nothing short of a miracle. "Can drive her anywhere," Mr. Jenkins says, patting the hood like a favorite horse. 15 horsepower, 20 miles per hour on good roads. 20 miles per hour. The numbers instantly transform your world. The trip to town, 12 miles away, which takes half a day by horse and wagon, suddenly shrinks to a 40-minute jaunt. The county seat, previously a full-day journey, becomes a morning trip. Mr. Jenkins pops the hood to show your father the engine. "Now, starting her takes some practice," he explains. "Got the hand crank here in front. Choke here. Timing advance here. Too much choke, she'll flood. Not enough, won't catch. Timing too advanced, she'll kick back and break your arm." Wait, what? Starting early cars was a dangerous business. The hand crank could snap back and break bones if the timing was wrong. Emergency rooms in the 1920s were full of what doctors called forward fractures. Broken arms, wrists, and thumbs from the cranks kicking back. Your father nods seriously, absorbing every word. "This is the most complicated piece of technology your family has ever owned. More complex than the cream separator. More expensive than anything but the farm itself. Now driving is simple enough." Jenkins continues. 3 pedals on the floor. Left is clutch, press down for low gear, release halfway for high gear. Middle is reverse. Right is brake. Your father looks concerned. Middle is reverse, not the left. Jenkins laughs. Ford's got his own way of doing things, different from other makers. You'll get used to it. This was actually true. Early cars had zero standardization. Pedal arrangements, shifting patterns, even which side of the road to drive on wasn't fully settled in all states yet. Learning to drive one car didn't necessarily prepare you for another. After more instructions, Jenkins has your father sit behind the wheel. "Turn the key. Set the gas lever here. Set the spark advance here. Now come around front and give her a crank." Your father follows the directions, grips the crank, and gives it a mighty swing. Nothing. Another swing. Nothing. Bit more choke, Jenkins suggests. On the 3rd try, the engine catches with a roar and a belch of smoke that sends your mother's chickens running for their lives. Your father rushes back to the driver's seat, where Jenkins walks him through the pedals again. "Ready for a spin?" Jenkins asks. Your father nods, his face set in concentration. The car lurches forward with a jerk, stalls, starts again, lurches forward, and finally picks up speed. Your father's face transforms from worry to wonder as the automobile begins moving smoothly around the farmyard. "Want to take her on the road?" Jenkins calls out over the engine noise. Your father nods, and the Model T bounces down the lane toward the country road, your father gripping the wheel like it might fly away. You and your brother chase after on foot, whooping with excitement. From the porch, the car disappears around a bend, but you can hear the engine echoing across the cornfields. 10 minutes later, it reappears, your father smiling broadly behind the wheel. The future has arrived at your farm, and nothing will ever be the same. After Jenkins leaves, driven home by your father for his first solo journey, the family crowds around the Model T like it's a spacecraft. Your mother touches the leather seat cautiously. "Imagine getting to town in under an hour," she says softly, and you can see her calculating all the ways this will change her life. The isolation of farm women was profound before cars. Visits to town might happen once a month at most. Church on Sundays, if the weather permitted. Otherwise, the farm was your entire world. "I can drive to the Peterson place in minutes," your father says, already planning. Borrow that new seed drill without losing a whole day to travel. Your brother crawls underneath, examining the axles and suspension. "How fast do you think it really goes, Pa?" "We'll find out tomorrow," your father promises. "First, I need to figure out how to drive the darn thing properly." And figure it out he does, though not without incident. That first month of car ownership brings a new vocabulary into your family's life. Words like carburetor, distributor, and flat tire become regular topics at the dinner table. There's the memorable afternoon your father drives into the yard too fast and sideswipes the water trough, denting the fender. There's the Sunday your whole family dresses for church, piles into the car, and makes it exactly 2 miles before a tire blows out. Your father changes it in his good suit, sweating and swearing under his breath while your mother pretends not to hear. The new tire from the dealer costs $4, which, as your father laments, is 3 days' wages for a farmhand. The ongoing costs of car ownership shocked many first-time buyers. It wasn't just the purchase price. It was tires, gasoline, oil, and repairs. A whole new category of expenses for families who previously fed their transportation with hay they grew themselves. But there are glorious moments, too. The first time your family drives to town for supplies and makes the round trip in a single morning instead of a full day. The Sunday you drive 20 miles to visit cousins you previously saw only at Christmas because of the travel difficulty. The night your mother goes into town for a women's club meeting and comes home after dark. Something impossible in the horse and buggy days. The car changes everything. Suddenly your map expands. The farm is no longer an island in a sea of distance. Town becomes an easy destination, not a journey requiring planning. Neighbors 5 miles away become people you can visit on a whim. By summer, your father has mastered the Model T completely. You and your brother have learned to drive too, at least enough to move it around the farmyard or drive the short distance to the main road. Your mother still refuses to try, claiming she has no head for machinery, but you've seen her eyeing the wheel when she thinks no one's looking. The car enables new freedoms, but it also leads to new family negotiations. Who gets the car when, and for what purpose? Your sister wants to drive to town for a motion picture show. Your brother wants to take it fishing at the creek. Your father needs it for farm business. The single vehicle becomes a shared resource requiring complex family diplomacy. We need rules. Your mother announces at dinner one night after 3 separate car usage disputes. Church on Sundays, market days for supplies, farm business first, social calls only when work's done. Farm business included things modern folks might not consider, like getting a sick animal to the vet, hauling cream to the dairy station before it spoiled, or bringing home a new breeding animal. One farmer's diary I found mentioned driving 80 miles round trip to purchase a particular bull for his dairy herd, a journey that would have taken days before cars. The greatest transformation comes in autumn. Harvest time, always the most critical and stressful season, changes with automobile ownership. If a part breaks on the threshing machine, your father drives to town and returns with replacements in 2 hours instead of losing a whole day. When you need extra hands for harvesting, he drives to town and brings back day laborers. If there's a bumper crop ready for market, multiple trips become possible in a single day. The car also connects your family to the wider changes sweeping America. Driving to the county seat, you see more automobiles each visit. The dirt roads designed for horses and wagons are being graded more frequently to accommodate car traffic. There's talk of paving some major routes. Your father no more buying gasoline in cans from the general store. Gas stations, car dealerships, and repair shops. Whole new categories of business spring up to serve the automobile culture. Roads improve, bridges strengthen, and the landscape itself transforms to accommodate this revolution on wheels. By Christmas 1923, your family's Model T seems as essential as the plow or the stove. When snow blankets the farm and your father puts the car up on blocks in the barn for the winter, early cars weren't great in snow, and many rural families didn't use them in winter. There's a sense of loss, of returning to an isolation you'd briefly escaped. The car sits idle through the deep winter months, but plans form around it. Your father pores over maps, plotting spring journeys previously unimaginable. Your mother talks of visiting her sister in the next county, a trip that previously required an overnight stay. Your older sister, home from normal school for the holidays, speaks of perhaps living in town and driving home on weekends once she starts teaching. Mobility breeds possibility. The car shrinks distance and expands horizons simultaneously. For your family and millions like you, the automobile isn't just a convenience. It's freedom in steel and rubber form. On Christmas Eve, sitting by lamplight, rural electrification is still years away for most farms. Your grandfather tells tales of his youth, crossing half the country by covered wagon, establishing the homestead. The isolation of those early years. Took 3 days to get to town when I first settled here, he says, shaking his head at the changes he's witnessed. And you can do it before lunch. This compression of time and space is the real revolution of the 1920s. The world simultaneously grows larger in reach and smaller in effort. America's vast distances, once barriers to connection, begin to shrink beneath rubber tires. When spring finally softens the land, your father reverses the winterizing process, checking the Model T carefully before taking it down from the blocks. The first drive of the new season feels like a rebirth, the farm reconnecting to the wider world after months of winter isolation. By now, the novelty has worn off, but the wonder hasn't. Each time the engine rumbles to life, each mile that passes beneath the wheels represents a freedom previous generations could barely imagine. Your grandparents measure travel in days and weather conditions. You measure it in hours and gallons of gasoline. And as your family's Model T bounces down country roads, it joins a growing river of vehicles, transforming America mile by mile. By decade's end, the country will have more than 23 million registered automobiles, 1 for every 5 Americans. The nation itself is being rewired around this invention. Its geography is rewritten in routes accessible by car. The automobile doesn't just change how you travel. It changes where you go, who you see, what you do, what you buy, and where you might live or work. It reshapes your relationship with time, distance, community, and possibility. And it's just one of the revolutions remaking America in the roaring decade of the 1920s. It's 1925 now, and we're in Millerville, a small town of about 2,500 people, nestled between rolling hills in western Pennsylvania. Not a big city like New York, Not isolated farmland like Iowa, but something in between. The quintessential American small town where modern life and traditional values collide in fascinating ways. You wake up in a modest two-story home on Elm Street, just 3 blocks from Maine. Unlike the tenement apartment or the isolated farmhouse, this bedroom is yours alone, a luxury of middle-class life. The bed has a proper metal frame, a store-bought mattress, and a colorful quilt your mother ordered from the Sears catalog. Morning light filters through cotton curtains as you stretch beneath warm blankets. Outside your window, you can hear birds chirping, the occasional automobile puttering past, and the distant whistle of the 7:15 train arriving at the station. The house smells of coffee and bacon. Unlike city dwellers crammed in tenements or farmers isolated on distant homesteads, your family represents the growing American middle class. Not wealthy, but comfortable. Your father works as the manager at the town's hardware store. Your mother, unusually for married women in 1925, keeps the books for the same business. Your bedroom contains treasures that mark you as a teenager in this transitional decade. A small collection of photograph records stacked beside a hand-crank Victrola player, movie magazine clippings of Clara Bow and Rudolph Valentino pinned to the wall, a crystal radio set you built yourself from a kit ordered through Popular Mechanics. You swing your legs over the side of the bed, your feet hitting a proper rug instead of bare boards. The house has modern conveniences your city and country counterparts might envy. Indoor plumbing with a bathroom shared by the family. Electric lights in most rooms. A telephone in the hallway downstairs. Not every house in town has these things yet, but they're spreading rapidly as America's prosperity grows. Breakfast, Sarah. Your mother calls from downstairs. You can hear the radio playing in the kitchen. A morning news program from Pittsburgh. The announcer's voice is a little tinny, but clearly audible. The radio, not the automobile, sits at the heart of your family's modern life. I spent way too long researching early radio models for this. Did you know the first commercial radio station, KDKA in Pittsburgh, only started broadcasting in 1920? By 1925, America had over 500 stations, and radio was transforming from a novelty to a necessity. Downstairs, your family gathers around a proper dining table in a room dedicated just to eating, another middle-class luxury. Your father sits with the newspaper propped against the sugar bowl. Your mother places a plate of eggs and bacon before you, and your younger brother fiddles with the radio dial, trying to improve reception. "Don't touch that," your father says without looking up from his paper. "I want to hear the market report." The radio on the sideboard is the pride of your household, a new Atwater Kent model with 5 tubes and a proper wooden cabinet. No more headphones or crystal sets. This is a genuine piece of furniture that delivers entertainment directly into your home. It cost nearly $80, 2 weeks of your father's salary, but he considers it an investment, not a luxury. There's a new Harold Lloyd picture at the Rialto tonight, your brother says, passing you the toast rack. "Can we go?" Movies, the other great mass media revolution, have already transformed from a novelty to regular entertainment. Millerville has 2 movie theaters, the older Bijou and the newer, fancier Rialto with actual upholstered seats and electric fans for summer cooling. "Test scores first." Your mother answers, but her tone suggests permission is likely. Unlike earlier generations, your parents view commercial entertainment as normal, even beneficial. The motion picture industry has worked hard to shed its slightly disreputable early image, promoting films as educational and wholesome family entertainment. Your father lowers his paper. Says here, Coolidge is speaking on the radio tonight. National hookup. He says this with genuine wonder. The president's voice coming directly into your living room. The miracle hasn't grown stale yet. For context, President Calvin Coolidge was nicknamed Silent Cal because he was so reserved. But even this quiet president embraced radio immediately. Like most politicians, he recognized its power to bypass newspapers and speak directly to voters. Radio made national politics immediate and personal in ways print never could. After breakfast, you head downtown with your brother to run errands before school. Main Street bustles with morning activity. Mr. Peterson unlocks his pharmacy. Mrs. Winters sweeps the sidewalk in front of her millinery shop. The mailman delivers packages to the general store. Unlike the anonymous city or the isolated farm, small-town life means being known. "Morning, Sarah," calls Mr. Peterson. "Tell your mother her headache powder came in." 3 people greet you by name before you reach the corner. This interconnectedness defines small-town existence, comforting or stifling, depending on your perspective. You pass the Rialto Theater, where the marquee indeed advertises Harold Lloyd and the Freshman. A colorful poster shows the bespectacled comedian hanging from a clock face. Movie marketing is sophisticated already, with nationwide advertising campaigns, fan magazines, and merchandise. The movie star system is in full flower, creating the first modern celebrities, known as intimately as family members despite never being met in person. "Think Clara Bow will ever come to Millerville?" your brother asks, staring at another poster showing the famous It Girl in a revealing costume. "Dream on," you laugh. Small towns might get the same movies as big cities, but actual movie stars exist in another universe. At the newsstand, you spend your allowance on the latest issue of Photoplay, a movie magazine promising exclusive interviews with the stars. Inside are glossy photos of the famous faces you and millions of other Americans collectively adore. Chaplin, Fairbanks, Pickford, Swanson. Their hairstyles will be copied, their clothing imitated, their romances analyzed by people who've never been to Hollywood and never will go. The theater manager passes by, tips his hat. "Coming tonight?" "Lloyd's a scream in this one." "Hope to, Mr. Daniels," you answer, "if homework allows." He winks. Special display in the lobby. An actual football from the movie studio, sent as promotion. This national marketing for local consumption represents the new media landscape. Products, promotions, and publicity flow from centers of production to the smallest towns, creating shared cultural touchstones. A joke told in a Harold Lloyd film will be repeated in schoolyards from Maine to California. Americans increasingly laugh at the same things, cry at the same stories, and worry about the same news. School occupies the middle of your day. A consolidated high school serving Millerville and the surrounding farms. Unlike your parents' one-room schoolhouse education, yours features specialized teachers, a science laboratory, and even a small gymnasium. Education is changing, too, becoming more standardized across America as mass media and improved transportation connect previously isolated systems. It's after school that the real center of teenage social life in 1925 emerges, Miller's Drugstore, with its soda fountain, booths, and, most importantly, its Victrola player. Miller's is where Millerville's youth gather to socialize in ways their parents never experienced. 2 cherry phosphates, your friend Helen orders at the counter. The soda jerk, college boy home for the summer, nods knowingly. "Heard the new Armstrong record?" he asks, gesturing to the stack of records beside the Victrola. "Hot stuff." The store has a commercial arrangement with Victor Records. They sell records, but also play them as promotion. For the price of a soda, teens can listen to the latest jazz and dance music, much to the concern of some parents who view jazz as dangerously sensual and modern. "My dad says jazz is causing moral decay." Helen sighs, rolling her eyes. "Put it on." The music that fills the drugstore would shock earlier generations, with its syncopated rhythms and improvisational style, but to you and your friends, it's simply the soundtrack of youth. Louis Armstrong's trumpet soars above the scratchy recording, creating a sound unlike anything your parents grew up hearing. Teenage culture in the 1920s was becoming distinct for the first time, shaped by commercial entertainment rather than traditional community values. Parents worried while teenagers embraced new music, new dances, and new fashions spread by mass media. "Did you hear last night's Collier Hour?" asks Edward, sliding into your booth uninvited. "They had that detective story writer, what's his name?" "Dashiell Hammett," supplies Helen, who devours detective stories. Radio created shared national experiences impossible in previous eras. The next day after a popular program, Americans everywhere discussed the same episodes, quoted the same lines, and laughed at the same jokes. Regional isolation began dissolving in a sea of standardized entertainment. "My folks got a new radiola," Edward boasts. 6 tubes. "Dad let me stay up for the fight broadcast from New York." Heard Dempsey get knocked out in real time. Sports broadcasting nationalized athletics, turning local teams into national obsessions and athletes into celebrities. Before radio, you might read about a boxing match the next day. Now, you could hear it as it happened, the announcer's excitement making you feel present at events occurring hundreds of miles away. "Wouldn't miss it," Helen answers. "Sarah's teaching me the Charleston." The boy from the pharmacy looks at you. You know the Charleston for real. Because even in small towns, the dance crazes that swept urban areas eventually arrived, sometimes months after they had already peaked in New York or Chicago. But they arrived nonetheless, carried by movies, magazines, photograph records, and travelers. You demonstrate few Charleston steps beside the booth, exaggerating the swinging arms and twisted knees that scandalize parents and delight teens. The dance's energetic abandon perfectly captures the spirit of the decade, modern, rebellious, carefree. As afternoon stretches toward evening, you head home for dinner, stopping by the hardware store to walk home with your father. The store itself is another symbol of changing times. Traditional tools still occupy prominent space, but new sections cater to automobile owners, radio enthusiasts, and home modernization. "Look what just came in," your father says proudly, showing you a display of electric toasters. Future of home appliances right there. Consumer culture was exploding in the 1920s as electrification spread and mass production made previously luxurious items affordable to the middle class. Advertising in magazines, newspapers, and radio created desire for products people hadn't known they needed. The modern consumer was being born. Dinner at home follows middle-class rituals unchanged for decades. Proper place settings, serving dishes passed around the table, conversation about the day's events. But tonight's normalcy is interrupted by the radio in the living room. "Hurry up," your father urges, checking his pocket watch. President speaking in 15 minutes. National broadcast. After dishes are cleared, your family settles in the living room. Your father in his armchair directly facing the radio. Your mother in her rocker with mending. You and your brother on the sofa. The radio glows warmly as the tubes heat up, emitting a soft hum before voices emerge. This is Graham McNamee speaking to you from Washington, D.C., where President Coolidge will address the nation on the state of the economy. Your father shushes everyone, though no one is speaking. The room falls silent as the president's distinctive New England accent fills your Pennsylvania living room. The moment feels profound. The nation's leader speaking simultaneously to millions of citizens in their private homes. Imagine going from a world where you might never hear the president speak unless he visited your town to one where his voice regularly entered your living room. The psychological impact was enormous. Political leadership became both more intimate and more polished as radio required new skills from public figures. After the speech, your family discusses the president's points about the booming economy. Your father, a Republican like most small business managers, approves of Coolidge's pro-business stance. Your mother, with more progressive leanings, has reservations. What matters isn't their disagreement, but that they both heard exactly the same speech at exactly the same time as millions of other Americans, a shared national moment impossible before radio. Can we go to the movies now? Your brother asks as the post-speech analysis drones on. Your father checks his watch. 8 o'clock showing. Be home by 10 o'clock. The walk to the Rialto takes you down Main Street, which is transformed by evening. Shop windows glow with electric lights. Cars line the curb outside the hotel where traveling salesmen stay. The ice cream parlor bustles, with couples and families enjoying an evening treat. The movie theater marquee shines like a beacon, bulbs outlining the freshmen in electric glory. Outside, a crowd gathers. Farm families in town for the evening. Factory workers still in work clothes. High school students giggling in groups. Young couples using the darkened theater for modest courtship. Inside, the lobby dazzles with gilt paint, patterned carpet, and a refreshment stand selling candy and popcorn. Movie theaters were designed as palaces of escape, their ornate architecture offering ordinary people a taste of luxury for the price of admission. 25 cents for adults, 15 for children. The football from the film sits in a glass case, surrounded by promotional stills showing Harold Lloyd in various comic predicaments. A cardboard cutout of the star grins manically as patrons pose beside it for fun. 2, please, you tell the ticket seller, sliding coins across the counter. Your weekly allowance disappears, but the expense seems worthwhile for 2 hours of entertainment more elaborate than anything previous generations could imagine. The theater interior impresses, with red velvet curtains covering the screen, painted ceiling murals depicting classical scenes, and even small electric lights lining the aisles. No modern multiplex can match the opulent movie palaces of the 1920s, designed to transport ordinary people into worlds of fantasy before the film even began. As the lights dim, an organist begins playing at the theater's prized Wurlitzer. Unlike metropolitan movie palaces with full orchestras, small-town theaters made do with a single musician. Still, the organ's rich tones fill the space, setting the mood for entertainment. First comes a newsreel showing world events: the Prince of Wales touring Africa, floods in Mississippi, a fashion show in Paris. For many in the audience, especially from outlying farms, these newsreels provide their only visual connection to world events. Before television, this was video journalism, powerfully immediate compared to newspaper accounts. Next, a cartoon featuring Felix, the cat, bounces across the screen, eliciting laughs from children and adults alike. Animation was already sophisticated by 1925, with established characters and consistent styles that audiences recognized and anticipated. Finally, the main feature begins. Silent, of course. The jazz singer, with synchronized sound, is still 2 years away. Title cards provide dialogue and narration, but the storytelling is primarily visual, relying on exaggerated expressions and physical comedy that requires no translation. The audience reacts as one, laughing, gasping, occasionally applauding particularly impressive stunts. This collective experience represents another way mass media united Americans. Millions would see this exact film, react to the same moments, and discuss the same scenes afterward. You lose yourself in the story, worries temporarily forgotten in the flickering images. This escapism is precisely what made movies so popular during economic hardship or social change. For the price of admission, anyone could step into different lives, different worlds, Afterward, walking home through the quiet streets of Millerville, you and your brother quote favorite scenes and imitate Lloyd's pratfalls. The shared experience creates an immediate connection, common reference points, and an increasingly standardized national culture. At home, your parents are listening to a dance orchestra program on the radio, the music softly filling the house. Your mother looks up from her book. "Good picture," she asks. "Hilarious," your brother answers, launching into a detailed description of the football game scene. You head upstairs to your room, your mind still full of movie images. Before bed, you tune your crystal radio set with headphones, carefully adjusting the wire on the crystal to catch distant stations. Unlike the family's console radio downstairs, this private listening device lets you explore the airwaves independently. Past your bedtime, headphones on, you listen to jazz from Pittsburgh, a hotel orchestra from Cleveland, and fragments of voices from Chicago fading in and out with atmospheric conditions. The radio collapses distance in the darkness, bringing the wider world to your small-town bedroom. Lying in bed, you consider how different your life is from your parents' adolescence just 20 years earlier. They grew up in relative isolation, their entertainment locally produced, their horizons limited by physical distance. You inhabit a world where national media create shared experiences across thousands of miles, where movie stars and radio personalities feel like familiar friends, and where cultural trends spread from coast to coast in weeks instead of years, or not at all. Your room contains the evidence of this transformation: movie magazines, phonograph records, and radio equipment. Each represents a thread connecting you to a wider America, weaving previously separate communities into a more uniform national culture. The voices on your radio fade as stations sign off for the night. This is KDKA Pittsburgh signing off until 6 a.m. Good night, and God bless America. In the silence that follows, you drift toward sleep, your imagination full of images from movies, your head still nodding to remember jazz rhythms. Tomorrow will bring more local experiences, school, chores, face-to-face conversations with friends and neighbors. But increasingly, these local experiences exist within a framework of national media that shapes expectations, creates shared references, and connects even the smallest towns to American culture at large. As radio signals cross your sleeping town, carrying music, news, and stories to thousands of other communities, America becomes more itself, diverse yet increasingly unified, traditional yet embracing modernity, physically dispersed yet culturally connected in ways no previous generation could have imagined. We've seen working-class struggles in New York, rural transformation in Iowa, and middle-class life in small-town Pennsylvania. But to understand the full spectrum of 1920s America, we need to step into another world entirely. The rarefied air of wealth during the decade that birthed the term, "The rich get richer." It's 1927 now, and you're waking up in a bedroom larger than some entire tenement apartments. Sunlight filters through silk curtains onto a bed that cost more than a Model T Ford. You're in Lake Forest, Illinois, one of America's wealthiest suburbs, situated on Lake Michigan, just north of Chicago. This isn't just wealth, it's American aristocracy. Your eyes open to a room designed by a prominent New York decorator. Hand-painted Chinese wallpaper covers walls hung with original oil paintings. A Persian carpet cushions your feet when you slide from the bed. The sheets are Egyptian cotton, changed daily by housemaids you rarely see. The room is warm despite the winter chill outside. Central heating keeps the entire 24-room mansion at a perfect 72 degrees. Through large windows, you can see snow dusting the formal gardens that stretch toward the lake. The grounds cover 12 acres, maintained year-round by a staff of 6 gardeners. Unlike the tenement dweller, the farmer, or the small-town teen, Your morning doesn't begin with immediate chores or work preparation. Instead, a discreet knock at the door signals your lady's maid, Louise, arriving with a breakfast tray. "Good morning, Miss Catherine," she says, setting the silver tray on a bedside table. "Mrs. Harrington requests your presence at 11 for the charity committee meeting." You nod sleepily, reaching for the delicate porcelain cup filled with perfectly brewed coffee. Louise moves efficiently around the room, opening curtains wider, laying out clothes for the day, and gathering yesterday's discarded silk stockings for laundering. "The blue Chanel or the green Poirette for luncheon?" she asks, holding up two dresses that each cost more than 6 months' salary for most Americans. "The blue, I think," you answer. "Is father at breakfast?" you inquire. "Mr. Harrington left for Chicago on the 7:30 train," Louise informs you. "He mentioned a board meeting at the bank." I spent hours researching how the ultra-wealthy lived in the 1920s. Think real-life Great Gatsby stuff. The income gap was staggering. The top 1% owned about 40% of all wealth, and they weren't shy about showing it. Louise draws your bath in a bathroom that would astound most Americans. It has marble floors heated from below, a sunken tub large enough for two, gold-plated fixtures, and a shower with multiple heads. Still a rarity even in wealthy homes. This level of bathroom luxury was unprecedented. As you soak in scented water, you contemplate your day. A charity committee in the morning, luncheon with your mother's friends, a tennis lesson. The family has private indoor courts, then dinner with potential suitors your parents have approved. At 20, you're already slightly behind the marriage curve for your social set. Meanwhile, 3 floors below in the servants' wing, another day has been underway for hours. The Harrington household employs 18 domestic staff, a butler, housekeeper, cook, kitchen maids, housemaids, footmen, a chauffeur, ladies' maids, and others. They rose before dawn to prepare the house and family for another day of conspicuous leisure. In the vast kitchen, Mrs. Collins, the cook, directs 2 kitchen maids in dinner preparations that will take all day. "The fish must be absolutely fresh," she insists to a delivery boy from Chicago's finest market. Mr. Harrington can tell the difference. The kitchen is industrially sized but state-of-the-art, with electric refrigeration, not just an icebox. Multiple ovens, a dedicated pastry area, and specially designed storage for the different sets of dishes for different meals and occasions mean the kitchen contains more plates than some department stores. James, the butler, confers with Mrs. Collins about wine selections for dinner. "Mr. Harrington wants the 21 Bordeaux with the main course," he says. Despite prohibition being the law of the land, fine wine flows freely in wealthy households. The very rich were effectively exempt from liquor laws that criminalized average Americans. The Harrington family never even pretended to obey prohibition. Their wine cellar, hidden behind a false wall as a minimal concession to legality, contains vintages worth more than most Americans earn in years. When they entertain, champagne flows as though the 18th Amendment never passed. The florist called. Mrs. Mitchell, the housekeeper, tells James, "The orchids for tonight's centerpiece are delayed. Shall I have them use roses instead?" James looks pained. Mrs. Harrington specifically requested orchids to complement the new Limoges service. This level of detail in household management wasn't unusual for America's upper class. Every aspect of domestic life was curated, from fresh flowers daily to perfectly pressed linens to seasonally rotated art and furnishings. The butler checks his watch, a solid gold timepiece, gifted by Mr. Harrington last Christmas. The silver still needs polishing for tonight. Have Thomas and William see to it immediately. While the household staff rushes to prepare for an intimate dinner party. Only 16 guests tonight, practically casual by Harrington standards. You've finished your bath. Louise helps you dress in layers typical for wealthy women. Silk undergarments, a lightweight corset. Fashion still demanded certain silhouettes. Silk stockings held by garters, a slip, and finally, the blue Chanel day dress. Your closet would stagger most Americans, with dozens of dresses, suits, coats, and specialized outfits for every conceivable activity, from riding to tennis to yachting. The concept of appropriate dress reaches a religious intensity among the wealthy. Wearing evening clothes before 6 p.m. or country clothes in town would cause more scandal than political radicalism. Mrs. Harrington purchased tickets for the Symphony Friday. Louise mentions while styling your hair. She asked me to remind you that the Abbott's son will be joining your box. Matchmaking remains a primary maternal occupation, even in 1927. Despite the decade's reputation for liberation, upper-class marriage still functions partially as a business merger and social positioning. The Abbotts own railroads, your father owns banks. The match makes financial sense. I read a wild account from a society columnist who described a debutante ball where they released live birds painted gold as decoration. The things wealth made seem reasonable were truly bizarre. Downstairs, you find your mother in a morning room, a sunny space overlooking the winter gardens. Eleanor Harrington, at 45, remains a stunning woman, maintained by rigorous beauty regimens, regular spa visits, and the confident posture of someone who has never worried about money. Catherine Darling. She greets you, barely looking up from the correspondence she's reviewing. The Blakely girl is engaged, the third this season. We really must focus on your prospects. Your mother writes with a gold fountain pen on personalized stationery. Her morning activity includes answering invitations, directing household matters, and managing her extensive social obligations. Though she doesn't work in any traditional sense, her role in maintaining family status through social connections is taken extremely seriously. The charity committee meets at 11, she continues. We're finalizing plans for the children's hospital benefit. I've committed us to purchasing 2 tables at $500 each. The irony of spending lavishly on charity events wasn't lost on everyone. One socialite supposedly said, "We spent $15,000 on a party to raise $10,000 for the poor, but the party was so lovely." A housemaid appears silently with fresh coffee. Your mother continues reviewing her social calendar without acknowledging the servant's presence. This invisibility of staff represents another aspect of wealthy life. Domestic workers exist in a parallel universe, physically present but socially non-existent. The Morgans have invited us to Palm Beach next month, your mother says. I've instructed Louise to begin packing your resort clothes. We'll take the private car on the 20th. The private car refers to the family's personal railroad car, attached to regular trains, but offering completely private accommodations. Commercial air travel barely exists in 1927, so wealthy families travel by private rail car, essentially mobile luxury apartments coupled to regular trains. Your father enters, having returned unexpectedly from Chicago. Howard Harrington made his first million before 30, multiplied it through banking, and now, at 50, serves on numerous corporate boards while managing family investments. His tailored suit, handmade shoes, and perfectly trimmed mustache project success and authority. "Market's up again," he announces, accepting coffee from the hovering maid. "Those aircraft manufacturers I mentioned, stock jumped 12 points yesterday." The stock market dominates wealthy conversation in 1927. The unprecedented bull market seems unstoppable, creating paper millionaires daily. Investment tips exchange like currency at dinner parties and golf clubs. "Should we buy more?" your mother asks, revealing that even society women follow financial markets closely. Already instructed Harrison to purchase another 1,000 shares. Your father replies, "This boom has legs." Of course, with hindsight, we know the crash lurks just 2 years away. But in 1927, optimism borders on delusion among the investing class. The market can only go up. Prosperity will never end, many economists claimed. America has entered a permanent plateau of prosperity. After breakfast, you join your mother in the library with a charity committee. 8 women from prominent Chicago families gathers to plan a hospital benefit expected to raise $50,000. The meeting perfectly encapsulates upper-class women's lives. Genuine charitable impulses filtered through social competition and status display. The Palmers have donated an automobile as the grand prize, announces Mrs. Winthrop, the committee chair. We must ensure ticket prices are high enough to maintain exclusivity. The women discuss dinner menus, orchestras, table arrangements, and decorations with the seriousness of military strategists. While they genuinely want to support the children's hospital, the event's success will be measured equally by its social prestige and press coverage. Catherine, Mrs. Winthrop addresses you. We'd like you to chair the junior committee. Get those eligible bachelors to open their wallets. This represents your growing social responsibility. Young people of your class must begin demonstrating philanthropic leadership. It's part of the unwritten curriculum of wealth. After the committee departs, you have a few hours before luncheon. Unlike most Americans, your time is largely discretionary. You spend it practicing piano on the Steinway Grand in the music room, one of many accomplishments expected of wealthy young women. Though the jazz age celebrates more liberated female behavior, traditional expectations still govern upper-class womanhood. As one society lady supposedly quipped, "Oh, I don't work. I merely oversee the staff, manage social engagements, run 3 charity boards, speak 3 languages, and can play Chopin from memory." Because wealthy women's labor was never called work, even when it was complex and demanding. At 1 o'clock, your mother's luncheon guests arrive, 6 women from prominent Chicago families. The dining room gleams with silver and crystal for what is considered an informal meal, though it would outshine most Americans' wedding dinners. Housemaids in black uniforms with white aprons serve course after course while remaining functionally invisible to the diners. Conversation touches on mutual friends, upcoming social events, European travel plans, and eventually, current events. Even here, the new mass media makes its presence felt. "Did you hear President Coolidge on the radio last night?" asks Mrs. Forrester, whose husband owns a department store. Harold says his business policies are precisely what America needs. The Lindbergh flight is all anyone discusses in New York, contributes Mrs. Astor, who recently returned from Manhattan. They're planning a ticker tape parade when he returns. Charles Lindbergh's solo flight across the Atlantic in May 1927 represents another media milestone, the first global celebrity created entirely through mass communication. His handsome face appears everywhere, from newspapers to magazine covers to movie newsreels. The flight itself lasted 33 hours, but the media sensation continued for months. "Catherine, didn't you meet the Lindbergh boy at the Wetmore party last year?" Your mother asks, creating a social connection to the news sensation. Briefly, you acknowledge, though the encounter was merely a passing introduction at a crowded event. Still, social capital comes from proximity to fame and prominence. After luncheon, you have your tennis lesson in the family's indoor court, followed by a massage from the personal masseuse who visits twice weekly. Physical fitness and beauty maintenance occupy significant time for wealthy women, though the purpose remains attractiveness rather than health. As evening approaches, Louise helps you prepare for dinner. This involves another bath, a complete hair restyling, and changing into formal evening wear, a beaded Lanvin gown imported from Paris, satin evening slippers, and family jewelry from the safe. Mr. Abbott's son will be seated beside you, Louise mentions while fastening a pearl necklace worth more than her lifetime earnings. Mrs. Harrington suggested the emerald earrings as well. Downstairs, the transformation is complete. The dining room now glows with candelabra, fine china, and crystal. Footmen in formal livery stand ready behind each chair. James supervises with eagle-eyed attention to detail. Fresh flowers perfume the air. The setting could be a royal palace rather than a private home. Guests arrive in chauffeur-driven luxury automobiles, Packets, Cadillacs, Rolls-Royces. The women drip with jewels. The men wear impeccably tailored evening clothes. Air kisses exchange. Cocktails circulate. Prohibition remains an inconvenience rather than an obstacle, and conversation bubbles with practiced charm. Mr. Abbott's son, Robert, does indeed sit beside you at dinner. A Yale graduate with perfect manners and practiced conversation. His family's railroad fortune would combine nicely with your banking background. The matchmaking is obvious, but conducted with sufficient subtlety to maintain dignity. "Do you enjoy the symphony, Miss Harrington?" he inquires over soup served in antique Sèvres porcelain bowls. "I particularly enjoy Debussy," you reply with appropriate cultural knowledge, though I found Stravinsky piece last season quite stimulating. The dinner conversation floats through safe topics: music, theater, travel, and mutual acquaintances. Politics rarely intrudes in mixed company, though most present share conservative Republican views aligned with their financial interests. Labor unrest, immigration concerns, and prohibition enforcement affect their businesses, but not their daily lives. Wine flows freely despite federal law, served from crystal decanters rather than original bottles, a minimal nod to illegality. The meal stretches to 7 courses, each more elaborate than the last, representing days of kitchen preparation for a 3-hour dining experience. After dinner, the men briefly separate for cigars and port while the women retire to the drawing room. This Victorian custom persists in upper-class households despite the decade's more relaxed social standards. When the groups rejoin, entertainment follows. A famous pianist has been engaged to play for the intimate gathering. By midnight, the party concludes. Chauffeurs return from their waiting positions to collect guests. You bid goodnight to Robert Abbott with appropriate restraint, though his invitation to join his family's box at the races next weekend suggests mutual interest. As the last guests depart, the household staff springs into action again. Despite the late hour, silver must be washed and counted, china returned to storage, linens laundered, and floors cleaned. For the wealthy, the day ends with rest. For those who maintain their lifestyle, hours of work remain. In your room, Louise helps you undress, removing jewelry to the safe, hanging the beaded gown, and carefully untangling your hair from diamond clips. The day's social performance is complete. You can finally relax. "Will there be anything else, Miss Catherine?" Louise asks, folding your evening gloves. "No, thank you, Louise. Good night." Alone, you slip between fresh sheets changed during dinner. Your windows offer a view of Lake Michigan, moonlight silvering the winter waves. In the distance, Chicago glows with electric light, the city that generates your family's fortune. Before sleep claims you, you consider your position, privileged beyond most Americans' imaginations, insulated from hardship by wealth accumulated across generations, and expected to maintain and expand that privilege through strategic marriage and social compliance. The freedom of the jazz age touches even gilded cages, but expectations remain. As you drift toward sleep in your mansion bedroom, Other Americans do the same in tenements, farmhouses, and small-town homes. The single nation contains these parallel worlds, connected increasingly by mass media, but separated by wealth disparities that the Roaring Twenties has only widened. Let's hit the road. It's 1928, and America is on the move like never before. While the wealthy enjoy their mansions and the middle class embraces radio culture, the entire nation is being physically rewired by a transportation revolution that's shrinking distances and expanding horizons. You're waking up in a Pullman sleeping compartment on the 20th Century Limited, the most famous passenger train in America, currently speeding through the night somewhere in Ohio. The gentle rocking of the rail car and the rhythmic clickety-clack of wheels on the track seep into your dreams before your eyes open. Your narrow berth is surprisingly comfortable. The Pullman Company has perfected the art of luxury in a minimal space. Heavy green curtains separate you from the aisle where other passengers sleep in similar compartments. Outside your window, darkness still covers the landscape, occasionally broken by the lights of small towns flashing past at 80 miles per hour. The pocket watch on your small fold-down table shows 5:30 a.m. You're a journalist for Collier's magazine, working on a special feature called America in Motion: How Transportation is Changing the Nation. Your editor has given you an enviable assignment: travel coast to coast, using every modern transportation method available in 1928, documenting how mobility is transforming the country. You started in New York yesterday, boarding this famous train at Grand Central Terminal. The 20th Century Limited isn't just transportation, it's a rolling legend. The boarding process alone was theatrical, with red carpets literally rolled out for passengers, the origin of the phrase, red carpet treatment. Porters in crisp uniforms handled luggage, and the train's gleaming, streamlined exterior promised speed and luxury. I spent weeks researching the legendary trains of this era. The 20th Century Limited was basically a five-star hotel on wheels, complete with barbers, manicurists, stenographers, and gourmet dining. The ultimate status symbol wasn't just getting there. It was how you traveled. A gentle knock on your compartment door signals you're Porter George. Good morning, sir. We'll be arriving in Chicago in approximately 2 hours. Would you care for coffee while you dress? George, like all Pullman porters, is black. The Pullman Company is the largest single employer of African Americans in the country. Though the work involves catering to wealthy white travelers' every need for minimal wages, supplemented by tips. Despite these conditions, Pullman jobs remain coveted positions within the limited opportunities available to black workers in 1928. Coffee would be wonderful, George. Thank you. As George disappears to fetch your coffee, you begin the somewhat complicated process of preparing for the day in a moving train compartment the size of a closet. Your berth converts ingeniously from a bed to a sitting room with hidden compartments for a wash basin, mirror, and storage. The engineering that went into these spaces reflects America's growing obsession with efficiency and modern design. When George returns with coffee in a heavy white china cup emblazoned with the railroad's logo, you ask him about his work. Been with Pullman 15 years now, sir, he tells you, efficiently transforming your bed into a daytime sitting arrangement. This route, Chicago to New York and back, twice weekly. That's a lot of miles, you observe. George smiles politely. More than most folks see in a lifetime. Company estimates I've traveled over 1 million miles. And there it is, the new reality of 1928 America. A porter from the south side of Chicago has seen more of the country than most Americans ever will, crossing state lines as routinely as others cross town. The mobility revolution isn't just physical, it's psychological, expanding mental horizons alongside geographical ones. By the time you're dressed and have finished your coffee, Dawn breaks across the Ohio farmlands, speeding past your window. You make your way to the dining car for breakfast, walking through swaying corridors that connect the train's various cars, sleepers, a lounge car, an observation car, and the elegant dining car, where white-jacketed waiters serve meals on fine china. The dining car tables are set with fresh flowers, silver service, and linen napkins. The menu offers everything from grapefruit to grilled steaks. You order eggs Benedict and more coffee, settling in to observe your fellow travelers. Two businessmen discuss market prospects across the aisle. A wealthy family with young children occupies another table. The children are surprisingly well-behaved in their traveling clothes. A young honeymoon couple sits awkwardly, still adjusting to public couplehood. Together, they represent the upper middle class and wealthy, who can afford the 20th century's premium fare, $29.0, one way from New York to Chicago in 1928, equivalent to over $1,300 today. Imagine dropping $1,300 for a single, one-way train ticket. That's first-class Pullman service for you. Meanwhile, most Americans traveling the same route would be sitting upright in coach cars for the entire journey at a fraction of the cost. As breakfast concludes, the train begins slowing for its approach to Chicago. Outside the window, the landscape transforms from rural to industrial. Factories, stockyards, and rail yards sprawl across America's second city. The smell of the famous, or infamous, Chicago stockyards reaches even into the sealed train, a powerful combination of livestock, smoke, and industry that prompts some passengers to discreetly press handkerchiefs to their noses. The train pulls into Chicago's LaSalle Street station, exactly on schedule at 8:30 a.m., a point of pride for the New York Central Railroad. The 20th Century Limited's reputation rests on its punctuality as much as its luxury. George helps with your luggage, receiving a generous tip that prompts a genuine smile, replacing his professional one. Enjoy Chicago, sir. Safe travels onward. You've arranged a busy itinerary in Chicago. Interviews with transportation officials about the city's role as America's railroad hub, visits to automotive plants, and, most excitingly, a trip to Chicago's new municipal airport. But first, you need to take in the city itself. Stepping outside LaSalle Street Station into downtown Chicago delivers an immediate sensory jolt. The noise hits first, construction everywhere, automobiles honking, elevated trains rumbling overhead, newsboys shouting headlines, street vendors calling their wares. The smell follows, complex urban bouquet of exhaust fumes, industrial smoke, restaurant kitchens, and humanity packed densely together. Chicago in 1928 pulsates with energy and ambition. New skyscrapers rise seemingly weekly. The Michigan Avenue Bridge, completed just a few years earlier, has transformed the North Side into a development boom. Despite prohibition, speakeasies operate openly, many controlled by Al Capone's organization, currently at the height of its power. You hail a yellow cab, another symbol of America's transportation revolution. Standardized taxi services are relatively new, made possible by affordable automobiles and improved urban roads. Your driver, a talkative Italian immigrant, provides unsolicited commentary on everything from Chicago politics, crooked as they come, to baseball, Cubs looking good this year, as he navigates traffic to your hotel. The Drake Hotel represents Chicago's ambitions for world-class status, 16 stories of luxury overlooking Lake Michigan, its lobby a marble and gilt showcase of prosperity. After checking in and freshening up, you head to your first appointment at the headquarters of the Illinois Highway Commission. The commissioner meets you in an office with large maps covering the walls, a web of planned highways spreading across the state like arteries and veins. 5 years ago, he tells you, tracing a route with his finger, You couldn't drive from Chicago to Springfield without breaking an axle or getting stuck in the mud. Now we've got concrete highways connecting every major city in the state, and we're just getting started. The numbers he shares astound you. Illinois alone has paved over 5,000 miles of highways in the past decade. Nationwide, the federal government has funded thousands more through matching programs with states. America is quite literally paving its way into the future. Detroit to Chicago used to be a 3-day drive if the weather was good. The commissioner continues, his voice filled with pride. Now it's 6 hours on concrete all the way. This radical compression of time and space changes everything, where people can live, work, shop, and vacation. The psychological map of America is being redrawn around drive times, not just miles. Your next stop proves this point dramatically. Chicago's Municipal Airport, a dusty field on the city's southwest side that hardly matches its grand name. Yet, this primitive facility handles growing passenger traffic between Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, and other Midwestern cities. The airport manager laughs when you ask about passenger amenities. Amenities, he scoffs. We've got a bench and a telephone. Most folks are just happy to survive the flight. Early commercial aviation was wildly uncomfortable and unreliable. Without pressurized cabins, planes flew at low altitudes, bouncing through every bit of turbulence. They weren't powerful enough to climb over bad weather, so they flew through it or, more often, got grounded by it. Nevertheless, you've arranged passage on a Ford trimotor operated by National Air Transport, a predecessor of United Airlines, departing for Kansas City that afternoon. The fare costs roughly 4 times what a train ticket would, but saves an entire day of travel time. The premium is paid for speed. At the airfield, the Ford trimotor sits impressively, its corrugated metal skin gleaming in the afternoon sun. Nicknamed the Tin Goose, it represents the first generation of purpose-built commercial aircraft. With 3 engines for reliability and room for 10 passengers plus crew, it symbolizes aviation's transition from a daredevil stunt to practical transportation. Your fellow passengers are exclusively businessmen whose time is valuable enough to justify the expense, plus one nervous-looking woman traveling to her father's funeral, the urgency overcoming her obvious fear of flying. The pilot, wearing the leather jacket and cap that are still part uniform, part romantic holdover from war flying, greets each passenger personally. Smooth flying today, folks. A little bumpy over the Mississippi, but we'll be in Kansas City by sunset. Inside, the aircraft is Spartan compared to the train's luxury. Wicker seats line both sides of a narrow cabin. Windows are small. There's no food service, no bathroom, and earplugs are distributed to combat the deafening engine noise that will make conversation impossible. The woman next to you grips her handbag tightly as the engines start with an ear-splitting roar. First flight. You shout over the noise. She nods, white-knuckled. My husband says I'm crazy. Says these contraptions drop from the sky regularly. She's not entirely wrong. Aviation safety standards are still developing. Crashes remain common enough that each safe landing feels somewhat miraculous. The takeoff is stomach-lurching, the plane bouncing along the grass airfield before reluctantly surrendering to flight. As Chicago recedes below, replaced by a patchwork quilt of farms and small towns, your seatmate gradually relaxes her death grip on her handbag. The flight is everything the pilot promised, generally smooth, with stomach-dropping bumps over the Mississippi River Valley. Without cabin pressurization, you fly low enough to clearly see details of the landscape below. Cars moving along highways, trains snaking across the plains, and river barges hauling goods along waterways. The layered transportation network of 1928 America spreads beneath you like a living map. 3.5 hours later, compared to an overnight train journey. You land at Kansas City's airfield, another converted farm on the city's outskirts. Your seatmate sighs with relief, crossing herself before disembarking on visibly shaky legs. "Next time, I'm taking the train," she declares. Slower, but the ground stays where God intended it. Kansas City serves as your gateway to another transportation revolution, the emerging culture of automobile tourism. You rent a Chevrolet touring car from Hertz, already establishing a national network of rental locations, and prepare for the next leg of your journey, driving west along the newly designated Route 66. The guy at the Hertz counter hands you the keys and says, "Just had her serviced yesterday. Should make it to at least Tulsa before something falls off." And he's only half joking. Cars in 1928 required maintenance every few hundred miles. Long-distance driving meant being part mechanic, or knowing where to find one fast. Before leaving Kansas City the next morning, you visit a store that didn't exist a decade earlier, an outfitter specializing in automobile tourism equipment. They sell specialized luggage designed to strap onto running boards, folding chairs and tables for roadside picnics, canvas water bags to hang from the radiator cap. Evaporation keeps the water cool, and detailed road maps published by oil companies as marketing tools. The store manager explains the essentials for long-distance automobile travel: spare tubes and patch kits, obviously, a fan belt, extra oil, a compass, a flashlight, and a tow rope, and cash for when you need a farmer to pull you out of the mud. This preparation underscores an important reality. Driving across America in 1928 still requires planning akin to a wilderness expedition. Gas stations exist primarily in towns. Rural breakdowns might mean hours or days waiting for parts. Many roads remain unpaved despite recent infrastructure improvements. Nevertheless, you set out westward the next morning, joining a growing tribe of automobile tourists, discovering America through windshields. Route 66, only recently designated and still partially unpaved, stretches ahead toward the Pacific. It's a concrete and gravel artery pumping travelers through America's heartland. The first day's drive from Kansas City takes you through western Missouri and into Oklahoma. The landscape unfolds at an automobile pace, faster than horse travel, but slow enough to absorb details that blur from train windows and disappear entirely from airplanes. Something new catches your eye every few miles. Roadside stands selling produce directly from farms, hand-painted signs advertising tourist cabins, the forerunners of motels, and, perhaps most significantly, filling stations evolving from simple pumps into service complexes, with restaurants and souvenir shops attached. Near Claremore, Oklahoma, you stop at one such establishment, Red's Filling Station and Cafe, where an entrepreneurial owner has combined gas pumps, a repair garage, a small lunch counter, and tourist cabins into a roadside empire. Red himself, a sunburned man with hands permanently stained with grease, fills your tank while sharing his business philosophy. Used to just pump gas, then realized folks driving through need food, then realized they need sleep. Pretty soon I'll add a swimming pool and call it a resort. He's joking, but his business evolution traces the rapid development of roadside America, an entirely new commercial landscape growing along highways to serve automotive travelers. Companies like Howard Johnson's are already standardizing this roadside experience, offering consistent food and lodging that will eventually replace local establishments like Red's. Inside the cafe, you enjoy a surprisingly good chicken dinner while interviewing fellow road travelers, a family relocating from Arkansas to California, a traveling salesman whose territory covers 4 states, and a young couple on their honeymoon. Each represents a different aspect of America's new mobility. Used to take 3 weeks to move household goods by train. explains the relocating father. Now we've got everything we own in the car and trailer, and we'll be in California in 8 days if the roads stay good. The traveling salesman interjects, 5 years ago, I could only cover my territory every 2 months by train. Now I hit every customer monthly by car. It's changed everything about my business. That night, you experience another automotive age innovation, the tourist cabin. For 50 cents, Red provides a simple one-room structure with a bed, a chair, and a washstand. It's basic but clean and represents an important transition in American travel accommodation, bridging the gap between formal hotels and informal camping that will eventually evolve into the motel industry. Morning brings a continuation of your westward journey through Oklahoma's dusty landscape. The roads deteriorate as you move further from major cities, with sections of Route 66 still under construction. Detours send you along unmarked country roads where wrong turns add hours to your journey. By late afternoon, you're lost somewhere in western Oklahoma, low on gas, with storm clouds threatening on the horizon. The romance of road travel suddenly reveals its flip side: vulnerability to the elements, mechanical failure, and simple disorientation. Just as your anxiety peaks, you crest a hill and spot a welcome sight. A small gas station with a single pump stands at a rural crossroads. The elderly attendant not only refills your tank, but provides detailed directions back to Route 66, along with weather wisdom. Storms coming sure as sunrise, he warns. Best find proper shelter before dark. Reynolds has a hotel 15 miles west. You thank him and press onward, racing the darkening skies. This experience, the mix of freedom and vulnerability, the reliance on strangers' kindness, the constant adjustment to changing conditions, defines early automotive tourism. Unlike train travel's predictability or air travel speed, car journeys maintain intimate contact with the landscape and community while introducing new uncertainties. As predicted, Reynolds proves to have a small hotel catering to automobile travelers. You secure a room just as rain begins hammering the town. From your window, you watch other travelers arrive in weather-beaten cars, seeking the same shelter from the prairie storm that now rattles windows and floods unpaved streets. The hotel lobby becomes an impromptu community as travelers share road conditions, mechanical tips, and destination recommendations. This information exchange represents another aspect of America's transportation revolution, the creation of shared knowledge networks among mobile citizens. Before published guides like Duncan Hines or AAA, travelers relied on this oral tradition of recommendations and warnings. Roads washed out south of Amarillo, warns a salesman who's just come eastward. Take the northern route unless you've got chains and boards. Avoid the hotel in Tucumcari, advises another. Bed bugs the size of quarters. Through these conversations, a map of America forms that no official atlas shows, subjective, constantly updated, focused on traveler needs rather than geographical accuracy. As the storm rages outside, you record observations in your notebook, already planning the magazine article taking shape in your mind. The transportation revolution isn't just about vehicles or infrastructure. It's about how Americans are reconceiving their relationship with distance, community, and possibility. Tomorrow, you'll continue westward, eventually reaching California, where the final leg of your journey awaits, a coastal steamship back to New York via the Panama Canal. But tonight, listening to the rain on the roof and the voices of fellow travelers in the lobby below, you realize you're witnessing America literally in motion, a nation transforming itself through sheer mobility. It's October 1929. The Roaring Twenties are about to come to a screeching halt, though most Americans don't know it yet. Let's check in with the people we've met throughout our journey, because their stories, like the decade itself, are headed for an unexpected final chapter. In New York, the tenement apartment on the Lower East Side feels different now. There's a radio on a small table, second-hand but working fine. A few pieces of modest furniture have been added. The windows have proper curtains instead of hanging sheets. Small improvements that represent nearly a decade of grinding work and careful saving. You wake up in the same small bedroom, but you don't share it anymore. Your brother moved out last year, married a girl from the neighborhood, and they live 3 blocks away in a slightly better building. The bed still sags in the middle, but the sheets are newer, the blanket thicker. Winter's coming, and this year the drafts from the windows seem less vicious. Your father is already gone, still working the night shift at the docks, despite his advancing age and worsening cough. Your mother moves around the kitchen, preparing breakfast much as she did years ago, though her hair has more gray now and her movements are a little slower. Mr. Goldstein says they're hiring at the garment factory again. She mentions placing a bowl of oatmeal before you. Maybe Joseph can get his old job back. Joseph is your brother, laid off 3 weeks ago from the auto parts warehouse, where he'd found better-paying work after leaving the garment factory. It wasn't just him. Dozens of workers were let go with vague explanations about inventory adjustment and temporary market conditions. Nobody's panicking yet. Layoffs happen, but there are whispers in the neighborhood, rumors of trouble at banks, and businesses quietly cutting back. Nothing dramatic, just a slow tightening, like the air gradually leaking from a balloon. Your mother glances at the newspaper on the table, frowning at headlines shouting about another day of heavy selling on Wall Street. Stock market news never concerned her before. The financial dealings of the wealthy existed in another universe from tenement life, but lately, those distant economic forces seem to be casting shadows even here. Mrs. Reichert's boy got sent home from a construction site yesterday, she says, worry creasing her brow. Whole project stopped. Something about financing. Your father studied this stuff in his night school business class. He brought home terms like margin buying and speculation that sounded like a foreign language to the rest of you. Playing with matches next to dynamite, he called it, shaking his head at newspaper stories of ordinary people pouring savings into stocks. In this neighborhood, nobody had money for stock speculation, but everyone has jobs connected to people who do. The garment factories make clothes for the wealthy. The construction sites build their offices. The warehouses store their goods. The invisible threads of economic connection run everywhere, even if most people don't see them yet. Let's travel west to Iowa, where the Miller family farm looks considerably different than when we last visited. The old barn has a new addition, built with prosperity from several good harvests. The farmhouse sports a fresh coat of white paint. Most noticeably, the Model T Ford has been replaced by a newer Chevrolet sedan parked proudly beside a Fordson tractor that has revolutionized the farm's productivity. John Miller, the son we met earlier, is 25 now and effectively running the farm as his father gradually steps back. This morning, you find him at the kitchen table with his own young wife, their newborn daughter sleeping in a handmade cradle nearby. Holcomb's foreclosing on the Peterson place, John tells his wife, concern evident in his voice. Bank called in their loan. Third farm this month. The prosperity that transformed the Miller farm hasn't reached everyone equally. Farm prices have been declining since 1926, though the drop initially seemed temporary. Farmers who borrowed heavily to expand during the good years now face impossible math. Loan payments calculated on $2 wheat when the market price has fallen below $1. John's father enters, moving stiffly from arthritis, but still strong. Got the radio working again, he announces. Think we should sell some corn now or wait? The radio has become essential farm equipment, not for entertainment, but for crop prices broadcast daily from Chicago. Information is currency in modern farming. The difference between profit and loss is often determined by timing rather than just production. John shakes his head. Prices keep dropping. The elevator man in town thinks they'll go lower still. This is the quiet crisis preceding the famous crash, an agricultural depression already squeezing rural America while the cities still boom. The Millers are doing okay, having avoided excessive debt, but neighbors disappear monthly, their farms consolidated by banks or larger operators. The family Chevrolet, once a symbol of rural America joining the transportation revolution, now serves a practical emergency duty. Last week, John drove the Petersons and what possessions would fit to the train station. They're heading to California, joining an exodus that will become a flood in the coming years. The farming family looks at their radio. The technology isn't just entertainment for them. It's literally financial survival. Market reports, weather forecasts, and crop predictions. This information flows instantly across America now, tying farmers in Iowa directly to trading floors in Chicago, and when those markets hiccup, the vibrations reach farmhouse tables with frightening speed. In Millerville, Pennsylvania, our small-town teenager, Sarah, is now a young woman of 22, recently graduated from normal school and teaching first grade in her hometown. Her childhood bedroom remains largely unchanged. The movie magazine clippings faded on the walls. The Victrola gathers dust since radio became the preferred entertainment. She descends to breakfast, where her father reads the newspaper with unusual intensity. The headlines scream about market volatility. The Dow Jones down nearly 40 points yesterday, nearly 10% of its value, followed by a partial recovery. What does it mean? Sarah asks, pouring coffee. Her father manages the hardware store, but like many middle-class Americans in the late 1920s, he's begun dabbling in stocks. Nothing major, just a few $100s of carefully saved money invested on tips from customers and radio financial programs. Probably nothing, he answers, but his tone lacks conviction. Market goes up and down, always has. But the worry lines on his forehead tell a different story. The radio financial experts whose advice he trusted have been increasingly contradictory lately. Some urge buying this temporary dip. Others suggest caution. Yesterday, a prominent banker on the Collier's Hour radio program counseled listeners to avoid panic while carefully avoiding specific predictions. After breakfast, Sarah walks to the school where she teaches. Main Street looks prosperous. Shop fronts are freshly painted. New automobiles are angled, parked along the curb. Window displays showcase the latest fashions from Philadelphia and New York. Nothing visible suggests an impending crisis. Yet subtle signs appear if you know where to look. The furniture store window that promoted easy credit terms last month now advertises a special cash discount. The jewelry store has quietly reduced inventory. The movie theater has dropped prices for matinees. These are small adjustments, nothing dramatic. At school, Sarah overhears two other teachers discussing their husbands' investments. Frank's broker says to buy more while prices are down. One says confidently, "It's just the big financial interests trying to scare small investors out of the market." The other nods uncertainly. That's what Harry thought too, but his cousin in New York says something's really wrong this time. These conversations repeat across America that October. Uncertainty masked with bravado, financial experts contradicting each other, and ordinary Americans trying to decipher complex market movements with limited information. The interconnected media landscape that spread jazz, movies, and radio serials now transmits financial anxiety with equal efficiency. Meanwhile, in Lake Forest, Illinois, the Harrington Mansion appears unchanged in its manicured perfection. Inside, however, the atmosphere has shifted subtly. Howard Harrington, banking magnate and family patriarch, hasn't left his wood-paneled study for 2 days, a telephone constantly at his ear, financial newspapers scattered across his desk. His daughter Catherine, now 22 and recently married to Robert Abbott of the railroad fortune, visits with concern. The household staff moves quietly, sensing tension without understanding its source. The family's 18 domestic employees continue polishing silver and preparing elaborate meals while their employer faces financial demons. "Father," Catherine calls softly from the study doorway. Howard looks up, a forced smile not reaching his eyes. "Just business matters, dear. Nothing to worry about." But there's plenty to worry about in Howard Harrington's world. The financial system he's navigated so confidently for decades suddenly seems built on sand. Colleagues whose judgment he trusted have made increasingly desperate moves in recent weeks. Margin calls, demands for cash to cover investment loans, have wiped out several fellow members of the Chicago Club. The wealthy inhabit the same volatile economic ecosystem as tenement dwellers and farmers, though with more substantial buffers against hardship. Howard Harrington won't lose his mansion if markets collapse, but his social position, business reputation, and self-image all rest on financial foundations now showing alarming cracks. Later that evening, Catherine and her husband Robert attend a charity gala at Chicago's Palmer House Hotel. Outwardly, nothing has changed in this world of privilege. Women drip with jewels. Champagne flows despite prohibition. An orchestra plays fashionable dance music. Yet, the conversation has shifted. Between practiced smiles, men exchange worried updates on specific stocks and companies. Women who normally discuss social matters now reference investments and bank stability. Information and reassurance have become the most precious commodities in wealthy circles. "Harrison liquidated everything yesterday," Robert tells a colleague, quietly over canapes. "Moved it all to government bonds." "Panic thinking," the colleague scoffs, but his eyes dart nervously around the opulent ballroom. Markets are fundamentally sound. These ritual reassurances echo through the upper class that October, desperate affirmations of prosperity, while financial instruments constructed on speculation and debt begin their inevitable collapse. As Catherine moves through the glittering crowd, she overhears fragments of similar conversations everywhere. The wife of a prominent manufacturer mentions their canceled winter trip to France. A banking associate of her father declined champagne, whispering something about conserving resources. These are small signals of retrenchment amid ongoing displays of wealth. And what about our journalist? Last seen traveling Route 66 westward to document America's transportation revolution. He's back in New York now, sitting in the offices of Collier's magazine, arguing with his editor about the article he submitted. "It's too pessimistic," the editor insists, the manuscript pages marked heavily with red pencil. "Readers want optimism about America's future, not warnings about financial instability." The journalist sighs. His cross-country journey revealed not just America's transportation transformation, but the economic fault lines now threatening to rupture. In California, he observed produce rotting on docks because farmers couldn't afford shipping costs. In Chicago, half-completed skyscrapers stood abandoned when financing disappeared. In small towns across America, bank closures left communities stranded without savings or credit. The transportation networks connecting America physically are remarkable, he explains patiently, but they're also creating new vulnerabilities. Financial problems spread faster, too. What happens in New York affects Iowa overnight. The editor remains unconvinced. Rewrite it. Focus on the achievements, the highways, the air routes, the automobile culture. Leave the economic analysis to the financial pages. This conversation repeats across American media at fall. Warnings muted, concerns downplayed, and optimism enforced, even as evidence mounts that the decade's prosperity rests on increasingly shaky foundations. That evening, our journalist walks Manhattan streets deep in thought. The city pulses with energy as always, theaters illuminated, restaurants packed, and fashionable crowds moving between entertainment venues. Nothing visible suggests imminent collapse. Yet small signs appear here too. More men selling apples on street corners than last month. Help-wanted advertisements shrinking in newspapers. Luxury stores offering unprecedented sales. The whispered word recession replacing prosperity in overheard conversations. The journalist stops at a newsstand where tomorrow's papers already headline the day's market activity. Prices steady after recovery. Bankers optimistic. The reassuring headline masks the day's extreme volatility and growing panic among financial insiders. Let's pull back now, seeing all our characters simultaneously across America on this October evening in 1929. They don't know each other. They live in different worlds with different concerns. Yet increasingly, their fates intertwine through economic and media networks that bind Americans together as never before. In the New York tenement, a family worries about layoffs while preparing for bed, their modest improvements to daily life potentially at risk. On the Iowa farm, a young farmer calculates and recalculates numbers that refuse to balance, wondering how long they can hold out if prices continue falling. In small-town Pennsylvania, a school teacher helps her father track his modest investments by radio reports, both trying to decipher contradictory expert advice. In a Chicago mansion, a banker stares sleeplessly at financial papers, calculating potential losses that would have seemed impossible months earlier. And in a Manhattan apartment, a journalist rewrites his article to satisfy editorial demands for optimism, even as his observations suggest caution. None of them know exactly what's coming. Even financial experts don't predict the full magnitude of the crash that will begin on October 24th, 1929, just days away, or the Great Depression that will follow. But they sense the shifts and adjustments, the subtle tightening of economic conditions that precedes visible crisis. What makes this historical moment poignant isn't just the impending financial disaster, but how the decade's transformations created both new connections and new vulnerabilities. The same technologies bringing Americans together, automobiles, radio, mass media, and modern banking, will also transmit economic disaster with unprecedented speed and scope. The 1920s fundamentally rewired America, physically through transportation networks, culturally through mass media, economically through consumer credit and financial speculation, and socially through changing norms and expectations. This rewiring created the modern nation, recognizable in its broad outlines despite nearly a century of subsequent change. When the stock market crashes, just days after our story ends, these connections will ensure no community remains untouched. The tenement worker, the Iowa farmer, the small-town teacher, the Chicago banker, and countless others will find themselves participating in a shared national experience unlike anything previous generations knew. Not prosperity this time, but its opposite. Yet the fundamental transformations of the Roaring Twenties will endure even through economic disaster. Americans who learn to expect mechanical refrigeration won't return to iceboxes. Families introduced to radio entertainment won't abandon it for silence. Communities connected by highways and automobiles won't revert to isolation. The expectations of modernity, once established, prove difficult to surrender. So as you drift towards sleep in your comfortable bed, consider how those Americans of 1929 shaped the world you inhabit. Their automobiles evolved into your fuel-injected, computer-controlled vehicles. Their crackling radios became your streaming services. Their tenuous airplane routes grew into the global aviation network. Their department stores transformed into today's online retailers. The technologies change, but the human desires remain consistent. For connection, for convenience, for entertainment, for mobility, for better lives than previous generations knew. The Roaring Twenties accelerated and democratized these possibilities, making previously elite experiences accessible to millions. As sleep approaches, perhaps reflect on how your own daily life would astonish those Americans of 1929, even as their foundations for the world you take for granted. The threads connecting past to present remain unbroken, though sometimes invisible, weaving through time to create the social fabric we all inhabit together. Hey guys, tonight we begin with the curious, crusty, and quietly horrifying world of Victorian bakers. Men who rose before dawn, worked beside ovens hot enough to bake a small mammal, and unknowingly poison their neighbors one sourdough at a time. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. It's 4 a.m. in Victorian London. The streets are quiet except for the occasional horse that forgot it's been dead for 2 days. The smog hasn't quite thickened yet, but give it time. You, however, are already awake. Not because you love mornings, not because you're a hustler or believe in early bird philosophy. No, you're a baker. And in this era, that means you rise before God does. You drag yourself out of a straw mattress so stiff it could legally be classified as furniture and punishment. There's no coffee, no alarm clock, just your internal sense of dread and the sound of your neighbor coughing up a lung, possibly his third this week. You slip into your baking clothes, a flour-stained apron, and the vague hope that today maybe you won't pass out near the oven. The bakery is less cozy pastry shop and more gas chamber with a chimney. It's tucked below street level like a secret lair for someone whose superpower is gluten intolerance. You descend into this flowery pit of despair while muttering something that might be a prayer or just a wheeze. Lighting the oven requires skill, courage, and fingers you're willing to sacrifice. Victorian baking ovens weren't precisely calibrated gas ranges. They were brick furnaces powered by coal and regrets. The fire must be kept roaring from before dawn until the last loaf is sold, or until you accidentally ignite your own eyebrows, whichever comes first. Your hands are already cracking from the cold, but that's fine. You'll be sweating like a boiled ham within the hour. The soot starts settling in your lungs like an unwanted house guest. There's flour in your nose, your ears, your thoughts. You sneeze and a small cloud puffs out. The apprentice laughs. You consider baking him. The worst part, you haven't even started baking yet. This is just the warm-up. The Victorian baker's day is a 16-hour dance with dehydration, fire hazards, and the slow realization that you're essentially the coal miner of the food world, except instead of a canary, you have a loaf of bread that might contain poison. But you soldier on, because in this era, baking bread is noble. Deadly sure, but noble. Step carefully. The bakery floor is a delightful mix of soot, grease, and things that may once have been alive. You've entered the oven dungeon, a subterranean space where dreams go to sweat to death. It's dim, it's damp, and it smells like scorched dough and quiet despair. Think of it as a finished sauna. If the sauna also had a rat problem and zero ventilation. The oven itself, oh, it's a beast. A soot-belching, cold-chomping brick leviathan that dominates the room like a poorly maintained dragon. It doesn't purr. It roars. It cacks. It occasionally explodes, and you have to feed it constantly like a toddler. If the toddler ran on fossil fuels and and actively try to melt your face off. The fire started with coal and prayer. Mostly prayer. There's no temperature dial, no safety switch. You learn the correct heat by sticking your arm into the mouth of the inferno and seeing how loudly you scream. Too little heat and the bread's soggy. Too much and you've invented artisanal charcoal. And then comes the smoke. Not a pleasant wood-fired aroma. No, this is thick industrial soot. It slinks into your lungs, clings to your clothes, and leaves you coughing like you're trying to expel a Victorian chimney sweep from your windpipe. You're sweating already. It's 5 a.m. and you're wetter than a fisher's handshake. Your clothes stick to you. Your hair is plastered to your face, and there's still 14 hours to go. Some bakers tried wrapping wet rags around their necks for relief, a kind of prehistoric cooling device. Others just gave up and embraced the moist suffering. There are no windows, by the way. Why would there be? Natural light might lift morale, and we can't have that. The only illumination comes from a flickering oven glow and a single oil lamp with the brightness of a dying candle. And just when you think you've adjusted, the door swings open and in comes the delivery boy, tracking in street dirt, a breeze of cold air, and the faint reminder that there's a world outside not made entirely of carbon particles. But you stay because the bread must rise, even if you don't. Now it's time to actually make the bread. You know, the thing your entire job is named after. Easy, right? Flour, water, yeast, maybe a pinch of salt. That's all it takes. Except welcome to Victorian England, where everything is either unaffordable, poisonous, or mysteriously glowing in the dark. Let's start with the flour. The good stuff is expensive, imported, clean, pure. So, naturally, you'll never see it. Instead, you're handed a sack of budget flour that has the consistency of sand and the moral integrity of a Victorian landlord. It's been bulked up with chalk, bone dust, and the powdered dreams of orphans. And you still have to sift it for bugs. But wait, we're just getting started. To whiten the flour and make it look fancy, bakers often added alum, a substance that sounds like it belongs in chemistry class and smells like betrayal. It makes the bread bright and fluffy. Sure, it also wrecks your digestive tract and has the nutritional value of wallpaper. Still, the customers loved it, probably because it was the only food that didn't come with visible rats. Then there's the salt, assuming you could afford salt. Otherwise, you guessed it, plaster of Paris. Yes, the stuff used to make sculptures and possibly to reinforce the walls of your bakery, so they don't collapse under the weight of their own shame. As for yeast, fresh yeast was unpredictable and hard to store. So many bakers turned to beer bomb, the frothy byproduct of brewing. It gave the dough a nice rise and a faint taste of regret. But if that ran out, don't worry. Someone always had a stale loaf you could boil down and use as a fermented starter. It's recycling Victorian style. Oh, and water. That's assuming you had clean water, which you don't. What you do have is something that once flowed near a tannery and now has the color of weak tea and the aftertaste of cholera. So you mix it all up in a giant wooden trough that hasn't been washed since the reign of Henry VII. A few stray hairs, maybe a fingernail, just call it rustic, and voila, your dough is ready. Or cursed, possibly both. Ah yes, alum, the Victorian baker's favorite not-so-secret ingredient. If the 1800s were Hogwarts, then alum would be the shady spell you found scribbled in the margins of an old moldy cookbook. Whiteness maximus. Side effects may include organ failure. Let's get this out of the way. Alum wasn't added for flavor, nutrition, or culinary flair. It was added for appearances. Because in the age of grime, soot, and industrial sludge, people wanted bread that looked clean. And nothing says clean like powdery whiteness achieved through aluminum sulfate, a compound also used in tanning leather and pickling body parts. Charming bakers discover that tossing in a pinch or several fists to vellum made low-quality flour appear high-end. It fluffed the dough, gave it that pristine white crumb, and tricked the average customer into thinking they were eating something safe. And who could blame them? You're not buying artisanal sourdough from a bearded hipster in 1842. You're buying from a man whose apron may or may not contain blood from several species. Now, alum wasn't technically poison. That would be too simple. Instead, it was a slow burn gastrointestinal nightmare. Frequent consumption caused stomach cramps, vomiting, and long-term damage to the kidneys and bowels. But since no one back then tracked symptoms, unless they involved spontaneous decapitation, most people just blamed the usual suspects. Ghosts, bad humors, or the French. What's worse, alum was cheap, dirt cheap. So the poorer you were, the more likely your bread came with a healthy dose of colon corrosion. Some bakers even mixed alum with piped clay or ground bones to cut costs. It was less baking and more alchemy. If your goal was to create a pastry that fought back, health inspectors, oh sweet summer child, this was Victorian England. The only regulation was don't get caught. A few reformers tried to raise awareness about alum, publishing pamphlets with titles like Deadly Bread and The Working Man's Intestines, but most people kept eating whatever was available, because hunger has a way of dulling one's interest in chemistry. So, you've survived the oven dungeon and the alum mystery sludge. Congratulations, you're still breathing for now. But let's spice things up with a little arsenic, shall we? You know that classic rat poison that Victorian England kept accidentally sprinkling into its food like it was cinnamon in the grand game of what ingredient will kill me today. Arsenic wasn't actually a baker's first choice. It just happened. Kind of like tripping into a grave. You see, many bakers bought their flour or sugar in bulk from local dealers. And sometimes those dealers' edible goods next to dye powders used for textiles, many of which were absolutely swimming in arsenic, because nothing says freshly milled like sharing a shelf with corpse paint. Now here's where it gets festive. Green dye, particularly the wildly popular Shields green, was loaded with arsenic. It was used in wallpaper, clothing, candies, and yes, even decorative flour sacks. So, if the miller accidentally used a bag that had once held green dye, well, your dough was now a slow-acting chemical weapon. The most infamous case, the Bradford Sweets poisoning of 1858. A local candy maker accidentally swapped sugar for arsenic trioxide. Result, 21 people dead, countless more sick. The authorities called it a tragic mistake. Modern experts call it deeply preventable, with even a hint of labeling. And what about the customers? The ones biting into their arsenic baguette thinking, tastes a bit metallic today, but maybe that's just rustic charm. They'd fall ill, pale skin, hair loss, vomiting, bowel issues that made death look appealing. And if they were poor, no one batted an eye. Probably just overworked, people would say. Or maybe they looked directly at a chimney sweep. That's bad luck, that is. As for bakers, they had no idea half the time. They were too busy trying not to pass out from heat stroke or get kicked by a soot-covered delivery boy. So if arsenic crept in, it was chalked up to one of life's many invisible hazards, like ghosts or spontaneous combustion. And remember, this was all still considered legal because regulations. Those were for people who could afford to sue. Imagine walking into your local bakery. You expect the faint smell of fresh bread, a clean counter, a cheerful baker in a tidy apron. Now erase all of that from your mind. Set the whole thing on fire and replace it with the shirtless man sweating into a wooden vat while whistling through 3 missing teeth. Congratulations. You've arrived at the average Victorian bakehouse. Hygiene standards. Let's just say the only standard was filth. Bakers often worked shirtless because the ovens turned the room into a bread-scented sauna. That would be fine if not for the fact that most of them also had skin conditions, open cuts, and the general complexion of a chimney sweep with seasonal scurvy gloves. Not a thing. Hairnets. A joke. Shoes. Optional. 1 foot infection away from becoming the secret ingredient in tomorrow's crumpet. The flour would stick to their sweaty chests. The dough would cling to their arms. And by the end of the shift, they looked less like craftsmen and more like ghosts made of glue. Now, you may be wondering, surely the bakery itself was at least cleaned. Huh, no. Most Victorian bakiuses were cramped, dark, and riddled with vermin. Rats the size of poodles roamed freely. Flies performed synchronized aerial routines over mixing bowls. Cockroaches had favorite corners, and the walls were often damp enough to grow their own ecosystem. Waste disposal, floor, leftover dough, floor, expired ingredients, mixed into the next batch. Waste not, want not, and remember, flour attracts pests. So the sacks were a buffet for moths and mice who generously left behind droppings and the occasional corpse. Just more texture for the loaf. Health inspectors did exist eventually, but they were few and far between, often bribed or simply ignored. And customers, they had no idea. Bread was the staple of the working class diet. As long as it didn't smell like actual death, a loose standard, people bought it, ate it, fed it to their kids. One report described a bakery with a mixing trough also served as a sleeping spot for the owner's dog. Another described rats falling into the dough and being baked in. These stories weren't outliers. They were Tuesday. And yet, Victorians kept eating the bread because death by loaf was still better than death by starvation. If you thought the only creatures making your Victorian loaf were humans, with questionable hygiene and heat rashes, think again. Because in the 19th century bakehouse, there was a second furrier workforce. Rats, bold, nimble, unpaid, and utterly uninterested in boundaries. Victorian bakiuses were paradise for rats. Picture it. Flour dust in the air, warm corners, unsecured sacks of grain, and no one enforcing pest control unless a rat physically proposed marriage to a customer. There were reports, not rumors, but actual reports of rats living inside the walls, the ovens, and sometimes in the flour barrels themselves. It wasn't a pest problem. It was a partnership. Some rats even learned the rhythms of the bakery. They'd scurry out during the early morning mixing, grab a mouthful of dough, and dash off before anyone noticed or cared. Others were bolder, hopping directly into dough troughs, nibbling on the edges of loaves, or occasionally meeting their fate mid-bake. The phrase crunchy crust might have had a more literal meaning than anyone cared to admit. And the bakers, they didn't always mind. Some saw it as unavoidable, like bad weather or cholera. One man was quoted in a health inspector's journal saying, "At least they take the weevils with them." A glowing endorsement of rat-based quality control, if ever there was one. In one infamous case, a loaf was returned because a rat's tail was discovered baked into the center. The baker reportedly shrugged and said, "Takes all sorts to make a meal." Lawsuits were rare because customers were too hungry to complain and too poor to find a lawyer who wouldn't charge in bread. And don't think the rats stayed in the walls. Oh no, they were social, friendly even. Some families reported seeing rats run alongside the breadkers as they made deliveries, a kind of rodent escort service, ensuring the product made it to the market, seasoned. It wasn't just one or two rats. It was colonies, generations, possibly dynasties. There were likely rat families who passed down stories of the Great Loaf Drop of 43 or the Flour Sack Uprising of Spring. So yes, in the Victorian bakery, your bread might have been kneaded by a man named Thomas and licked by a rat named Gerald. Bon appetit. If you thought the only danger in a Victorian bakery came from arsenic, rats, and shirtless men sweating into dough, Allow me to introduce you to the flaming cherry on top. Spontaneous combustion, or as the bakers called it, are not again. Victorian-era bakiouses were basically wooden boxes filled with heat, flour dust, and denial. The ovens were coal or wood-fired monsters, often patched together with spare bricks, good intentions, and whatever hadn't already burned down. They ran constantly because bread waits for no man, and fire safety inspectors were more myth than reality. Flour dust, in case you didn't know, is extremely combustible, like kaboom levels of flammable. All it takes is one spark, and suddenly your charming neighborhood bakery turns into a flaming Victorian marshmallow. And that spark, could come from anything. A dropped coal, a faulty oven door, or the baker's pipe. Because yes, they also smoked inside around open flames next to clouds of dust. While wearing linen soaked in sweat, genius, truly. The floors were usually wooden, soaked in oil, yeast, and regret. The walls were stained with soot and fire buckets. Maybe there was one. Maybe it was filled with flour. Who could say? The worst part, fires didn't even guarantee renovations. Some bakeries caught fire multiple times and just kept operating like it was part of the ambience. Yes, the roof is gone, but look at that crust. If half the ceiling fell in, they'd just board it up and declare the bread wood-fired artisan style. One London bakery burned down 3 times in 6 years. The city council blamed it on bad luck. The baker blamed it on ghosts. No one blamed the literal oven wedged up against a sack of coal and a hanging curtain. Insurance? Forget it. Most working-class bakers couldn't afford it. So when the place burned, they either rebuilt with donations or went into debt, which is hard to repay when your only source of income just went up in smoke. Sometimes quite literally while they were shaping the morning rolls. And yet they persisted. Because in Victorian England, if your bakery wasn't a fire hazard, people assumed your bread tasted like sadness. If you were a child in Victorian England with dreams of becoming a baker, congratulations. You were likely about to embark on a magical journey known as indentured servitude, wrapped in flour and casual psychological trauma. Baker apprenticeships were pitched to families as golden opportunities. Learn a trade, earn a crust, maybe even open your own shop one day. The reality, you'd be shoved into a bakery at age 10, work 16-hour shifts for years, and leave with scoliosis, flour lung, and a deep resentment of yeast. The training system mostly consisted of doing every single miserable task the master baker didn't want to do. Sweeping floors, you stoking fires at 3 a.m., you hauling 80-pound sacks of flour up crooked stairs while being shouted at for bruising the grain. Definitely you. Mistakes were not treated as learning opportunities. They were treated as a personal insult to the master's honor. Flattened a loaf. That's a week of verbal lashings. Burned a batch? Sleep in flour bin? Forgot to polish the oven door? Are you trying to ruin me, boy? Oh, and the living conditions. Many apprentices lived in the bakehouse, usually in a cramped loft above the ovens, next to sacks of barley and an elderly rat named Clarence. It was always hot, always noisy, and always smelled like yeast, smoke, and old socks. Nutrition was ironic. You'd think someone surrounded by bread would be well fed, but apprentices often survived on crusts and crumbs. Full loaves were for paying customers. One former apprentice wrote that his lunch was whatever the rats hadn't eaten yet. Inspiring. Physical punishment wasn't common. It was expected. A cuff on the head here, a boot to the backside there. If the master baker had a bad morning, you became the bread. No one intervened. Not your parents, not the law, and certainly not the guilds, who mostly existed to protect the baker's right to underpay you. And yet many apprentices stuck with it, because what else was there? Coal mines, chimney sweeping, dying in the street. In that context, getting screamed at by a man in a flour-covered waistcoat while kneading bread at 4 a.m. didn't seem so bad. Just don't ask about their emotional development. Step into a Victorian bakery and inhale deeply. Ah yes, flour dust, coal smoke, and the subtle bouquet of permanent lung damage. In the 19th century, the simple act of breathing while baking bread was a gamble, a wheezy, phlegmy game of respiratory roulette. You never quite knew what you'd get. Chronic bronchitis, flour lung, or just the delightful sensation of coughing up what felt like an entire baguette. At the heart of the issue was flour, not the quaint artisanal organic variety with nice branding, but raw industrial powdery chaos. Mixing flour wasn't done in neat seal machines. No, it was done in open vats by hand in rooms where the air was literally opaque with dust. Every movement, stirring, sifting, sneezing, sent up clouds of fine particulate matter that settled in your lungs like unwanted tenants. Some bakers developed what was known as baker's lung, or more poetically baker's asthma, an inflammatory reaction to constant flour exposure. Symptoms included wheezing, shortness of breath, and in more dramatic cases, the sound of your lungs sounding like a badly tuned accordion. It was so common that some baking guilds considered coughing part of the uniform. But why stop at flour? Victorian bakers also contended with smoke from constantly burning ovens, usually coal-fired, that pumped out thick black fumes like a steampunk chimney on a bad day. Ventilation was considered optional, and if you cracked open a window, it was likely painted shut or guarded by a rat union. And don't forget the mold. Stale bread and damp flour sacks created a fungal utopia. Breathing in spores was just another occupational hazard, like burnt eyebrows or mild hallucinations from alum consumption. Of course, no one wore masks. Masks were for criminals or actors in questionable theater. Protection, maybe a scarf if you were fancy, but mostly you just sucked it up quite literally and hoped your lungs would evolve into something bread-proof. And when a baker finally keeled over from respiratory failure, the obituary often read something charming like, "Taken too soon. He rose daily like his loaves until he did not. Inhale, exhale. Try not to ease flour onto the buns." In Victorian England, bread wasn't just food. It was ballistic potential with a crusty exterior. When fresh, it was nourishment. When stale, it became something between a bludgeon and a domestic security system. Let's start with the texture. The average loaf, especially the cheaper kind, could go from soft and fluffy to brick with a handle in less than 48 hours. Bakers weren't known for their preservatives or moisture control. By the third day, your humble dinner roll could chip a tooth. By the fourth, it could crack a window. By the fifth, it was legally considered a medieval weapon in 3 counties. This led to a strange social reality. Bread was both sustenance and self-defense. Want to discourage thieves? Display a week-old loaf in the window. Its aggressive density sent a clear message. Need to settle a score with your neighbor? A strategically lobbed crust could do the trick. Arguments in tenement kitchens often escalated into stolid bread jousting matches. It was cheaper than therapy and only slightly more painful. Children, of course, made a game of it. This peculiar quality of stale bread wasn't just an inconvenience. It was a cultural phenomenon. There were even folk sayings about it, like a baker's brick beats an angry wife, or don't judge a loaf by its crust, but by the dent it leaves in a thief's head. The sheer durability of these hardened loaves was a testament to the brutal realities of the era. They had to be tough to survive the journey from the bakery to the home, often jostled in bags or carried through grimy streets. They were food designed for a world where everything, from the water to the very air, seemed to be trying to kill you. And in the end, it was the bread that might just save your life, not by nourishing you, but by knocking out an assailant. It was the ultimate, albeit unintended, multi-purpose product of the industrial age, a source of sustenance and a last-ditch tool for survival. Victorian street kids were already part feral, so when they discovered they could use yesterday's roles like throwing stones, things got theatrical. Market brawls often ended with someone yelling, "Who threw the crumpet?" while rubbing a suspicious lump on their forehead. The army took notice, too. While no one officially armed the Queen soldiers with baguettes, military rations included hardtack, a form of bread so dry and dense it doubled as a tent peg. Soldiers would carve it into dice, file it into makeshift tools, and occasionally chuck it at each other out of boredom or frustration. One officer allegedly broke a window trying to bite his biscuit. The biscuit won, and then there were the bread riots. When prices rose or loaves shrank, hungry mobs didn't protest with signs. They threw bread back at the bakers, sometimes flaming, sometimes with nails in it. Nothing quite says your prices are outrageous, like being pelted with your own product in weaponized form. So yes, in Victorian times, bread nourished the body, but it also bruised it, and in a pinch, it defended your home better than a constable. Truly, carbs were never meant to be this confrontational. To the average Victorian passerby, the local baker appeared harmless, apron dusted with flour, cheeks ready from the oven, smile as warm as a freshly baked bun. But behind that innocent crust lay a dangerous secret. He might have been poisoning the entire neighborhood. Not on purpose, of course. Probably. You see, bread was a daily staple in Victorian Britain, consumed by the ton. It was the backbone of meals, the edible plate, the one thing poor families could count on to keep hunger barely at bay. But here's the kicker. Almost no one knew what was in it, least of all the people eating it, and sometimes the bakers. With little regulation and zero ingredient transparency, baking in the 19th century often resembled a particularly reckless chemistry experiment. Need the bread to look whiter and more expensive? Toss in a little alum, maybe some chalk. Want it to stay moist longer? Try plaster of Paris. Need to stretch the flour. Bulk it with sawdust, mashed potato, or whatever happened to be lying around that looked vaguely edible. Arsenic sometimes by accident, we assume. Arguably, in many towns, customers began to suspect something was off. Children developed stomach cramps. Elderly people keeled over mid-toast. Dogs refused to eat leftover crusts, which in a society where dogs happily gnawed on boodle was a red flag. Health inspectors, those rare unicorns of public safety, eventually took samples and discovered that yes, in fact, bread contained poisonous metals, ground-up bones, and enough alum to stucco a small cottage. One particularly infamous London baker was found to be padding his flour with pipe clay. Another had been storing dough next to rat poison because convenience the kicker. Bakers weren't trying to kill anyone. Most were just trying to survive to keep prices low, loaves big, and profits decent in a cutthroat, soot-covered economy. It was corner cutting out of desperation, not malice. Mostly still, if you ate Victorian bread and lived to see the 20th century, congratulations. You passed a digestive obstacle course that Darwin would have applauded. After everything we've seen, the arsenic, the alum, the rats in the rafters, it's not surprising that baking in Victorian England could literally kill you. What's more surprising is how many unique and unintentionally creative ways dough managed to do the deed. Let's start with the obvious. The oven, that cozy heart of the bakery. It was fueled by coal, wood, or sometimes just pure spite, all of which belched out black smoke and enough carbon monoxide to gently lull you into an early grave. Many bakers died not in dramatic infernos, but slowly and quietly, asphyxiated over time while tending their loaves. A warm death, some said, still not ideal. Then there was the dough itself. Enormous troughs of fermenting mass expanding and bubbling like a monster in a Gothic novel. Some bakers, typically apprentices or anyone with the misfortune of being the new guy, had the task of kneading hundreds of pounds of dough by hand. Imagine being elbow deep in a warm, sticky vat while surrounded by mildew, industrial soot, and the constant risk of collapse. One poor soul in Birmingham allegedly suffocated after falling head first into rising dough. His co-workers thought he was resting. He was not. There were also accidents involving mixing machines, when such terrifying luxuries existed. Victorian technology, you'll recall, didn't come with safety switches or warning labels or empathy. So when your sleeve got caught in a dough hook, you didn't file an HR complaint. You hoped someone noticed you missing before your kneading arm became kneaded arm. And of course, there were the fires. Ovens exploded. Flour dust ignited. Entire bakeries went up in flames because some clerk sneezed near a gas lamp. One notable London fire in 1861 started, no joke, because someone left bread in too long. The lesson: always set a timer, preferably one that doesn't rely on a traumatized apprentice's internal clock. In the end, Victorian bakers didn't just make food. They risked their lives to make daily poison sound appealing. They worked 16-hour days, inhaled coal, fought rats, dodged explosions, and still got blamed when the crust wasn't golden enough. So next time you nibble a baguette in a cozy cafe, raise a crumb to the soot-stained heroes of the past. They died so we could brunch. After decades of industrial flour fakery, chemical garnishings, and enough alum to mummify a horse, the British public had had enough. Yes, even the Victorians, a people known for enjoying bland porridge and casual child labor, eventually drew the line at bread that glowed in candlelight and made your intestines scream. Welcome to the Great Bread Reform. By the mid-9th century, a few brave souls, mostly doctors, angry pamphleteers, and mothers with suspiciously ill toddlers, began asking awkward questions like, "Why does this loaf taste like a tombstone?" And, "Is chalk a necessary food group?" Cue the rise of public health campaigns and a slew of scientific investigations. Suddenly, food adulteration was a hot topic in Parliament. You know things are bad when politicians stop arguing about foreign wars and start worrying about breakfast. In 1860, the Adulteration of Food and Drink Act was passed. It had all the teeth of a wet biscuit, but it was a start. Then came the 1875 Sale of Food and Drugs Act, which actually had enforceable penalties and inspectors with clipboards. Real ones who wore uniforms and didn't accept "I swear it's just flour" as an excuse. Bakers were now subject to surprise checks, lab testing, and horrifying accountability. Several were dragged to court and forced to explain why their bread could polish a doorknob. Consumers got wise, too. The rise of literacy and mass printing meant newspapers could plaster headlines like "Bread of Death" and "Your daily loaf may be a lie." A kind of clickbait before the internet, but with more fonts. Of course, not everyone was thrilled. Some bakers grumbled that real flour was expensive and regulations were for people with something to hide. But public opinion slowly turned against the cheap white loaf and instead embraced the dense, slightly brown, slightly edible truth. By the dawn of the 20th century, Victorian bakeries looked a bit less like chemical weapons labs and a bit more like the respectable carb havens we know today. Fewer rats, fewer deaths, still no gloves, but hey, progress. So, if you've ever enjoyed a sandwich without coughing up chalk dust or seen your bread last more than a day without suspicious mold colonies forming, you owe a little nod to those brave Victorians who dared to ask, should bread kill people? Apparently, the answer was no. So, what did the Victorian baker leave behind aside from songs, blistered hands, and a haunting fear of flour sacks? Well, quite a bit, actually. Despite the daily flirtation with death by dough and their near-legendary ability to poison a population without even trying, Victorian bakers helped shape modern food safety standards, workers' rights movements, and oddly enough, public trust in the humble loaf. They were the unsung heroes of the lower crust. Yes, pun intended. No, I'm not sorry. Bakeries evolved from soot-stained hellholes into warm community hubs. By the early 20th century, you could walk into a shop, buy a roll, and feel reasonably confident it didn't contain chalk, arsenic, or powdered mummy. Yes, that was a thing. We owe that shift to years of suffering, lawsuits, and the collective realization that maybe bread shouldn't sparkle. They also left us something cultural, a deep psychological bond with baked goods. There's a reason the smell of fresh bread is considered the most comforting aroma on earth. It's not just nostalgia, it's victory. Somewhere deep in our DNA, a little Victorian ghost whispers, "This doesn't smell like death." Hooray. And let's not forget language. So many of our sayings. That's the best thing since sliced bread, earning your bread and butter, or half-baked idea. Owe their crusty lineage to those soot-covered bakers who once risked their lives for breakfast. Yes, modern baking has its issues. Gluten panic, sourdough cults, and the war crimes committed in the name of low-carb. But compared to a time when flour could literally explode, we're doing fine. So next time you pass a bakery or even just unwrap a supermarket baguette, take a moment. Imagine the blackened hands, the chemical fog, the constant background anxiety of surprise fires, and then eat your croissant in peace. Because thanks to the brave flour-coated fools of the Victorian era, bread is no longer a game of Russian roulette. Just remember, they walked so you could toast. Gaius Julius Caesar was born in 100 BC into one of Rome's oldest patrician families, the Julii, who claimed descent from Venus herself through the hero Aeneas. On paper, that lineage sounded divine, almost untouchable. In reality, however, the Julii were no longer a family of great power or wealth. Rome at the time was a city where alliances, money, and military clout determined influence, and the Julii had fallen behind. Young Caesar came into a world where the Republic was unstable, corruption was rampant, and ambitious generals clawed their way to supremacy. His very childhood was set against a backdrop of violence and uncertainty. His father, Gaius Julius Caesar the Elder, held modest political positions, but died suddenly when Caesar was only 16. That left him under the strong influence of his mother, Aurelia, who was widely respected for her intelligence and strict discipline. Aurelia's guidance shaped Caesar into a man who valued both cunning strategy and public image. He learned early that Rome rewarded ambition but punished failure without mercy. Rome itself was tearing apart during his youth. The bitter rivalry between Lucius Cornelius Sulla, champion of the aristocratic Optimates, and Gaius Marius, Caesar's own uncle by marriage, plunged the Republic into civil war. Caesar's family ties to Marius instantly made him a political target. When Sulla eventually triumphed, he demanded Caesar divorce his wife Cornelia, the daughter of a key ally of Marius. Caesar refused. For a teenager to defy the most powerful man in Rome was practically a death sentence. Sulla stripped him of his inheritance, titles, and even marked him for execution. Caesar fled the city, surviving only through bribery and hiding. At one point, he was forced to move constantly under disguise, shifting from safe house to safe house, while Sulla's men hunted him with a relentless fury. Every shadow held a potential threat. Every stranger might be an informant. Eventually, through the pleading of influential relatives, Sulla spared his life, but warned those who intervened. In this Caesar, there are many Mariuses. It was a chilling prophecy. Even Sulla, the ruthless dictator who had crushed his enemies without hesitation, sensed something dangerous and implacable in this young man. From the very start, Caesar's life was marked by risk, defiance, and survival. He had learned that Rome was no place for the timid. To live, he had to be bold. To thrive, he had to be exceptional. After narrowly escaping Sulla's wrath, Caesar's path forward seemed uncertain. Stripped of wealth and position, he turned to the one career that could still elevate a young Roman with nothing left to lose: the military. With no money, no inheritance, and few allies in the Senate, soldiering was his ticket to survival and recognition. He enlisted and soon proved himself far more than a privileged patrician youth. Stationed in Asia Minor and later in Cilicia, Caesar displayed the kind of daring courage that made commanders take notice. In one legendary incident during the siege of Mytilene, he showed remarkable bravery in battle, earning the prestigious civic crown, a military honor awarded for saving fellow soldiers' lives. To a man stripped of nearly everything, this small wreath of oak leaves was more than a medal. It was proof that glory could be seized on the battlefield, even when denied in politics. But Caesar's exile wasn't only about combat. It was also about survival in a world that mocked weakness. His time abroad hardened him, teaching him the art of commanding loyalty and projecting confidence. He studied rhetoric in Rhodes under the famed teacher Apollonius Molon, honing the persuasive oratory that would later captivate the Senate and the people of Rome alike. His voice would become one of his deadliest weapons, as sharp as any sword. Then came a moment straight out of legend: his kidnapping by Cilician pirates in the Aegean Sea. Most men would have begged for mercy or quietly prayed for ransom. Caesar, however, laughed at his captives. He told them they demanded too small a ransom for a man of his importance and insisted they raise the price. During his captivity, he treated the pirates not as masters, but as underlings, reciting poetry to them, ordering them to be quiet when he wanted to sleep, and promising with a cold smirk that once free, he would return to crucify them all. They thought he was joking. He wasn't. He would even participate in their games and exercises, always acting as the one in charge. After his ransom was paid and his freedom secured, Caesar raised a small fleet, hunted the pirates down, and captured them. True to his word, he had them crucified, though displaying that peculiar blend of cruelty and mercy that would define him. He first ordered their throats cut to spare them prolonged suffering. This episode crystallized Caesar's character: audacious, ruthless when crossed, and utterly unwilling to be diminished. He was no longer just a young noble running from Sulla's vengeance. He was a man learning how to bend fate to his will. When Caesar returned to Rome in the late 70s BC, the dictatorship of Sulla had ended, but the city was still fractured by rival factions. It was the perfect environment for a bold young man with charisma, ambition, and a gift for oratory to make his mark. Caesar quickly discovered that politics, like war, was a battlefield. Only here the weapons were alliances, speeches, and bribes. He began with modest offices in the cursus honorum, Rome's traditional sequence of public service. As a military tribune and later a quaestor, he built a reputation for diligence and charm, winning the loyalty of both soldiers and ordinary citizens. Unlike many of his aristocratic peers, Caesar cultivated an image of accessibility. He dressed elegantly, but not extravagantly, spoke to the common people with respect, and made it clear that he was on their side against the entrenched elites. It was the first glimpse of his populist genius, the ability to cast himself as the champion of Rome's forgotten masses, while never forgetting his own pursuit of power. Money, however, was always a problem. Campaigning in Rome was ruinously expensive, and Caesar spent far more than he had. He borrowed enormous sums from wealthy patrons like Marcus Licinius Crassus, the richest man in Rome, who saw potential in backing an ambitious politician with the energy to challenge their rivals. In return, Caesar offered loyalty and influence, though he never allowed himself to become anyone's mere client. His career advanced quickly. As aedile, he staged extravagant public games and festivals, filling the city with spectacles that won him immense popularity. The roar of the crowds as glad beasts were paraded through the streets was a sound he would never forget. It was the sound of a people's adoration, and it was intoxicating. Gladiatorial shows, parades, and lavish entertainments thrilled the crowds even as they sank him deeper into debt. But to Caesar, debt was not a burden. It was an investment in power. He knew that the people's love was worth more than gold, and once he held real authority, creditors would think twice before demanding repayment. Yet Caesar also revealed his cunning in aligning himself with symbols of reform. He honored the memory of his uncle Marius, once declared an enemy of the state, by restoring statues that Sulla had destroyed. This act was dangerous. It outraged conservative senators, but it electrified the public and signaled that Caesar was unafraid to challenge the old guard. By his 30s, Caesar was no longer a man scrambling for survival. He had carved a niche as Rome's rising star. Charming, daring, adored by the people, and increasingly feared by the Senate. The stage was set for him to leap from local politics to the global theater of empire. By the 50s BC, Caesar had maneuvered himself into one of the most powerful positions in Rome. Through a political alliance with Crassus, the moneylender, and Pompey, the celebrated general, he formed what later historians called the First Triumvirate. It wasn't an official office, but it was a pact that gave Caesar the backing he needed to secure the consulship in 59 BC. His term as consul was marked by controversy, but it achieved its purpose. He won command of several legions and governorship over Gaul. This would become the crucible where Caesar transformed from an ambitious politician into a living legend. At the time, Gaul was not the peaceful France of today, but a vast, fragmented land of tribal confederations, restless warriors, and endless opportunities for glory. For nearly a decade, Caesar waged campaigns across the region, writing dispatches that painted himself as both the protector of Rome and the genius of strategy. His commentaries on the Gallic War were not just military reports. They were propaganda, carefully crafted to make him the hero of every story. He subdued tribe after tribe, defeating powerful leaders like Ariovistus of the Germans, and later the united Gallic resistance under Vercingetorix. The siege of Alesia in 52 BC remains one of history's most astonishing feats of military engineering. Caesar's army built dual lines of fortifications, one facing inward to trap the Gauls, and another facing outward to defend against reinforcements. Surrounded and starving, Vercingetorix surrendered, cementing Caesar's reputation as a conqueror. But these victories were not just about military glory. They brought Caesar immense wealth from plunder, slaves, and tribute. They also gave him something even more valuable, an army that was fiercely loyal to him personally rather than to the Roman state. His soldiers adored him for his generosity, his willingness to share their hardships, and his knack for turning battles into unforgettable stories of valor. Back in Rome, however, Caesar's growing power alarmed the Senate. The optimates whispered that he was becoming too dangerous, too popular, too rich. Even Pompey, once his ally, began to view him with suspicion. Yet Caesar pressed on, aware that the Republic was changing and that his destiny would not be confined to the provinces. By the end of the Gallic Wars, Caesar stood as the most celebrated general in Rome, hailed as a savior by his troops and as a threat by his enemies. The conquest of Gaul had made him not just powerful, it had made him inevitable. By 50 BC, Julius Caesar stood at a crossroads. His conquests in Gaul had made him unimaginably wealthy and adored by his legions. But back in Rome, his enemies were sharpening their knives. The Senate, increasingly influenced by Pompey, now Caesar's rival, demanded he disband his army and return as a private citizen. To obey meant humiliation and prosecution for corruption and abuses of power during his consulship. To resist meant civil war. For months Caesar hesitated, weighing the dangers. He knew what awaited him if he returned without his legions. Exile at best, execution at worst. His enemies wanted not just to end his career, but to destroy him completely. To surrender would erase everything he had built. His pride and his survival would not allow it. In January of 49 BC, the Senate issued an ultimatum. Caesar had a choice: obey or be declared an enemy of the Republic. He was stationed in Ravenna with only a single legion nearby. The tension in the air was palpable, the silent question of his men hanging heavy in the cold night. When he made his decision on a cold night, Caesar led his men south toward the small river that marked the boundary of his province, the Rubicon. According to legend, as he reached the riverbank, he paused, a final moment of reflection before an irreversible action. Crossing with his troops was a direct act of treason, a point of no return. Then, uttering the immortal words, "Aliae acta est," the die is cast, he crossed with his army. In that moment, Caesar set Rome ablaze with civil war. The reaction was immediate. Panic seized the capital. Senators fled. Pompey retreated to the east, and Caesar marched triumphantly into Italy almost unopposed. His speed and decisiveness stunned his enemies. While Pompey gathered forces in Greece, Caesar secured Rome, the treasury, and the loyalty of the people. He presented himself not as a tyrant, but as a savior who had been pushed into action by his enemy's treachery. Yet, make no mistake, Caesar had gambled everything. A single defeat could strip him of power and life alike. But his genius lay not only in strategy, but in narrative. To his men, he was not just a commander. They were fighting for him, not the Senate. To the masses, he was a protector against corrupt elites. The Rubicon was more than a river. It was the dividing line between the old republic and the rise of personal rule. By crossing it, Caesar ensured that Rome would never be the same again. With the Rubicon crossed, Caesar plunged Rome into civil war. Pompey, once his ally, now commanded the Senate's forces, backed by aristocrats terrified of Caesar's ambition. For years, the two titans clashed in a struggle that would decide the fate of the Republic. Caesar's genius was speed. He moved with startling efficiency, seizing Italy, then Spain, then sailing east to confront Pompey at the decisive Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BC. Against greater numbers, Caesar's disciplined veterans crushed Pompey's army. Pompey fled to Egypt seeking refuge, but met a tragic end, assassinated on the orders of Pharaoh Ptolemy XIII. When Caesar arrived, he wept at the sight of his rival's severed head, not only mourning a former ally, but recognizing the dishonor of such a death. Egypt, however, offered more than grief. Caesar became entangled with Cleopatra VII, the brilliant and ambitious queen. Their political and romantic alliance secured her throne and gave Caesar both prestige and scandal back in Rome. He lingered in Alexandria, fathering a child, Caesarion, with Cleopatra before returning to the business of conquest. From 46 to 45 BC, Caesar campaigned across Africa and Spain, defeating the remnants of Pompey's supporters. With his enemies vanquished, he returned to Rome in triumph. Hailed as the master of the Republic, he staged lavish celebrations, showered veterans with rewards, and restructured the Senate, swelling its ranks with loyalists. In 44 BC, Caesar took the title of Dictator Perpetuo, dictator for life. To many Romans, this was the final nail. His power was absolute. He controlled the treasury, the armies, and the Senate. Yet, he was not content with mere survival. He sought to reform Rome itself. He introduced calendars, the Julian calendar we still echo today, launched public works, offered debt relief, and extended citizenship. His vision stretched beyond Rome toward empire. But for all his brilliance, Caesar could not silence the whispers. To traditionalists, he was no reformer. He was a king in all but name, a role Romans had despised since they expelled their monarchs centuries earlier. His honors, his golden chair in the Senate, his statues among the gods, all fueled suspicion that Caesar intended to crown himself. The Republic had not died quietly. It was suffocating under Caesar's embrace. His unmatched power brought stability, but also fear. And fear in Rome was the spark of daggers. By 44 BC, Caesar stood at the pinnacle of his power. He had reshaped Rome, crushed his rivals, and was hailed as a living legend. Yet the very magnitude of his success bred unease. Rome's senators whispered that he had gone too far. His perpetual dictatorship, his divine honors, even his flirtation with monarchy through Cleopatra, all of it nared at the Republic's defenders. The final spark came during the Lupercalia festival. Before the cheering crowds, Caesar sat on a golden chair robed in triumph. His ally Mark Antony approached and offered him a diadem, the symbol of kingship. Caesar refused once, twice. Each refusal met with thunderous applause. Yet the theater of it all convinced many that he desired the crown, but wished the people to demand it. The Senate, guardians of the Republic's traditions, saw their worst fears confirmed. A conspiracy began to form. Its leaders were men of high standing. Gaius Cassius Longinus, a Sharpie, Decimus Brutus, once a trusted lieutenant, and Marcus Junius Brutus, whose very name evoked Rome's founding hero who expelled the last king. Caesar had pardoned Brutus after the civil wars and treated him almost as a son, making his betrayal the most shocking of all. The conspirators wrapped their plot in noble language. They were not assassins, they told themselves, but liberators, striking to save the Republic from tyranny. Yet their motives were not all pure. Some feared losing influence. Others coveted power. The Senate had long been weakened by Caesar's reforms, and the old aristocracy saw its final chance to claw back authority. They chose the Ides of March, March 15th, 44th BC, as the day Rome would either regain its freedom or plunge into chaos. Even as whispers spread, Caesar ignored warnings. Soothsayers cautioned him to beware the Ides. Friends sent letters urging him to stay home, and strange omens filled the streets. But Caesar, confident in his popularity and dismissive of danger, brushed them aside. He had survived pirates, Sulla, Pompey. Why fear jealous senators? In truth, Caesar's greatest strength had become his greatest vulnerability, his refusal to believe that anyone would dare strike him. The conspirators sharpened their daggers, cloaked in the guise of patriots, ready to turn the Senate into a slaughterhouse. On the morning of March 15th, 44 BC, Julius Caesar prepared to attend a session of the Senate in the theater of Pompey. The day was heavy with omens. A soothsayer had warned him to beware the Ides of March. His wife, Calpurnia, had dreamt of his statue bleeding while Romans bathed their hands in it. Servants reported strange disturbances in the night sky. For a moment, Caesar hesitated, inclined to remain home. But Decimus Brutus, one of the conspirators, cloaked as a loyal friend, persuaded him otherwise. The senators were waiting, he insisted, and Rome could not see its dictator appear afraid. Reluctantly, Caesar went. The theater was no ordinary meeting hall. Its marble floors and enclosed chamber provided the conspirators the perfect trap. As Caesar entered, senators rose to greet him, their togas hiding daggers. They pressed around him with petitions, crowding him deliberately. Then, at the signal, the first blade struck. Publius Servilius Casca lunged clumsily, wounding Caesar only lightly. Caesar cried out in shock, grabbing Casca's arm and exclaiming, "Villain, what are you doing?" But in an instant, the rest of the conspirators descended. Steel flashed as they stabbed from every side. The dictator struggled, tried to fend them off, but he was outnumbered. According to tradition, it was when he saw Brutus among them that Caesar ceased resisting. The sight of the man he trusted most, perhaps even loved like a son, was the final betrayal. Ancient writers record his words differently. Some say he uttered nothing. Others claim he whispered, "Et tu, Brute? You too, Brutus?" Whether real or a legend, the moment became immortal. Rome's most powerful man undone not by enemies, but by friends. Caesar collapsed beneath Pompey's statue, drenched in blood, pierced by 23 wounds. The symbolism was stark. Pompey, once defeated by Caesar, now stood over him in death. The conspirators, having completed their grisly task, raised their daggers high, proclaiming themselves liberators of the Republic. But outside the Senate, the reaction was far from jubilant. The Roman people who had adored Caesar for his reforms, his generosity, and his military triumphs did not celebrate. Instead, shock, fear, and rage filled the streets. The Republic had been saved, or so the conspirators believed. Yet in truth, the knives of March had cut Rome open, and what spilled out was not freedom, but chaos. The assassination of Julius Caesar was meant to restore the Republic. Instead, it shattered it beyond repair. The conspirators, imagining they would be hailed as saviors, discovered quickly that they had misread Rome's heart. The people mourned, not celebrated. To them, Caesar had been a benefactor. He had canceled debts, expanded citizenship, and filled the city with games and spectacles. The senators who struck him down looked less like liberators and more like jealous aristocrats desperate to protect their own privileges. Caesar's funeral sealed their fate. Mark Antony, his loyal lieutenant, delivered a speech that turned grief into fury. Standing before the crowd, he held up Caesar's blood-stained toga, pierced with daggers, and pointed to each wound as if the dictator himself cried out from the grave. Antony read Caesar's will, revealing that he had left generous gifts of money to every Roman citizen and parks for public use. The people erupted. Their grief turned to rage and riots broke out. Caesar's body was burned in the Forum on a makeshift pyre, the flames consuming not only his remains, but the last illusion of peace. In the chaos that followed, Caesar's name became more powerful than his life. His heir, Gaius Octavius, later Augustus, would use that name to claim legitimacy. Antony rallied soldiers in Caesar's honor, and together with Lepidus, the three formed the Second Triumvirate. Their first act was vengeance, hunting down Caesar's assassins, from Cassius and Brutus to the lesser blades, ending their lives in battles fought across the collapsing Republic. Yet Caesar's true legacy was not just vengeance, but transformation. He had shown that a single man could command armies, rewrite laws, and bend the Senate to his will. The Republic had relied on checks and balances, but Caesar had torn through them with charm, brilliance, and ruthlessness. Statues of Caesar stood as those of a god, his name carried like a banner by generations of rulers. Even centuries later, Caesar became a title for emperors and kings, Kaiser and Tsar, echoing across history. The man who once crossed the Rubicon had crossed into legend. His life was ambition unchained, his death betrayal embodied, and his legacy the birth of an empire that would dominate the world for centuries. The story of the Olympic Games begins not with crowds or state with a sanctuary. Nestled in the lush valley of Olympia in the Peloponnese, this sacred site was more than a place for sport. It was the beating heart of Greek religion and identity. The year 776 BC is often cited as the first official Olympiad, though by then the tradition was already ancient, rooted in myths and ritual. To the Greeks, these contests were not invented by men, but bestowed by the gods themselves. Competing at Olympia meant stepping onto holy ground, where every stride, throw, and victory was an offering to Zeus. The games were part of a larger festival lasting several days, centered around sacrifice and worship. Before any competition began, athletes, officials, and spectators gathered at the great altar of Zeus. There, amid the scent of burning oxen and the chants of priests, they swore sacred oaths to honor the rules of competition. This act bound them not only to fairness, but to the gods themselves. Cheating was not just dishonorable, it was impiety. To break the oath risked angering Zeus, and the Greeks feared divine punishment more than any referee's penalty. Olympia itself was breathtaking. Towering above the sanctuary stood the Temple of Zeus, later housing one of the seven wonders of the ancient world, the colossal statue of the gods seated in majesty. Nearby, olive groves shimmered in the sun, their branches waiting to crown the victors. The entire atmosphere was one of reverence. Athletes stripped naked not for vanity, but to honor the purity of the body as a divine creation. To perform unclothed was to show that nothing was hidden. That skill alone determined greatness. The games also carried political weight. City-states locked in constant rivalries agreed to a sacred truce, the Hecakyria, suspending wars so athletes could travel safely to Olympia. For a brief moment, enemies laid down their weapons, united in devotion to Zeus. In a world fractured by conflict, the game symbolized an ideal that Greek identity transcended borders, and that honor won in Olympia was honor for all of Hellas. Thus, the first Olympic Games were not simply about running faster or wrestling harder. They were a fusion of faith, politics, and community. A celebration where men became vessels of divine glory. To win at Olympia was to achieve immortality, not just in the annals of sport, but in the eyes of the gods themselves. Long before the starting line, the Olympic Games began with a journey. Athletes and spectators alike poured into Olympia from every corner of the Greek world. Sparta, Athens, Corinth, and even distant colonies along the Mediterranean. The sacred truce, the Hecakyria, guaranteed safe passage for few precious weeks. Roads that normally echoed with the tramp of soldiers' boots now carried processions of pilgrims, athletes, and merchants. The trek was arduous. Competitors walked or rode for days under the blazing summer sun, training along the way, eating simple meals of cheese, figs, and barley bread to keep their bodies lean and strong. As they neared Olympia, the roads grew more crowded, buzzing with anticipation. Merchants hawked wares, storytellers recited epic poetry, and farmers brought carts laden with wine, olives, and roasted meats to feed the swelling crowds. The moment of arrival was unlike anything else in the Greek world. Olympia was no bustling city, but a sacred sanctuary tucked among groves and hills. As athletes stepped into the altus, the sacred precinct, they were awed by the sheer majesty of the place. Temples dedicated to Zeus and Hera loomed over the grounds, and statues of past victors stood proudly, each a reminder that glory here was eternal. Every competitor who entered felt the weight of history pressing on their shoulders. Before they could compete, athletes were required to prove their worth. They gathered in front of the statue of Zeus Horkios, the guardian of oaths, and swore solemnly to follow the rules of the games. This ritual was not symbolic. It was binding. False claims of eligibility, cowardice in competition, or attempts at bribery could lead to disgrace, heavy fines, and eternal shame inscribed on stone tablets. For the Greeks, this was more than sport. It was honor before the gods. The athletes then lodged in simple quarters, training and preparing in the days leading up to the events. They practiced in the palestra and gymnasium, sharpening their bodies into weapons of speed, strength, and endurance. Rivalries simmered quietly as men sized up their opponents. Every athlete knew that victory at Olympia would bring not only fame for themselves, but glory for their city-state. The arrival at Olympia was therefore both a pilgrimage and a test. The games demanded more than physical prowess. They demanded devotion, discipline, and the courage to face not just competitors, but the gaze of Zeus himself. One of the first shocks a visitor to Olympia might have experienced was the sight of athletes competing entirely naked. To a modern eye, it might seem scandalous, but in ancient Greece, nudity in sport was not indecent. It was sacred. The unclothed male body represented beauty, strength, and divine harmony. As the games expanded, new events were added. The Dialos was a double-stadium sprint demanding not just speed but endurance. The Dolichos, a long-distance run of nearly 3 miles, tested the patience and willpower of athletes under the sweltering summer sun. Running was the purest contest, a race against time, the body, and the gods. But the Greeks were not content with sprints alone. They loved combat. Wrestling was a favorite, a contest fought not with weapons, but with sheer strength, balance, and cunning holds. Matches were held in the sand, bodies slick with oil and dust, as men grappled until one was thrown 3 times. Boxing, by contrast, was far more savage. Fighters bound their fists with leather thongs, turning hands into blunt weapons. There were no weight classes, no time limits, and no mercy. Matches often ended in blood, bruises, or worse. Then came the pancration, the ultimate test. A blend of wrestling and boxing. It allowed almost anything. Chokes, kicks, joint locks, throws. Only biting and gouging eyes were forbidden. Pancration was not a sport for the faint-hearted. It was war stripped of swords and shields where skill and ferocity decided survival. Victors of the pancration were hailed as near superhuman men who had proven themselves indomitable. For those seeking balance, there was the pentathlon. 5 events: running, discus, javelin, long jump, and wrestling. To triumph here required versatility, the ability to master not one skill, but all. Pentathletes were celebrated as the true embodiment of Greek excellence, warriors in body and soul. At Olympia, each contest was more than competition. It was ritualized combat, a way to strip men down to their essence. To win was glory, to lose was shame. And every race, every strike, every throw was performed under the gaze of Zeus. For the athletes of ancient Greece, victory at Olympia was the pinnacle of human achievement. There was no second place, no silver or bronze. Only one man in each event could claim the olive crown, and that single triumph carried more weight than a lifetime of smaller honors. Winning meant immortality, not just for the athlete, but for his entire polis. The prize itself seemed modest, a wreath of wild olive leaves cut with a golden sickle from Zeus's sacred grove. Yet this simple crown was worth more than gold. To wear it was to be recognized as chosen by the gods, a man whose excellence transcended mere mortals. Victors were paraded through Olympia, cheered by crowds, and had their names etched into the record of Olympiads. From that moment, history belonged to them. The return home was equally spectacular. Cities celebrated their champions with lavish banquets, public processions, and monuments. Some victors rode chariots through city gates torn down in their honor, symbolizing that such glory needed no defense. Sculptors carved their likeness in bronze or marble. Poets composed odes to their victories, and bards sang their names for generations. An Olympic champion was not just admired, he was immortalized. But the rewards extended beyond fame. Victors received lifelong privileges, free meals at public expense, front row seats at festivals, and exemption from taxes or civic duties. Families basked in reflected honor, while the athlete's city-state boasted of its superiority through his strength. In a world of rival police, a single Olympic crown could elevate a city's prestige above its enemies. Yet, glory also carried responsibility. Champions became symbols of their community, expected to live as paragons of discipline and virtue. Scandals or failures could tarnish not only their legacy, but their city's reputation. The crown of olive leaves was fragile, but the weight of expectation was immense. And then there was the allure of true immortality. Victors believed their names would echo forever, carried in stone inscriptions and epic poetry. Indeed, many have survived millennia. From Coroebus of Elis, the first recorded stadium winner, to Milo of Croton, the legendary wrestler whose strength became myth. To win at Olympia was to cross the boundary between mortal and divine, to stand among heroes. In the end, the games were not about the prize itself, but about the transformation it signified. A man crowned at Olympia was no longer just a citizen of his polis. He was a legend carved into the eternal memory of Greece. Although the Olympic Games were framed as sacred devotion to Zeus, politics was never far from the track or the wrestling pit. Every athlete represented not just himself, but his polis, his city-state, and victories were seen as proof of a city's superiority. Olympia became a stage where political rivalries played out, sometimes more fiercely than on the battlefield. When a Spartan won, it was Sparta's discipline and martial training that triumphed. When an Athenian took the crown, it was Athens' culture and prestige that shone. City-states used victories as propaganda, celebrating them in monuments, poetry, and public festivals. The games thus doubled as a soft form of warfare, a bloodless contest that allowed cities to assert dominance without swords or spears. Yet beneath this veneer of unity, tensions simmered. The sacred truce of the Ekakeria forbade armies from marching during the games, but it did not erase animosities. Some polis schemed to bribe athletes or corrupt judges, and when such scandals were uncovered, they exposed the fragile balance between devotion and ambition. To shame a city for cheating at Olympia was nearly as damaging as losing a war. At times, politics invaded the games openly. In 420 BC, Elis, the city that controlled Olympia, barred Spartans from competing because they had violated the sacred truce by marching troops. The decision enraged Sparta, whose athletes were among the most dominant in the games. This ban revealed how the sanctuary of Zeus was not immune to the power struggles of Greece. Even the monuments of Olympia bore political messages. Victors dedicated statues to their gods, but some cities commissioned entire treasuries to display their wealth and remind rivals of their might. Walking through Olympia was not just a stroll among temples and arenas. It was a tour of political bragging rights. Every column, every offering, every victory inscription told the story of a city asserting its place in the Greek world. Still, the games also fostered alliances. Rival polis might meet on the track instead of the battlefield, and shared admiration for athletic excellence could soften enmities. Olympia provided a rare stage where the fractured Greek world could imagine unity, however temporary. In truth, the Olympics mirrored Greece itself, proud, divided, ambitious, yet bound together by a shared devotion to gods and glory. Politics might lurk beneath the olive wreath, but it never diminished the spectacle. It only made the stakes higher. For all its sacred fire and lofty ideals, the Olympic Games were not immune to human flaws. Beneath the glory of the victors lay tales of scandal, corruption, and even brutality that reveal a darker side of Olympia's history. Cheating was one of the gravest offenses. Athletes desperate for victory sometimes attempted to bribe opponents or officials. When caught, their punishment was severe. Heavy fines used to fund bronze statues of Zeus, known as Zanes, which were placed at the entrance to the stadium. Each carried inscriptions naming the guilty, a public shaming that ensured no one forgot their disgrace. Walking past these statues, future athletes were reminded that the gods demanded fair play and that dishonor was eternal. Some scandals came from cities rather than individuals. Wealthier polis sometimes attempted to influence outcomes by providing lavish gifts to athletes or manipulating judges. These acts exposed the tension between the game's sacred devotion and the political rivalries simmering beneath. Even in Olympia, the line between piety and ambition was thin. Then there were the darker stories of the competitions themselves. Boxing and pancration were brutal, often leaving men bloodied, broken, or even dead. Death in the arena was not uncommon, and while the crowd might gasp in awe at the ferocity, it underscored that the pursuit of glory came at a terrible cost. Legends tell of athletes like Archaeology, a pancration champion who died in the very moment of victory. His opponent, locked in his deadly grip, signaled submission even as Archaeology took his last breath. Crowned posthumously, his story became both a caution and an inspiration. Ultimate victory could demand ultimate sacrifice. There were also myths that cast a shadow over the games. Some whispered that athletes invoked the gods not only with prayers, but with charms and curses, hoping to undermine rivals. Others claimed that certain victors, too proud in their triumph, drew divine punishment. For the Greeks, hubris, arrogant pride, was as dangerous as any dagger. To overstep the line between mortal and God-invited downfall. Yet these scandals and tragedies only heightened the drama of Olympia. They reminded Greeks that the games were not a playground of perfect men, but an arena where ambition, devotion, and human weakness collided. Glory was real, but so too were disgrace and death. At Olympia, the stakes were nothing less than eternal honor or eternal shame. When the dust settled after each Olympiad, what remained was not only the memory of the contests, but the enduring spirit of the games themselves. The legacy of the first Olympics reached far beyond the stadium at Olympia. It shaped Greek identity, politics, and even the way the Western world would later view sport and culture. For the Greeks, the Olympics became a sacred calendar. Every 4 years, time itself was measured in Olympiads, serving as a common marker for history across city-states, often at war with one another. To speak of an event happening in the 3rd year of the 50th Olympiad was to bind Greek memory to the Games. They were not just athletic festivals. They were the heartbeat of Hellenic civilization. The athletes who won became immortal not only in statues and inscriptions, but in the cultural imagination. Poets like Pindar crafted elaborate victory odes linking champions to heroes of myth and placing their names alongside Achilles or Heracles. In this way, the games blurred the line between history and legend, allowing mortal men to step into the realm of myth. The influence also rippled through politics. Victories were celebrated as proof of a city's strength, while the sacred truce offered fleeting glimpses of unity in a fractured world. For brief days, the Greeks laid down arms, shared feasts, and watched their finest compete under the same sky. Olympia reminded them that despite their rivalries, they belonged to a common culture bound by gods, language, and ideals. Even after Greece fell under Roman rule, the Olympics continued, adapting but never losing their aura of sanctity. Emperors themselves sought the glory of Olympia, understanding that to triumph, there was to inherit the mantle of Greek greatness. The games endured for over 1,000 years, a tradition so deeply ingrained that when revived in modern times, they still carried echoes of their ancient soul. The first Olympics set the template. Sport not as leisure but as devotion. Competition not for wealth but for honor. Victory not for self alone but for family, city, and gods. Naked athletes racing beneath the blazing sun. Oaths sworn at Zeus's altar. Olive crowns cut from sacred groves. All of these became symbols of humanity's striving for excellence. Their legacy endures today. Every flame lit, every medal awarded, every nation gathering in truce carries within it the faint but unbroken memory of Olympia, where men once ran, fought, and bled not only for themselves, but for the gods. The Medici family name is now synonymous with wealth, power, and the Renaissance itself. But their story began far more modestly in the late 14th century. Florence was already a city of restless ambition, alive with the hum of looms, the clink of coin, and the ceaseless chatter of merchants. Banking was becoming the lifeblood of European commerce, and it was here that Giovanni di Bicci de' Medici laid the foundation for one of history's most influential dynasties. Born around 1360, Giovanni was not destined for greatness in the way noblemen or generals were. His gift was quieter, an instinct for finance. At a time when lending money was risky, both economically and spiritually, condemned by the church as usury, Giovanni mastered the art of discretion. He kept interest rates subtle, cloaked transactions and acceptable practices, and made the Medici Bank a model of both profit and prudence. By the early 1400s, his network of branches stretched across Europe, from Rome to Venice, Geneva to Bruges. This was more than a family business. It was the nervous system of European trade. What set Giovanni apart was not just financial cunning, but political awareness. He understood that in Florence, wealth alone was not enough. The city was a republican name, but dominated by shifting factions of wealthy families. Survival required balance, supporting the common people just enough to win their trust while never alienating the elites. Giovanni perfected this balancing act. He lent generously to popes and princes, yet positioned himself as a man of the people, modest in lifestyle compared to his rivals. In 1421, he became Gonfalonier, the highest office of Florence, not through intimidation, but by cultivating quiet respect. Unlike other magnates, Giovanni avoided flaunting his wealth. He walked through the streets without a retinue, treated citizens with courtesy, and contributed to civic life. This careful image made the Medici Bank not only prosperous, but trusted, a rare and invaluable currency in Florence's volatile politics. By the time of his death in 1429, Giovanni di Bicci had done something extraordinary. He had turned a respectable but ordinary family into one of Florence's leading houses. His wealth would fund the next generation, but his real legacy was subtler. He gave the Medici their reputation for shrewd discretion, political survival, and a vision that reached beyond business into the destiny of Florence itself. When Giovanni di Bicci died in 1429, the weight of the Medici name passed to his son, Cosimo de' Medici. Giovanni had built a fortune, but Cosimo would transform that wealth into something far greater: political dominance and cultural influence. In a city like Florence, jealous of its republican ideals, yet constantly pulled by rival families, Cosimo learned that brute force could topple you, but subtlety could keep you in power for generations. Cosimo inherited not just the Medici Bank, but also his father's philosophy: stay useful, stay modest, and never flaunt power too openly. He cultivated allies among Florence's guilds, sponsored civic projects, and earned the trust of ordinary Florentines who admired his down-to-earth demeanor. Yet behind this modest mask was a man pulling the strings of Florence's politics with unmatched skill. The Albizzi family, longtime rivals, accused him of seeking tyranny. In 1433, They briefly succeeded in exiling Cosimo, thinking Florence would thrive without him. Instead, the city's economy faltered. Loans dried up, confidence collapsed, and the people quickly realized how essential the Medici were. Within a year, Cosimo was triumphantly recalled. His return was not simply the restoration of a banker. It was the quiet birth of Medici dominance. From then on, Cosimo earned the title Pater Patri, father of the fatherland. But Cosimo's true genius lay not only in politics, but in patronage. He understood that money could buy loyalty, but art could buy immortality. He funded the reconstruction of San Lorenzo, one of Florence's great churches, and supported the brilliant architect, Filippo Brunelleschi, in completing the dome of Santa Maria del Fiore, an engineering marvel that still dominates the Florentine skyline. These projects weren't just pious donations. They were visible reminders that the Medici were the lifeblood of Florence. Cosimo also gathered scholars, commissioning translations of ancient Greek texts and fostering the Platonic Academy, where philosophy, science, and art blended into the spark of the Renaissance. By surrounding himself with thinkers and artists, he elevated the Medici from mere bankers to cultural leaders. By the time of his death in 1464, Cosimo had ensured that the Medici were not just wealthy, but indispensable. He proved that Florence's golden age of art and politics could be shaped not by kings or armies, but by a banker who mastered the art of quiet power. Under Cosimo de' Medici, Florence transformed from a bustling mercantile republic into the beating heart of the Renaissance. The city itself became a canvas, and the Medici used it to project their vision of power and beauty. Florence was more than a home. It was the stage on which the Medici dynasty performed, and every street, dome, and fresco carried their signature. Cosimo understood that architecture was politics in stone. His patronage reshaped Florence's skyline. He commissioned Michelozzo to build the Palazzo Medici, a palace both imposing and restrained. Unlike the gaudy fortresses of rival families, the Medici palace was designed with calculated modesty, grand enough to impress, but subtle enough to avoid accusations of tyranny. Its austere facade told Florentines that the Medici were powerful, yes, but also humble servants of the city. Religious architecture carried even greater weight. Cosimo funded the rebuilding of San Lorenzo, the family church, and financed Brunelleschi's work on the dome of Santa Maria del Fiore. That dome, soaring, impossible, and awe-inspiring, became Florence's crowning glory, a symbol not only of human genius, but of Medici generosity. Every citizen who looked up at it knew whom to thank. The Medici also turned Florence into a living museum. Cosimo and later his descendants filled churches, chapels, and convents with fresco and altarpieces. They sponsored Fra Angelico, Donatello, and Ghiberti, artists who elevated sacred spaces into realms of light and color. Art was not a private indulgence, but a public statement. By beautifying Florence, the Medici secured both divine favor and civic gratitude. Yet patronage went beyond buildings and paintings. Cosimo cultivated Florence as a hub of intellectual life. He funded the Platonic Academy, where Marsilio Ficino and other scholars revived ancient Greek philosophy, blending it with Christian thought. In doing so, he created an intellectual current that shaped not just Florence, but Europe itself. Ideas born in Medici salons rippled outward, fueling the Renaissance's explosive creativity. This intertwining of politics, art, and philosophy ensured that Florence itself became synonymous with Medici. Rivals might win battles in councils or on the streets, but they could not compete with the sheer cultural gravity the Medici generated. By investing in the city, the family tied its fate to theirs. Florence flourished, because the Medici flourished and the people learned to see their rulers not as tyrants, but as the patrons who made their city the jewel of Europe. If Cosimo built the Medici Empire, it was his grandson Lorenzo who gave it brilliance. Born in 1449, Lorenzo de' Medici, later called Il Magnifico, embodied the spirit of the Renaissance. He was not only a banker and politician, but also a poet, diplomat, and unrivaled patron of the arts. Under his guidance, Florence reached its cultural zenith, dazzling Italy with splendor while walking the razor's edge of political survival. Lorenzo inherited the family mantle in 1469, and from the beginning, his leadership style was different. Where Cosimo was cautious and reserved, Lorenzo was magnetic, flamboyant, and larger than life. He presided over lavish festivals, justs, and carnivals that turned Florence into a city of constant celebration. Yet beneath the poetry and pageantry, Lorenzo was a shrewd statesman. He understood that Florence's survival depended not on armies. Its militia was weak, but on diplomacy, alliances, and the careful balancing of Italy's fractious city-states. As a patron, Lorenzo was unmatched. He sponsored young geniuses like Botticelli, whose Birth of Venus and Primavera became icons of Renaissance beauty. He supported Ghirlandaio, Verrocchio, and most famously the teenage Michelangelo, whom Lorenzo welcomed into his household like family. His circle included poets, philosophers, and scholars who turned Florence into the cultural capital of Europe. For Lorenzo, art was more than decoration. It was propaganda. Every masterpiece was a testament to Medici greatness, but power invited enemies. Rival families, envious of Medici dominance, conspired against him. The most infamous attempt came in 1478 during the Puzzi conspiracy. On Easter Sunday, assassins struck inside Florence's cathedral. Lorenzo was wounded, but his brother Giuliano was brutally murdered at the altar. Instead of collapsing, Lorenzo seized control, rallying the people and crushing the conspirators in a wave of public fury. The Medici emerged bloodied but stronger than ever, their grip on Florence unshakable. Yet Lorenzo's rule was not without cost. His extravagant spending and patronage strained the Medici Bank, weakening its once iron grip on European finance. By the time of his death in 1492, the family's wealth had diminished, but their cultural and political legacy stood unchallenged. Lorenzo's charisma, artistry, and resilience earned him his immortal title, the Magnificent. In Lorenzo, the Medici reached their peak. Florence glittered with genius. Diplomacy kept the city alive, and the family's name became synonymous with the Renaissance itself. But after such brilliance, the shadows of decline began to gather. Lorenzo the Magnificent's death in 1492 marked the end of an era. Florence lost not only its dazzling patron, but also its shrewdest diplomat. His eldest son, Piero de' Medici, inherited the mantle, but he lacked his father's intelligence, tact, and charisma. Known to history as Piero the Unfortunate, he stumbled at precisely the moment Florence faced its greatest external threat. In 1494, Charles VIII of France marched into Italy with a formidable army, beginning the Italian Wars. Florence, caught in the path of invasion, needed strong leadership. Piero, desperate to avoid destruction, surrendered quickly, handing over fortresses and making humiliating concessions to the French king. To Florentines, proud of their independence, this cowardice was unforgivable. The same people who once cheered the Medici now turned against them. Mobs rose in the streets, and the family that had ruled Florence for decades was forced into exile. Their downfall created a vacuum quickly filled by a new and very different kind of leader, the Dominican friar Girolamo Savonarola, a fiery preacher. He railed against corruption, vanity, and the decadence that the Medici had come to symbolize. Under his influence, Florence transformed into a stern theocracy. The city that once celebrated Botticelli's Primavera now hosted the infamous Bonfire of the Vanities, where art, books, and luxuries were burned as sinful temptations. The Renaissance glow dimmed, replaced by sermons and fear. Meanwhile, the Medici wandered across Europe, their fortune depleted and their bank in decline. The once mighty Medici Bank had already begun to falter under Lorenzo's extravagant spending and poor management by later branches. As creditors demanded repayment and rivals gained ground, the Medici found themselves stripped of their financial empire as well as their political one. Yet exile was not the end. The Medici retained allies abroad and loyal supporters within Florence who remembered their generosity. The family bided their time, waiting for the tides of fortune to turn. Florence under Savonarola grew restless. His strict rule alienated the people, and eventually he too was overthrown and executed. The stage was being set for the Medici's dramatic return. The exile of 1494 was the family's first major fall, a stark reminder that power in Florence was fragile. Yet, as history would show, the Medici were masters of resilience. Their dynasty would not only survive, but would rise again, reshaped and more determined than ever to reclaim their place at the heart of Florence. The Medici exile lasted nearly 2 decades, but their absence only sharpened the family's instinct for survival. Politics in Florence remained turbulent after Savonarola's fall, swinging between Republican government and factional chaos. In this instability, Medici allies saw opportunity. The family, though stripped of power at home, used their vast European connections to plot a comeback. The turning point came in 1512 when a Medici cousin, Cardinal Giovanni de' Medici, leveraged papal influence to secure Florentine restoration. With the support of Spanish troops, Medici forces re-entered Florence and toppled the Republic. After years in the wilderness, the family was back on their ancestral stage. Yet, this restoration was different from Cosimo's subtle dominance or Lorenzo's dazzling rule. The Medici of the 16th century returned harder, more authoritarian, and less willing to cloak their ambitions. Cardinal Giovanni's rise to the papacy as Leo X in 1513 sealed their resurgence. A Medici now sat on the throne of St. Peter, wielding spiritual and temporal power over Christendom. From Rome, he funneled resources into Florence, ensuring the city remained under firm Medici control. For the Florentine people, the family's return was met with mixed emotions: relief at restored stability, but unease at the erosion of Republican ideals. The next generation carried this consolidation further. Giuliano de' Medici was installed as ruler of Florence, but it was Lorenzo de' Medici, Lorenzo II, Duke of Urbino, who carried the family's political fortunes forward. Though short-lived, he died young in 1519. His legacy proved monumental, for his daughter Catherine would one day become Queen of France. Meanwhile, Giovanni's cousin Giulio de' Medici rose within the church, becoming Pope Clement VII in 1523. Under his leadership, the Medici straddled Florence and Rome, ruling both city and papacy. Yet, Clement's reign would be tested by disaster. The 1527 sack of Rome, one of the most catastrophic events of the Renaissance. Still, the Restoration marked the Medici's transformation from Florentine bankers into dynastic rulers with European clout. The family no longer relied solely on commerce or subtle patronage. Now they wielded papal tiaras, military alliances, and dynastic marriages. The Medici were no longer just Florence's family. They were a dynasty with continental ambitions. Their return reshaped Florence forever. The Republic's dream was fading, and the Medici had become not cautious caretakers, but princes in all but name. Florence was entering a new chapter, one where Renaissance brilliance walked hand in hand with dynastic power. By the early 16th century, Florence's Republican spirit was little more than a memory. The Medici, once careful to hide their power behind the facade of civic institutions, now pursued outright rule. The city that had once expelled them for arrogance was steadily transformed into their dynastic possession. The shift began under Pope Clement VII, who in 1529 brokered imperial support to crush a resurgent Florentine republic. When Emperor Charles V's forces besieged Florence, the city resisted fiercely, inspired by Republican ideals and the fiery writings of Niccolò Machiavelli. But after a grueling siege, Florence surrendered in 1530. This defeat ended nearly 2 centuries of Republican tradition. Clement installed his illegitimate nephew, Alessandro de' Medici, as Duke of Florence, the first time the family held hereditary princely authority. Alessandro's rule, however, was short and brutal. Known for his tyranny, he alienated allies and fueled conspiracies. In 1537, he was assassinated by a distant relative, Lorenzino de' Medici, who styled himself a Republican avenger. But rather than restore liberty, Alessandro's death paved the way for Cosimo I de' Medici, a distant cousin from a junior branch, to seize power. Cosimo I proved to be one of the most formidable Medici rulers. Only 17 when he took control, many underestimated him as a puppet of Florence's elites. Instead, Cosimo consolidated power with ruthless efficiency. He crushed opposition at the Battle of Montemerlo, subdued the city's factions, and transformed Florence into a centralized duchy. By 1569, he secured papal recognition as Grand Duke of Tuscany, elevating the Medici beyond Florence into regional rulers. Under Cosimo, Florence's political landscape was reshaped. Republican councils became ceremonial, while real authority flowed through the ducal court. Yet Cosimo balanced his iron grip with lavish patronage. He built the Uffizi not just as offices, but as a statement of Medici order and artistic dominance. He fortified the city, expanded Tuscan territory, and married into Europe's great dynasties, linking the Medici to Habsburg and Bourbon courts. With Cosimo I, the transformation was complete. The Medici were no longer bankers masquerading as humble citizens. They were princes, their authority sanctioned by the Pope, backed by emperors, and legitimized by bloodlines. Florence's Golden Republic was gone, but in its place rose a ducal state that would ensure the Medici name endured for centuries. As the Medici cemented their power in Florence and Tuscany, their ambitions spilled far beyond Italy. Through strategic marriages, the family extended its reach into the heart of European royalty. Remarkably, 2 Medici women, Catherine and Marie, would rise to become queens of France, wielding influence not with banks or palaces in Florence, but with crowns on their heads. Catherine de' Medici, the daughter of Lorenzo II de' Medici, was born in 1519, just as her family's fortunes were being restored. Orphaned young, she became a pawn in Europe's dynastic chess game. In 1533, at only 14, she was married to Henry, Duke of Orleans, the future King Henry II of France. At first, her position seemed weak. Her husband was openly devoted to his mistress, Diane de Poitiers, and Catherine appeared sidelined. Yet Catherine was patient. When Henry became king in 1547, she endured in silence, biding her time. Her true power emerged after Henry's sudden death in 1559. With her young sons too immature to rule, Catherine stepped in as Queen Mother and Regent. For 3 decades, she steered France through one of its darkest periods, the wars of religion between Catholics and Protestants. Ruthless when necessary, she became infamous for the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre of 1572, when thousands of Protestants were slaughtered in Paris. Loved by some, feared by many, Catherine ensured the survival of the Valois dynasty and carved her name into history as one of Europe's most formidable queens. A generation later, another Medici woman, Marie de' Medici, followed a similar path. Born in Florence in 1575, she was married to King Henry IV of France in 1600. Unlike Catherine, Marie was not sidelined. She brought with her immense wealth, strengthening Henry's finances. When he was assassinated in 1610, she too became regent for her young son, Louis XIII. Marie's regency was marked by intrigue and excess. She surrounded herself with Italian advisors, arousing resentment among French nobles, and commissioned magnificent art and architecture, including the Luxembourg Palace in Paris. Eventually, her son pushed her aside, but her influence endured. Through Marie, the Medici bloodline flowed directly into the French monarchy, shaping European politics for generations. With Catherine and Marie, the Medici had achieved what no rival Florentine family ever could. They had ascended to the thrones of Europe. The bankers of Florence were now royal architects of dynasties. By the 17th and 18th centuries, the Medici dynasty had reached both dazzling heights and the edge of decline. The family that once ruled Florence through cunning bankers and dazzling patrons now found itself struggling with dwindling finances, fading influence, and a lack of heirs. The golden age of Cosimo and Lorenzo was long gone, but the Medici name still carried immense weight. The later Medici Grand Dukes ruled a Tuscany that was stable but stagnant. Without the fire of earlier generations, they became more ceremonial than visionary. Their court remained splendid, filled with music, theater, and collections of art. But politically, they were overshadowed by rising European powers: Spain, France, and Austria. Florence, once the beating heart of the Renaissance, had become a quieter duchy on the margins of continental politics. Yet even in decline, the Medici clung to their cultural mission. Grand Duke Ferdinando II and his successors continued to support scientists, artists, and thinkers, though never with the transformative force of their ancestors. Galileo Galilei himself benefited from Medici patronage, dedicating discoveries to the family that had so often championed genius. The Medici also poured resources into building collections that would outlive them. Their vast troves of paintings, sculptures, and manuscripts formed the foundation of the Uffizi Gallery and other Florentine treasures that still draw the world's admiration. But dynasties live and die by bloodlines. By the early 1700s, the Medici family tree was withering. The last Grand Duke, John Gaston de' Medici, ruled from 1723 to 1737. Unlike his ancestors, he showed little interest in politics, art, or legacy. Childless, reclusive, and often ill, John Gaston presided over the final, quiet collapse of Medici authority. When he died, the line ended. Tuscany passed to the House of Lorraine under European treaties, and with it, Florence's most famous dynasty slipped into history. Yet, the Medici did not vanish. Their mark on the world was too deep. They had turned Florence into the cradle of the Renaissance, sponsored giants like Michelangelo, Botticelli, and Galileo, and proved that power could be wielded not only with armies, but with money, art, and vision. The Medici may have fallen, but their legacy of beauty, brilliance, and ambition endures in every dome, fresco, and gallery that still bears their shadow. The bankers of Florence had risen to become princes, popes, and queens. And even in decline, they left behind not just a dynasty, but a civilization reborn. Hey everyone, welcome. Tonight we're diving into the staggering feats of Kublai Khan, the grandson of Genghis, a man whose empire stretched from the sun-drenched shores of the Pacific to the very edges of Europe. His dinner table was less a place for a meal and more a statement of conquest, a logistical marvel as ambitious as his battle plans. Before we embark on this journey, please consider hitting the like button and subscribing if you genuinely enjoy what I'm creating. And I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see how far our community reaches across the globe. Now let's set the mood. Dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for a gentle background hum, and let's ease into the story of a ruler who ate the world. Feeding Kublai Khan was not an act of cooking. It was an act of statecraft, a kind of urban planning with a side of whole roasted animals. His imperial kitchens in Kanbalik, the city we now know as Beijing, were nothing like the quaint, cozy medieval hearths you might imagine, with a single pot of stew simmering over a fire. Instead, they were colossal, smoke-choked complexes staffed by thousands of cooks, butchers, servers, brewers, and unfortunate apprentices who spent their days buried to their elbows in goat intestines. Imagine the sheer spectacle of it all. Herds of sheep and cattle were driven in daily, while fat pigs, specially bred for the royal menu, squealed their way to the slaughter. Wagons groaned under the weight of sacks of rice and millet, and barrels of mare's milk fermented in a corner, a sight somewhere between an ancient dairy and a deranged biology experiment. If you've ever felt the pressure of managing a modern restaurant, try to picture that, but with a head chef who also happens to be the emperor of half the world, where the punishment for an undercooked roast is far worse than a bad Yelp review. These kitchens operated like a military machine. Teams of butchers worked with the precision of soldiers, while other squads roasted entire carcasses over immense open pits, big enough to cook a small vehicle. Bakers endlessly churned out flatbreads, and rice was boiled in vats so gargantuan you could probably bathe in them, though no one was foolish enough to try. Tea, a drink usually associated with delicate ceremony, was brewed in kettles the size of small ponds. The scale was overwhelming, but it was all part of the performance. A feast was not merely about sustenance. It was a theatrical production. A roasted beast was not simply brought out on a platter. It was paraded out whole, glistening and spiced, until it resembled less a meal and more a triumphant procession. Every element of the meal was designed to remind guests and cooks alike that Kublai Khan's appetite was a tangible, ravenous extension of his empire itself. And then there was the smell. Picture the combined scents of smoky meat, boiling grains, and fermenting milk, all mixed with the aromas of 10,000 sweaty workers, packed into one immense space. Modern complaints about open-plan offices pale in comparison to this. An open-plan sauna of humanity, livestock, and smoke that would cling to your clothes and likely haunt your dreams. But it worked. The efficiency of the kitchens was so staggering and relentless that they could conjure up banquets for tens of thousands of people on a whim. It was less about culinary artistry and more about a sustained culinary siege warfare. At the heart of it all sat Kublai Khan, a man who viewed portion control as a personal insult, ready to consume the results like a force of nature. If you were a four-legged creature in the 13th century, and you strayed too close to Kublai Khan's palace, you were probably about to become dinner. The Great Khan's banquets weren't just meals, they were daily, organized mass extinctions. Sheep, goats, cattle, camels, and even the occasional unlucky horse. Whole herds were raised, fattened, and funneled directly into his kitchens, animals fast-tracked to immortality through digestion. Mongol culture had always been deeply centered on meat. Out on the steppes, warriors lived on boiled mutton, dried jerky, and dairy that was as nourishing as it was suspiciously chunky. But Kublai's table took that humble, nomadic tradition and amplified it 1,000-fold. What was once the survival food of wanderers became a grotesque buffet for an emperor. A light meal for the Khan might include half a dozen roasted sheep, several oxen, and enough skewers of meat to make a modern backyard barbecue look like a meager office potluck. And these weren't delicate cuts served on fine porcelain. The Mongols were not a people to fuss over bone marrow reductions or carving tenderloins with dainty knives. Animals were roasted whole, spiced heavily, and delivered to the table with the raw subtlety of a battlefield charge. Guests would tear into the meat with knives, or more often, their bare hands. If you wanted a drumstick, you didn't politely ask. You lunged for it before someone else snatched it. Think of it less as fine dining and more as a Game of Thrones family dinner. Horses, an animal central to the Mongol way of life, were also on the menu. While it feels almost treasonous to us, for Kublai, even a trusty steed was not sacred. A plump stallion, roasted and stuffed with spices, could become the centerpiece of a feast. Imagine seeing your loyal war mount transformed into both a decorative centerpiece and a stark lesson about loyalty. This mountain of meat was about more than feeding an appetite. It was about feeding an image. Every roasted carcass was a silent declaration. I control this land, these herds, and the people who raised them. When you dined with the Khan, you weren't just eating meat. You were eating a visceral, greasy reminder that he owned both the pasture and the plate. While meat was the undisputed star of Kublai Khan's banquets, grains were the foundation that held it all together. Rice, millet, wheat, and noodles flowed into the kitchens like tributaries, feeding a ravenous river. If the animals were the main event, the grains were the tireless chorus, always present, always filling in the gaps, and occasionally carrying the entire performance when the meat ran out. Rice, in particular, was a powerful symbol of Kublai's conquest of China. For centuries, the Mongols had survived on mutton and mare's milk. But when Kublai settled onto the dragon throne, he suddenly had control over the agricultural engine of East Asia. Rice became more than just a foodstuff. It was proof that the nomadic horsemen of the steppes now held sway over the most fertile lands on Earth. Nothing says, "I've conquered you," quite like turning a civilization's sacred staple into the Khan's side dish. Then came the noodles, long, stretchy, and perfect for slurping. Noodles had been a part of Chinese cuisine for centuries before Kublai's chefs added them to the imperial menu. Marco Polo, in his often exaggerated travel diary, would later describe them in terms that convinced Italians he had brought pasta back from China. Spoiler, he didn't invent spaghetti. He just happened upon a culture that had been eating noodles for 1,000 years and thought, "Yes, I'll take credit for this when I get home." For Kublai, noodles were more than just comfort food. They were the empire in an edible form, strands stretched long and wide, just like his territories. Slurping them was a symbolic act. With every bite, he was not just consuming a bowl of carbs, but the farmlands, the labor, and the trade networks that kept his empire fed. A noodle was never just a noodle. It was a political statement, a unifying force, and a very effective way to get broth stains all over your fur-lined tunic. Let's not forget about millet and wheat. Millet porridge had fueled Mongol horsemen for generations, and it still appeared on the Khan's table, usually drowned in butter or served alongside meat. Wheat, on the other hand, was the basis for steamed buns, dumplings, and flatbreads. It was an all-carb, all-day affair. The concept of a keto diet was certainly not on the table when your emperor believed nutritional balance meant 1 camel per rice bowl. If you thought salt and pepper were enough for the great Khan's table, you were dead wrong. Kublai Khan's dining experience was a swirling cloud of exotic spices, brought in from every dusty caravan that rattled down the Silk Road. Pepper from India, cinnamon from Sri Lanka, nutmeg and cloves from the Maluku Islands, saffron from Persia. His feast smelled less like a medieval kitchen and more like an international spice rack that had given up all pretense of subtlety. These spices were not just about flavor. They were edible propaganda. Each pinch of cinnamon was a statement, a reminder that the Khan's reach extended across deserts, mountains, and vast oceans. Guests weren't just eating seasoned lamb. They were swallowing the reality that his empire controlled the very trade routes that made the pepper possible. If Kublai wanted you to taste submission, he'd sprinkle it right onto your roast. Of course, spices were ridiculously expensive. A handful of cloves could buy a donkey, and a sack of pepper might cost more than an entire farm. For the average peasant, seasoning was an onion and a hopeful dash of salt, if they were lucky. But at Kublai's palace, spices flowed like confetti. Meats were rubbed with saffron, stews were thickened with ginger, and rice was perfumed with cardamom. The air itself was so fragrant, you'd probably smell delicious just by walking through the banquet hall, like an accidental human potpourri. But here's a dirty little secret. Too much spice can cover up a multitude of sins. Not every hunk of meat roasted in those kitchens was Michelin star quality. Some cuts were tough, some animals were, let's say, past their prime, and some dishes had probably sat around long enough to make a modern health inspector faint. The solution? Bury it under so much cinnamon and pepper that no one could tell the difference. Was it culinary brilliance or culinary crime? That probably depended on how many horses you'd roasted that week. The symbolism was endless. Spices were medicine, status symbols, and even aphrodisiacs. After all, nothing screams romance like saffron-scented mutton, right? For Kublai, every heavily seasoned dish was a lesson to his courtiers and foreign dignitaries that they weren't just tasting dinner, they were tasting empire. If there was one drink that defined Mongol culture and terrified the stomachs of foreign guests, it was arag, fermented mare's milk. Imagine leaving a carton of milk on a stable floor for a week, adding a dash of fizz, a splash of alcohol, and a hint of horse breath. That, my friends, is the national beverage of the Mongols. To the Mongols, arag was more than a drink. It was tradition, identity, and proof that lactose intolerance was a sign of weakness. Warriors swore by it. Families offered it to guests, and Kublai Khan kept immense herds of maras just to ensure the palace had an endless supply of the stuff. It was ladled out of giant leather bags, frothy and sour, and served in cups of silver or gold, because if you're going to drink something that tastes like a fizzy barnyard, you might as well do it with style. Foreign dignitaries had no choice but to gulp it down. To refuse risked insulting the Khan. To accept risked spending the rest of the banquet clutching your intestines like they were under siege. Marco Polo, ever the diplomat, described it as strong and nourishing, which is traveler speak for I drank it, I survived, and I'd rather not discuss the details. Of course, the Mongols genuinely loved it. For them, it wasn't about flavor but function. Arag was mildly alcoholic, refreshing, and packed with calories, perfect for nomads who spent their lives in the saddle. It was also considered medicinal. Stomachache, drink arag. Fever, drink arag. Existential crisis after your village was burned down. You guessed it. Still, even by medieval standards, it was an acquired taste. The sour tang lingered on your tongue, the smell clung to your breath, and the fizz made you wonder what exactly was fermenting inside. Guests at Kublai's banquets were expected to toast endlessly with arag, raising cup after cup until they either passed out or forgot how much it tasted like regret. The ritual was paramount. Every sip was a reminder that no matter how grand Kublai's empire became, with its rice from China and spices from India, he was still, at his core, a steppe nomad who measured loyalty in shared milk. A banquet thrown by Kublai Khan was never just a dinner party. It was an all-consuming logistical nightmare disguised as a good time. Marco Polo claimed that some feasts hosted tens of thousands of guests at once. That's not a banquet. That's a small city sitting down for dinner simultaneously. Picture the scene. Massive silk tents stretched across courtyards, braziers blazing, musicians screeching on lutes, and dancers twirling until they collapsed from exhaustion. Then the food arrived, not plates, not trays, but literal herds of roasted animals. Oxen, sheep, goats, and camels were carried in on spits the size of telephone poles. The smell alone was enough to cause fainting, or at least make some guests question their religious beliefs. The seating arrangement was pure theater. Kublai sat in the center, elevated like a god with a knife, while his nobles and foreign ambassadors were strategically scattered around him. Your seat wasn't about comfort. It was a test of your political standing. Closer to Kublai, he trusts you, or he wants to watch you closely to make sure you don't poison his dumplings. Shoved to the edge of the tent, enjoy your cold horse stew, you political nobody. The drinking was just as relentless. Toasts went on for hours, each one requiring a gulp of arag, wine, or whatever alcohol was within reach. You couldn't fake it. Try pouring your cup into the ground when the Khan wasn't looking, and you had just invented treason by spilled milk. For the servants, these banquets were torture disguised as employment. Thousands scurried around, refilling cups, carrying carcasses, and praying they didn't trip in front of the Khan. Drop a platter of lamb near Kublai's table, and you might find yourself demoted to guest of honor at the next feast, and sweating under layers of fur-lined robes. No medieval doctor could cure the hangover that followed, though they probably tried with leeches and prayer. At Kublai Khan's table, every dish was a political statement served with an extra helping of grease. A roasted lamb wasn't just dinner. It was a reminder of Mongol steppe heritage. A bowl of steaming rice was proof that China had been conquered and now cooked for him. A plate sprinkled with cloves and cinnamon was a declaration that the Silk Road bent to his will. In short, when you ate with Kublai, you weren't consuming calories. You were swallowing propaganda. Foreign envoys, in particular, got the message loud and clear. Imagine being a Persian merchant who traveled thousands of miles to Beijing only to be served dishes flavored with spices you thought were exclusive to your homeland. Surprise! The Khan has more of them than you do. The subtext was undeniable. Your people produce it, my people own it, and now I'm eating it right in front of you. Subtle? Not at all. Effective? Absolutely. The seating arrangements further reinforced the menu's lessons. Nobles set according to rank. The closer you were to Kublai, the hotter your food, and the clearer the message. I like you enough to let you watch me chew. Ambassadors and visiting dignitaries received carefully curated meals, a mix of their native dishes to flatter them and Mongol staples to remind them who was really in charge. Imagine being served your homeland's delicacies, paired with a massive platter of horse meat you were definitely expected to eat. Even beverages carried meaning. Toasting with arag signaled respect for Mongol tradition, while imported wines flaunted global dominance. If Kublai raised his golden cup, you raised yours too, not to join the party, but to join the empire. Refuse, and you weren't just rejecting a drink. You were rejecting the Khan. That never ended with a polite no worries. The entire feast was an elaborate piece of theater. Dancers performed between courses. Musicians filled awkward silences, and every round of food was meant to impress, intimidate, or humiliate. If you were lucky, you left with your dignity intact. If not, you left knowing your country's cuisine had just been downgraded to a mere garnish. Most rulers went hunting to escape court life. Kublai Khan, however, brought the court and the kitchen with him. When he rode out onto the steppes or into the forests, it was no rugged camping trip. It was a moving five-star restaurant disguised as a military operation. His hunting expeditions were legendary. Thousands of retainers followed him, and among them were entire brigades of cooks. These weren't just guys with skewers and a campfire. They hauled portable ovens, bronze cauldrons, spice chests, and enough livestock on the hoof to stock a small petting zoo, which, unfortunately for the animals, would not be pet for very long. The Mongol version of living off the land meant roasting the land's wildlife alongside the herds they brought with them, just in case nature didn't deliver on schedule. Imagine being a cook on one of these expeditions. You're trudging through the mud, dragging a kitchen tent, and your job is to prepare roasted venison fit for the Khan while dodging arrows and wild boar. Missed the seasoning? Congratulations. You've just invented the career path known as ex-cook. Meals on the hunt were just as excessive as those in the palace. Entire deer or wild boar would be skewered and roasted, stuffed with herbs and rice brought along in massive sacks. The Khan's tent was a pop-up palace, complete with silk rugs, carved wooden tables, and platters of food steaming under the open sky. Think glamping, but with more dead animals and fewer Instagram filters. For Kublai, the hunt was not just recreation, it was propaganda in motion. Every feast reinforced his Mongol identity. The Khan might sit in Beijing, sipping tea and eating dumplings, but he was still a child of the steppe, still capable of feasting in a tent with his warriors, except his tent was the size of a cathedral, and his simple meal required 500 servants to pull off. Guests invited on these hunts quickly learned the rules. You hunted, you dined, and you toasted with arag until your vision blurred. Declining meat after a hunt was like telling the Khan his arrows missed the target. Not an advisable move for one of Kublai's banquet guests. If you were a guest at a Kublai Khan banquet, you would have quickly learned that dessert was not the grand, sugary finale you might expect. This was not Paris with its towers of pastries or Renaissance Italy with its candied fruits stacked into edible sculptures. No, dessert in Kublai's court was more of an occasional illusion, a fleeting, rare, and almost always expensive afterthought. Sugar was a monumental luxury, imported in tiny quantities along the Silk Road at a price that could bankrupt a small kingdom. For the average peasant, sugar was a rumor, a fairy tale told by merchants who loved to exaggerate. At the Khan's table, however, it was a symbol. Honey, candied fruits, sesame sweets, and the occasional block of sugar were all carefully presented to show that the Khan could command sweetness itself. It wasn't about satisfying a sweet tooth. It was about turning dessert into a political weapon. The irony, of course, was that most of these sweets weren't what we'd call desserts today. A typical after-meal treat might be nuts coated in honey, dried apricots from Central Asia, or little cakes made from rice flour and sesame. To foreign envoys accustomed to hearty pies or a cheese board, this probably felt like being served the snack section of an airport kiosk, but you smiled, ate the sticky apricot, and nodded approvingly while wondering if your dental health had just been permanently compromised. Then there was the issue of scarcity. Spices, meat, and wine flowed like rivers at Kublai's banquets, but dessert came in trickles. Only a select few dishes appeared, and they were often gone before the servants reached the outer tables. If you were seated too far from the Khan, your dessert course might be nothing more than staring longingly at the golden plate of candied almonds vanishing into someone else's mouth. For Kublai, this scarcity was the point. Meat demonstrated abundance. Desserts showcased exclusivity. Anyone could slaughter a sheep, but not everyone could conjure sugar from across the known world. Sweets at his table were not there to please the crowd. They were there to remind you that he could afford pleasures you could only dream about. If there was one thing Kublai Khan understood besides conquest and overeating, it was drinking. His banquets were less about pairing wine with dinner and more about drowning entire armies of guests in alcohol until they either pledged loyalty or passed out under the table. The star of the show was, of course, arag, fermented mare's milk. Frothy, sour, and fizzy in all the wrong ways. It was poured endlessly. Each toast was accompanied by the unspoken expectation you would gulp it down like it was the nectar of the gods. Except it wasn't nectar. It was horse milk that had been thoroughly bullied by yeast. Foreign dignitaries smiled bravely as they drank it, silently wondering if vomiting in front of the Khan was a capital offense. The answer: probably. But arag was just the beginning. Thanks to the Silk Road, the Khan's court had access to a veritable smorgasbord of drinks. Wine caravans arrived from Persia and Central Asia in barrels that had probably seen more dust storms than vineyards. Beer trickled in from northern China, foamy and earthy, brewed in massive vats. And tea, that elegant, calming tea from southern China, was poured for those rare moments when Kublai pretended to be refined, which was not often. The real dilemma wasn't what to drink, but how much. Banquet etiquette demanded endless toasts. To the Khan, to your ancestors, to the empire, to the person sitting 3 seats down whose name you couldn't remember. Refusing a drink was like refusing to breathe. Accepting meant your liver was being drafted into a war it could not win. Moderation was not a Mongol virtue. Guests were expected to keep pace with the Khan, who could put away astonishing quantities of alcohol and still look like he was considering dessert. Foreigners often ended the night slumped in corners, praying for death, while Mongol nobles cheerfully kept drinking until dawn. A good survival tip: learn how to discreetly spill half your drink on the ground and hope no one notices. Spoiler: someone always noticed. If you've ever complained about someone double-dipping at a party, you would not have survived a single banquet at Kublai Khan's court. Hygiene wasn't just optional, it was practically non-existent. Thousands of guests, mountains of greasy meat, rivers of drink, and not a napkin in sight. Forks, forget it. Chopsticks existed in China, but the Mongols weren't exactly fine dining enthusiasts. Most guests just dug in with knives and their fingers, wiping grease on their sleeves, the floor, or if you were unlucky, your neighbor's robe. By the end of the night, the banquet hall looked less like a dining space and more like the aftermath of a food fight involving livestock. The concept of clean hands before a meal was about as popular as salad. Servants sometimes brought out bowls of water for rinsing, but these quickly became communal soups of grime, fat, and whatever disease your neighbor was brewing that week. You didn't wash so much as baptize your hands and other people's germs. As for the serving style, let's just say food safety was not a priority. Roasted animals were hacked apart in the middle of the hall with cleavers, chunks flying in every direction. Meat sat around for hours before being brought to the outer tables, and by the time it reached you, it was lukewarm, questionable, and very possibly auditioning for a new life as a petri dish. Did anyone care? Not really. It was seasoned with enough spices and wine to burn through any bacteria. Probably, dogs roamed the feast freely, snapping up scraps under the tables. On one hand, this was efficient waste management. On the other, it meant that while you gnawed on a mutton bone, a stray hound was licking your boots for dessert. And don't even think about complaining. Those dogs probably had more diplomatic immunity than you did. Still, hygiene wasn't the point. The banquet was theater, not sanitation. Kublai didn't need you to feel comfortable. He needed you to feel overwhelmed. Grease on your chin, wine on your robe, questionable meat in your stomach. That was all part of the message. You were now inside the empire, for better or worse. If TripAdvisor had existed in the 13th century, Marco Polo would have been its most passively aggressive reviewer. Instead, we got the Travels of Marco Polo, essentially the world's first over-the-top food blog written by a Venetian merchant who stumbled into Kublai Khan's court and couldn't stop talking about what he ate. Marco described the Khan's banquets in breathless detail, endless rivers of wine, mountains of meat, and dining halls so vast they made cathedrals look like broom closets. According to him, Kublai had tens of thousands of servants, each with a precise role, from slicing roast oxen to carrying delicate porcelain cups. His account provides a window into a world where power wasn't just measured in land or gold, but in the sheer, gluttonous scale of the dinner table. I can certainly make those changes for you. I will revise the script to a new word count of approximately 4,200 words, while keeping the original theme, story, and tone. Please find a revised, longer version of your script below. Was Polo exaggerating? Almost certainly. Does it matter? Not really, because exaggeration is the soul of a good story, especially when your audience back home has never left Venice. Take for example his claim that Kublai could feed 40,000 people in a single sitting. 40,000. That's less of a dinner party, and more like a medieval music festival with better outfits and far fewer questionable mushrooms. Could it have happened? Maybe. Did Marco embellish the numbers to impress his readers? Definitely. But it worked. He made the Khan's feast sound less like meals and more. Marco also waxed poetic about the sheer organization of it all. Colored robes to mark rank, carefully arranged seating, and food delivered with clockwork precision. It was like some kind of medieval Mongol Disneyland for the upper class. But hidden beneath his awe was probably a healthy dose of terror. Imagine being a guest trying to gnaw on horse meat with greasy fingers while making mental notes like, "Must remember, do not offend the man who owns most of Asia." The funniest part is how Polo glossed over the less appetizing details. He didn't dwell on the hygiene situation, the dogs under the tables, or the fermented mare's milk that probably had him sprinting for the nearest bush after dinner. Instead, he stuck to the grandeur: gold cups, silk tents, rare spices. He knew his Venetian audience didn't want the messy truth. They wanted spectacle. If you think working in a modern kitchen is stressful, spare a thought for the poor souls who cooked for Kublai Khan. Gordon Ramsay might scream at you for overcooked beef, but Kublai's solution was much simpler: burn the chef along with the roast. Culinary failure wasn't just bad for your career, it was bad for your life expectancy. The palace kitchens were staffed by armies of cooks, butchers, brewers, and servers, all organized with military precision. Everyone had a role. One group chopped, another roasted, and another stirred massive cauldrons of rice big enough to drown in. Yet despite all this manpower, the pressure never eased, because no matter how many oxen you roasted or dumplings you steamed, the great Khan still expected perfection. And for Kublai, perfection meant food that could impress a man who had already conquered half the known world. Imagine being the guy in charge of seasoning. Too much salt? You've just insulted the Khan. Too little? You've insulted the Khan. The margin of error was about as thin as the noodles they served, and the penalty for failure was an unmarked grave. The workload was brutal. Cooks didn't get breaks during banquets. They worked like soldiers in battle. Herds of animals were slaughtered and dressed at lightning speed. Ovens roared nonstop, and servants sprinted back and forth carrying trays heavy enough to crush a lesser man. One slip, one drop platter of lamb, and you weren't just clumsy, you were disposable. Even worse, the kitchens weren't kitchens so much as furnaces. Imagine hundreds of open fires, boiling pots, and greasy smoke curling through the air, all mixed with the constant screaming of supervisors trying to make sure dinner didn't collapse into chaos. If you survived the burns, the smoke inhalation, and the sheer exhaustion, you still had to worry about serving a dish that wouldn't displease the Khan's famously picky palate. But here's the kicker: nobody praised the cooks. The credit for every feast went to Kublai himself, as if he had personally spiced the lamb, and brewed the wine. The cooks were invisible until, of course, something went wrong. Then suddenly everyone remembered their names, just long enough to order their execution. Feeding Kublai Khan wasn't just about stuffing one emperor's bottomless stomach. It was about feeding an empire that spanned from Korea to Persia. His dinner table was less of a dining arrangement and more of a census report, with every dish representing a conquered people or a subdued trade route. Think about the sheer logistics. To keep the palace kitchens running, entire regions were effectively turned into supply chains. Chinese farmers shipped rice and tea by the ton. Central Asian herders drove endless lines of sheep and horses toward the capital, knowing full well their animals were headed straight for the spit. Persian caravans rolled in with wines and dried fruits, while merchants from India lugged in spices worth their weight in silver. Even ice was carved out of mountains, hauled down in blocks, and stored in underground pits so the Khan could sip chilled drinks in the summer, because nothing screams absolute power like demanding winter in July. The scale was staggering. Some accounts suggest that the kitchens slaughtered hundreds of animals every single day. Entire granaries were emptied to produce a single banquet. The average Mongol soldier on campaign survived on dried meat and hard cheese. But at court, the Khan ate like a dozen armies combined. This contradiction was deliberate. While soldiers proved Mongol toughness in the field, the Khan proved Mongol dominance by gorging on the bounty of his empire. The system wasn't exactly sustainable. Moving that much food required armies of laborers, fleets of carts, and rivers of silver. But that was the point. To show the world that Kublai could bend economies to his appetite. When he feasted on Persian dates, it wasn't about the fruit. It was about reminding everyone that the trade route belonged to him and that somewhere, a farmer thousands of miles away was indirectly feeding the Khan. Meanwhile, the peasants who produced all this abundance often lived on watery porridge and stale bread. Their role in the system was simple. Grow it, ship it, and never expect to taste it. Kublai's table was a one-way street. Food flowed in, but nothing flowed back out except scraps for dogs and the faint hope that the empire might stay stable for another year. By the time you reached the end of a banquet with Kublai Khan, you weren't so much full as spiritually defeated. The table groaned under the weight of roasted oxen, mountains of rice, rivers of alcohol, and desserts rare enough to bankrupt a city. You, meanwhile, groaned under the weight of having been force-fed loyalty in edible form. The last bite wasn't really about food. It was about survival. If you were lucky, you made it through without insulting the Khan, spilling a drink, or choking on a chunk of mutton while he watched. Imagine dying at the banquet. People would talk. He couldn't handle the lamb. Is not the legacy you want. For Kublai, though, the end of the feast was pure theater. He didn't just eat to satisfy hunger. He ate to display power. Every bite he took reminded guests that his empire stretched far enough to supply delicacies from 3 continents. Every sip reminded them that even nature itself, ice in summer, sugar in winter, bowed to his will. The banquet was never over when the food was gone. It was over when the Khan decided everyone had seen enough of his dominance, disguised as digestion. And what happened after? The guests stumbled away, drunk, sweaty, and mildly traumatized, while the kitchens began cleaning up the carnage. Piles of bones, spilled wine, and scraps licked clean by palace dogs. The cooks, exhausted and terrified, prepared to do it all again tomorrow, because feeding Kublai Khan wasn't an event. It was a full-time occupation. In a way, the Khan's appetite mirrored his empire, vast, relentless, and always hungry for more. He devoured resources like he devoured roasted lambs, leaving behind the bones of conquered territories and the faint memory of abundance. And just like his empire, his feasts could never truly be satisfied. There was always another dish, another drink, another conquered land to swallow whole. So the last bite was never really the last. It was just a pause, a temporary ceasefire in the daily war between appetite and supply. For his cooks, it was a sigh of relief. For his guests, it was survival. For the Khan, it was simply another reminder that even the act of eating could be an empire-sized performance. Our story now shifts from a grand palace in Beijing to a far more brutal setting on the steppes of Eastern Europe. This is the story of Hurrem Sultan, whose journey began not in the gilded halls of Istanbul's Topkapi Palace, but in the raw, unforgiving world of a slave raid. Born around 1502 in what is today Ukraine, she was known by her Christian name, Alexandra or Anastasia, depending on which chronicler you trust. Her childhood would have been ordinary enough, tending to fields, learning prayers, and perhaps dreaming of the simple, modest life that most girls in her village would inherit. That quiet life ended abruptly when raiders swept through her homeland. The Crimean Tatars, who supplied the Ottoman slave markets, captured her during one of their infamous raids. In an instant, the laughter of a village girl was replaced by the screams of captives chained together and marched south toward the Black Sea. She was transported across the waters and delivered into the bustling slave markets of Constantinople, where human lives were bought and sold like silks or spices. For many, this would have been the end of all hope, a future condemned to drudgery or anonymity. Yet for Alexandra, fate, or perhaps her hoping to catch the eye of the Sultan, or at least secure a position that meant safety and stability. For a foreign girl, stripped of her family and her homeland, it must have been both terrifying and bewildering. She was renamed Hurrem, a Persian and Turkish name meaning the cheerful one. It seemed almost ironic given the circumstances, but perhaps it was a name that reflected her ability to find joy and charm even in the darkest of conditions. In the Ottoman harem, beauty alone was never enough. Wit, intelligence, and the ability to navigate endless intrigue were the true determinants of who survived and who faded into obscurity. Hurrem quickly distinguished herself. Where others might have sulked in despair, she radiated energy. Where her rivals whispered, she laughed. And when Suleiman, the heir to the empire, noticed her, it wasn't just her red hair or fair skin that caught his attention. It was the spark of ambition burning beneath the surface. Thus began the unlikely rise of a girl who had once been a prisoner of war, now thrust into the very heart of the world's most powerful empire. By the time Hurrem Sultan arrived in the imperial harem, Suleiman the Magnificent had already inherited the Ottoman throne in 1520. He was young, ambitious, and determined to surpass the glory of his ancestors. Hundreds of women from across the empire competed for his attention, each armed with beauty, wit, or the quiet patience to wait for their moment. For most, that moment never came. But Hurrem was different. She refused to remain invisible. Unlike many concubines who were trained to be submissive and silent, Hurrem exuded confidence. Her laughter, rare and risky in the tense world of palace politics, echoed down marble corridors. She spoke with a boldness that was utterly charming, teased with a daring that was intoxicating, and seemed completely unafraid of rank or consequence. For a man like Suleiman, who was constantly surrounded by flatterers and schemers, this audacity was refreshing. She became not just another ornament of the harem, but a presence impossible to ignore. Their first encounters, as described by chroniclers, were electric. Suleiman was captivated by her wit, her humor, and her intelligence. More than a mere beauty, she could hold his gaze with conversation as much as with her eyes. In a palace where most concubines were instructed never to overstep, Hurrem leaned forward instead of shrinking back. Her charm was not meek, it was magnetic. Of course, her rise caused immediate resentment. Mahidevran Sultan, Suleiman's chief consort and the mother of his eldest son saw her position threatened by this foreign upstart. Jealousy boiled over into open hostility, culminating in what later sources describe as violent quarrels within the harem. In one notorious incident, Mahidevran allegedly attacked Hurrem, scratching her face. When Suleiman noticed the wounds, his sympathy for Hurrem only deepened. He punished Mahidevran and began favoring Hurrem more openly. This was a turning point. The young concubine from Ukraine had not only caught the eye of the world's most powerful man, but had also proven her ability to survive the venomous rivalries of palace life. Soon she bore him children, sons and daughters, who secured her place in the dynasty. Each birth tightened her grip on Suleiman's heart and on the politics of the empire. What began as a daring laugh in the slave market had now transformed into a love story that would shake the foundations of the Ottoman order. Hurrem was no longer a mere concubine. She was on the path to becoming something unprecedented. For centuries, the Ottoman dynasty had maintained a rigid tradition. Sultans took concubines, not wives. Legal marriage was rare, deliberately avoided, so that no single woman could gain too much influence. Children of concubines were considered legitimate heirs, and this system kept the succession fluid, preventing any one consort from dominating court politics. That was the rule, until Hurrem's sultan shattered it. Suleiman's attachment to her only deepened as the years passed. She was not content to remain merely his favorite. She sought permanence in a world built on uncertainty. Each child she bore bound her closer to the throne. By the mid-1520s, she had already given Suleiman multiple sons, including Mehmed, Selim, and Bayezid, each a potential heir to the empire. Her presence was no passing fancy. She was shaping the dynasty's future. But it wasn't just motherhood that secured her influence. Hurrem proved herself indispensable as a confidant. Suleiman trusted her judgment, sought her counsel, and allowed her a voice that no concubine had ever wielded. Chroniclers whispered of the hours he spent in her chambers, discussing matters of state as if she were a vizier rather than a slave-turned-consort. What began as affection had evolved into a profound partnership. The true shock came in 1534 when Suleiman broke all precedent and married Hurrem in a public, legal ceremony. The empire gasped. Never before had an Ottoman sultan taken a harem concubine as his lawful wife. European ambassadors in Constantinople rushed to report the scandal, calling her Roxolana after her Ruthenian origins and speculating endlessly about her hold over him. This marriage transformed her status completely. She was no longer just Hurrem the favorite. She became Hurrem Sultan, legally recognized, sharing in Suleiman's legitimacy. Rivals in the harem seethed, the court elite muttered in outrage, and foreign observers marveled at how a captive girl from Ukraine had bent the world's most powerful ruler to her will. The marriage also marked the beginning of a new Ottoman reality. With Hurrem's elevation, the influence of the harem became more visible than ever. No longer confined to whispered intrigues behind silken screens, the voice of a woman now shaped imperial policy, diplomacy, and succession. In choosing Hurrem, Suleiman broke centuries of tradition, but in doing so, he also ensured that her story would echo far beyond the palace walls. Hurrem Sultan's unprecedented rise did not come without enemies. The Ottoman harem was more than a collection of concubines. It was a battleground of influence, where every smile concealed a calculation and every friendship hid a potential betrayal. By marrying Suleiman, Hurrem had vaulted above every rival. But that also meant she was surrounded by daggers, some metaphorical, others quite real. Her fiercest rival remained Mahidevran, Suleiman's former chief consort and the mother of his eldest son, Mustafa. For years, Mustafa had been seen as the natural heir to the throne, strong, capable, and popular with both the army and the court. Mahidevran placed all her hopes on him, and his very existence threatened Hurrem's children. The two women clashed repeatedly, with Hurrem's sharp wit often proving deadlier than Mahidevran's open hostility. The harem itself became divided into factions, with whispering loyalties coiling around the fate of the dynasty. But Hurrem's ambitions reached far beyond the private chambers. She forged alliances with key court officials, most notably the Grand Vizier Rustam Pasha, who would later become her son-in-law. Together, they created a political network that extended far beyond silken cushions and perfumed gardens. While rivals dismissed her as a manipulative foreigner, she was quietly weaving a web of influence that touched every corner of the empire. Still, danger loomed. Many in the court despised her for her origins, calling her an outsider who had bewitched the Sultan. Foreign ambassadors wrote letters dripping with suspicion, suggesting sorcery, witchcraft, or even poison. To them, it was inconceivable that a woman could rise so high through intelligence, charm, and sheer willpower alone. For her, these rumors were both a curse and a shield. She leaned into her reputation, allowing fear to do the work of 100 guards. At the heart of the intrigue was the question of succession. Would Mustafa, a warrior son of Mahidevran, ascend the throne? Or would one of Hurrem's children replace him? Every banquet, every military campaign, every whisper in the corridors seemed to circle back to this question. For Hurrem, it wasn't just palace drama. It was a matter of survival. And so, the once captive girl from Ukraine became the empire's most formidable strategist, not with a sword or armor, but with letters, alliances, and her unshakable ability to turn enemies into stepping stones. By the mid-16th century, Hurrem Sultan was no longer merely a palace figure. She had become a force in imperial politics and diplomacy. Her influence reached far beyond the gilded lattices of the harem, flowing into the veins of Ottoman governance itself. Suleiman's ministers quickly learned that matters discussed in the Sultan's council might also be weighed later in the quiet intimacy of Hurrem's chambers. And Hurrem, ever the strategist, knew how to use this access. One of her boldest moves was her direct engagement in diplomacy. She corresponded with foreign monarchs, most famously King Sigismund II Augustus of Poland, from the very region of her birth. Her letters, written in polished Ottoman Turkish, carried not only words of friendship, but also the implicit message that she was more than a consort. She was a political partner. This was revolutionary. Few European queens, let alone Ottoman sultanas, wielded such a pen on the international stage. At the same time, Hurrem carefully built a public image rooted in piety and generosity. In Islamic tradition, rulers and their families were expected to sponsor charitable works, mosques, schools, baths, and soup kitchens, to provide for the poor and elevate their own spiritual standing. Hurrem embraced this duty with zeal. She commissioned the Haseki Hurrem Sultan complex in Istanbul, complete with a mosque, a hospital, and a soup kitchen that fed hundreds daily. For the common people, she was not just a shadowy figure of palace intrigue, but a visible benefactor. Her projects stretched as far as Jerusalem, where she funded the construction of public baths and the restoration of aqueducts. These works were not just displays of piety. They were also tools of politics, tying her name to the spiritual heart of the empire and cementing her legitimacy as Suleiman's chosen partner. In the eyes of many, Hurrem had transformed from a foreign captive to the mother of the empire's welfare. Yet even this generosity carried political weight. By funding religious and civic projects, Hurrem created loyalty among the populace, a loyalty that acted as insurance against the hostility she faced at court. To her rivals, she was a schemer. To the people, she was the Sultan's wife who put bread on their tables and water in their fountains. In the dance of power, few moves were as subtle and effective as charity. Hurrem understood this well and wielded it like a seasoned diplomat wields treaties. The greatest storm of Hurrem Sultan's life revolved around a single question: who would inherit Suleiman's throne? For decades, Ottoman tradition encouraged brutal rivalries among the Sultan's sons, with brothers competing and often killing one another for the right to rule. By the 1540s, the empire had two clear contenders. On one side stood Prince Mustafa, the eldest son of Suleiman and Mahidevran. On the other were Hurrem's sons, Mehmed, Selim, and Bayezid. Mustafa seemed unbeatable. Handsome, charismatic, and a proven military leader, he commanded the loyalty of the Janissaries and the admiration of the people. Soldiers whispered his name with devotion, and the court elite often looked at him as Suleiman's natural successor. For Hurrem, this was a nightmare. If Mustafa became sultan, her own sons' lives would be forfeit. Ottoman custom dictated that rival princes be executed to prevent civil war. Her survival and that of her children depended on Mustafa's downfall. The struggle for succession unfolded like a long, tense chess match. Hurrem and her allies, particularly her son-in-law, Grand Vizier Rustam Pasha, began to poison Suleiman's mind with suspicions. They portrayed Mustafa not as a loyal son, but as an ambitious rival who might one day overthrow his father. Letters, rumors, and whispers circulated, some genuine, others manufactured. Whether by design or by paranoia, Suleiman began to fear Mustafa's growing popularity. The decisive moment came in 1553 during the Sultan's campaign in Persia. Mustafa was summoned to his father's tent, expecting recognition and perhaps even a chance to command. Instead, he walked into a trap. Guards seized him, and before the army's eyes, the prince was strangled with a bowstring, a grim, silent death reserved for Ottoman royalty. The empire reeled in shock. Many soldiers wept openly, mourning the man they had hoped would be their future ruler. Mahidevran, devastated, was cast into obscurity. For Hurrem, it was both a victory and a curse. She had secured the path for her own sons, but the blood of Mustafa stained her legacy. Even centuries later, chroniclers debate the extent of her role in his death. Was she the mastermind or merely an opportunist in a system already designed for fratricide? Regardless, one fact was clear. With Mustafa gone, the future of the Ottoman dynasty now belonged to Hurrem's children. By the time the dust of succession settled, Hurrem Sultan was no longer just a wife, nor merely the mother of princes. She had become Suleiman's partner in governance, an unheard-of position for a woman in Ottoman history. While the Sultan's visitors met him in the council chamber, Hurrem spoke with him in private, often influencing his decisions before they were formally discussed. Foreign ambassadors were among the first to notice her reach. Letters sent to European courts frequently mentioned Roxolana as a figure who shaped imperial policy. They described her as cunning, persuasive, and, above all, inseparable from the Sultan's inner circle. Some claimed she manipulated Suleiman with charms and spells. Others grudgingly admitted she was simply intelligent, ambitious, and shrewd. Either way, the West understood that ignoring her was a diplomatic mistake. Her influence was visible in the alliances the empire forged. When conflicts brewed between the Ottomans and European powers, Hurrem's correspondence and quiet interventions often softened or redirected Suleiman's stance. She acted as a bridge between the palace and foreign rulers, blending political maneuvering with personal charisma. In many ways, she blurred the line between consort and stateswoman. But her governance extended beyond diplomacy. Hurrem was deeply invested in maintaining Suleiman's stability at home. She encouraged him to lean on loyalists like her son-in-law, Rustam Pasha, ensuring that her faction remained strong within the imperial court. With Rustam as Grand Vizier, Hurrem's voice effectively echoed in the very heart of state decision-making. Not everyone celebrated this. Many Ottoman elites resented her power, seeing it as a distortion of tradition. A sultana interfering in matters of empire was scandal enough. Doing so as a former slave girl from Ukraine was unbearable for those who clung to aristocratic pride. Yet time and again, Hurrem proved herself indispensable. Suleiman trusted her with state secrets, relied on her counsel in matters of war and peace, and valued her perspective when balancing the empire's many factions. Her presence gave Suleiman something rare for a ruler surrounded by flatterers and opportunists: honest partnership. Together, they crafted an image of an imperial couple, an emperor and his legal wife, working in tandem, not unlike the crowned heads of Europe. For the first time in Ottoman history, the empire's destiny was being shaped not just by a sultan, but by his queen. By the early 1550s, Hurrem Sultan had reached the height of her power. She was Suleiman's legal wife, the mother of his surviving heirs, and a recognized figure in diplomacy and statecraft. Yet, even for the most formidable of sultanas, time proved undefeated. The years of stress, childbirth, and political maneuvering began to take their toll. Accounts from the palace describe her suffering from bouts of illness that left her weaker than before. Though never diminished in spirit, she continued her work. Even as her health declined, she oversaw her charitable foundations, ensuring that her complexes in Istanbul, Mecca, and Jerusalem were properly funded and maintained. These endowments were more than monuments of piety. They were living symbols of her legacy, feeding the hungry, housing the poor, and providing water and medicine long after she would be gone. For a woman who began her life in captivity, the thought of leaving permanent institutions must have been a source of immense pride. Her relationship with Suleiman deepened as well. By then, the Sultan was aging, scarred by decades of war and the emotional weight of his son Mustafa's death. Hurrem became his constant companion, offering both comfort and counsel. Chroniclers note that she remained by his side, not just as a wife, but as a trusted partner, until her final days. It was an unusual display of affection in a world where sultans often distanced themselves from their consorts once they had borne sons. Suleiman never set her aside, proving that their bond was something extraordinary in Ottoman history. In 1558, Hurrem Sultan died in Istanbul at around 56 years of age. Her passing shook the palace, though her enemies likely breathed sighs of relief. Suleiman, however, was devastated. He ordered that she be buried in a grand mausoleum adjacent to his own mosque complex, a site usually reserved for the most honored of rulers. Even in death, she remained at his side, forever bound to the man and the empire she had transformed. Though gone, her influence lingered. Her sons would inherit her ambitions, her charities would outlive her, and her story of a captive girl who rose to queenly power became legend. To some, she was a schemer who spilled royal blood. To others, she was the mother of an empire. To history, she was both. Hurrem Sultan's death in 1558 did not end her story. It only began its retelling. Few women in Ottoman history left such a complicated and enduring legacy. To her supporters, she was a visionary, a queen who transformed the empire's traditions and carved a place for women in the highest echelons of power. To her critics, she was a manipulative foreigner whose ambition brought bloodshed and altered the natural course of succession. Both views, paradoxically, are true. In the Ottoman world, her role signaled the dawn of what historians later called the Sultanate of Women, a period when imperial consorts, mothers, and daughters wielded unprecedented influence over politics. Hurrem's marriage to Suleiman set a new precedent. After her, other sultans would marry, and their wives and mothers would play key roles in court politics. In this sense, she was a trailblazer, altering the very structure of dynastic rule. Her charitable works cemented her as more than just a palace schemer. The Haseki Harem Sultan complex in Istanbul remained a hub of social welfare for centuries, feeding the poor and housing travelers. In Jerusalem, her public baths and aqueduct repairs became landmarks of her generosity. These acts of piety softened her image, reminding future generations that she was not only a power broker, but also a benefactor whose wealth served the public good. Yet, her reputation abroad took on a more sinister cast. European envoys dubbed her Roxolana, painting her as a cunning seductress who bewitched Suleiman and led him astray from reason. Plays, operas, and novels in the West often portrayed her as the archetype of the dangerous, ambitious woman, a trope that both fascinated and frightened audiences. To them, she embodied the exotic danger of the Ottoman court, where love and politics intertwined with lethal consequences. For modern historians, Harem is more than a legend. She is evidence of how personal relationships could shape empires, how a woman once sold in a slave market could rise to alter the fate of nations. Her story is a reminder that power in history is not always wielded with swords and armies. Sometimes it rests in whispered counsel, letters sent across borders, and the determination of one extraordinary woman. Harem Sultan began life as a captive, but she ended it as an empress in all but name. Her shadow lingered long after her death, not just in Suleiman's grief, but in the empire she helped shape. Her name, whether praised or cursed, would never be forgotten. In ancient Greece, music was not considered a mere pastime. It was thought to be a force that flowed directly from the gods. Every sound, every rhythm, every melody was believed to carry divine power, capable of shaping the human soul and even influencing the order of the cosmos. According to myth, Apollo, the god of light and harmony, wielded the lyre as a sacred instrument, while the rustic god Pan breathed life into the reed pipes. Hermes, ever mischievous, was said to have invented the lyre by stretching strings across a tortoise shell. In this way, music's origin story was divine, its authority unquestionable. From this divine beginning, music seeped into every aspect of Greek culture. At religious festivals, hymns were sung in honor of the gods. In theaters, choruses used song to echo the emotions of the drama unfolding on stage. Warriors marched into battle to the steady beat of flutes and drums, while farmers sang work songs to keep their labor in rhythm with the seasons. For the Greeks, life without music was not life at all. It was as essential as bread, wine, and olive oil. Yet, music was not only entertainment or ritual, it was philosophy made audible. The early philosopher Pythagoras famously argued that music reflected the mathematics of the universe. By plucking strings and listening to the ratios between their tones, he believed he had uncovered the same laws that governed the movements of the planets. To him, music was proof that the cosmos itself was a harmony, a grand composition in which each human being played a part. This fusion of myth, ritual, and philosophy meant that music was woven into identity. Greek children learned songs before they could read, absorbing not just melodies, but also moral lessons embedded within the lyrics. Poets like Homer used rhythm and meter to preserve epic tales, ensuring they could be passed down through generations, even in a largely oral culture. So when we speak of the origins of Greek music, we are really speaking about the origins of Greek civilization itself. The lyre, the aulos, and the human voice were more than instruments. They were the threads binding people to their gods, to their communities, and to the very structure of the universe. Music wasn't an art form. It was the heartbeat of a culture. When we imagine the soundscape of ancient Greece, three instruments rise above all others: the lyre, the aulos, and the kithara. Each carried not only a distinct tone but also a cultural weight, symbolizing different aspects of Greek life. The lyre, perhaps the most iconic, was lightweight, portable, and played by both amateurs and professionals. Its structure was simple, a wooden frame with strings stretched across, plucked gently by the fingers or with a plectrum. But its cultural resonance was immense. The lyre was associated with education, poetry, and refinement. Young boys were taught to play it as part of their schooling, not just to make music, but to instill discipline and harmony in their characters. In Greek eyes, to strum the lyre was to align one's soul with order itself, echoing the balance of the cosmos. The aulos, on the other hand, was a very different beast, a double-reeded pipe that produced a piercing, almost haunting sound. Unlike the delicate strumming of the lyre, the aulos demanded breath and force. Its tones were described as wild, ecstatic, even intoxicating. It was often used in religious ceremonies, particularly those devoted to Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, and madness. To hear the aulos was to be swept into frenzy, to let the body move beyond reason. Its associations with passion and release balanced the lyre's association with order and logic, reflecting the duality that ran through Greek thought. Then came the kithara, a larger, more complex relative of the lyre used by professional musicians. Its deeper resonance and grander size made it suitable for performances in theaters and competitions. Kithara players, often highly trained and celebrated, were closer to rock stars than humble schoolboys. They competed in musical contests held at festivals, where prestige and patronage awaited the best performers. Together, these instruments painted a spectrum of Greek ideals. The lyre represented education and rationality. The aulos unleashed emotion and ecstasy, and the kithara elevated performance into a public spectacle. To the Greeks, music was not confined to a single mood or function. It could soothe, intoxicate, or inspire, depending on the instrument chosen. In this harmony of strings and pipes, Greece discovered the many faces of music, structured, wild, and majestic. Each instrument was more than wood or reed. It was a voice in the ongoing dialogue between order and chaos, reason and passion. In ancient Greece, music was not an optional luxury. It was stitched into the rhythm of daily existence. From the moment a child entered the world until their final rites, music was present, shaping the way Greeks thought, celebrated, and even mourned. Education was one of the first stages where music showed its importance. Greek boys, particularly in the city-states of Athens and Sparta, were expected to learn music as part of their training. Alongside literacy and athletics, lyre lessons were a standard feature of schooling. To the Greeks, music educated more than the hands or the voice. It educated the soul. A child who played the lyre was thought to develop balance, self-control, and sensitivity to harmony, qualities that would later help him govern himself and, ideally, his city. Music was moral training disguised as melody. Ritual life was another arena where music dominated. Hymns to the gods echoed in temples, accompanied by flutes, lyres, and choral singing. Processions and festivals were incomplete without musicians leading the way, their rhythms keeping crowds in step. Some rituals required more than melody. They demanded frenzy. In Dionysian festivals, the piercing cry of the aulos drove dancers into ecstatic trances, blurring the line between human and divine. In contrast, the solemn hymns sung to Apollo represented order, purity, and clarity. In these opposites, the Greeks expressed the full range of their relationship with the gods, sometimes rational, sometimes ecstatic, always musical. The theater, however, was where music revealed its true cultural power. Greek drama was never silent. Tragedies and comedies were performed with choruses that sang, danced, and commented on the action. These choruses were not background music. They were integral storytellers, shaping how the audience experienced the narrative. A tragic chorus might lament the fate of a doomed hero, while a comic chorus could mock politicians or gods with satirical songs. Music carried emotion in ways words alone could not, amplifying the drama into something unforgettable. Everywhere the Greeks turned, music was there, in classrooms, temples, processions, and theaters. It wasn't a separate art form. It was a mirror of society itself, reflecting its values, anxieties, and aspirations. To live in ancient Greece was to live in a world where every note carried meaning, where rhythm and melody shaped both private virtue and public life. Few ideas capture the Greek view of music better than the belief that melody was not just sound, but mathematics made audible. At the center of this vision stood Pythagoras, the philosopher-mathematician whose fascination with numbers changed how the Greeks, and later, the world understood harmony. Legend tells us that Pythagoras, passing by a blacksmith's forge, noticed how different hammers produced different tones when they struck metal. The heavier the hammer, the lower the pitch, the lighter, the higher. This observation led him to experiment with strings. He discovered that harmonious tones, like the octave and the perfect fifth, were produced by strings whose lengths had simple mathematical ratios, such as 2:1 and 3:2. For Pythagoras, this was no accident. It was proof that music obeyed universal laws, the same laws that govern mathematics and the cosmos. From this insight grew the concept of the harmony of the spheres. The Greeks imagined the planets and stars moving across the heavens in perfect ratios, like notes plucked on a divine lyre. Though inaudible to human ears, the universe itself was thought to be singing, an eternal cosmic symphony that echoed through existence. To contemplate music, then, was to glimpse the structure of reality. This blending of numbers and notes had practical consequences. Musicians began to tune their instruments using Pythagorean ratios, embedding mathematical precision into performance. Philosophers, meanwhile, saw music as a tool for moral education. If the cosmos itself was harmonious, then a well-ordered life should be too. To play music correctly was to train the soul to align with universal balance. Plato took this further in his writings, arguing that music had the power to shape character and even political order. A society that encouraged noble, disciplined melodies would produce noble, disciplined citizens. On the other hand, music that was chaotic or indulgent could corrupt morals and destabilize cities. For the Greeks, tuning an instrument was not merely a technical act. It was ethical, even political. So when Pythagoras plucked a string, he wasn't just making music. He was revealing what the Greeks believed to be the very language of the cosmos. Every note was a number, every harmony a law of nature, every rhythm a reflection of eternal order. In this worldview, music wasn't entertainment. It was the sound of truth itself. For the Greeks, music was more than art or philosophy. It was medicine. They believed that melody and rhythm could restore harmony to the human body and soul, just as tuning a lyre restored balance to its strings. Where modern medicine prescribes pills, the Greeks might prescribe a song. This belief had roots in both myth and practice. The god Apollo embodied the dual roles of music and healing, serving as both patron of the lyre and master of medicine. His son, Asclepius, worshipped as the god of healing, was often honored with hymns and sanctuaries where the sick sought cures. The connection was clear. To heal was to harmonize, and music was the divine bridge between chaos and order, illness and health. Philosophers reinforced this view. Pythagoras, whose mathematical ratios shaped musical theory, also applied them to health. He taught that the body was like an instrument. Disease was a kind of dissonance, while healing meant restoring proper harmony. His followers claimed that certain scales and rhythms could calm anger, ease pain, or encouraged sleep. The disordered mind could be soothed by ordered melody. Even Plato and Aristotle, usually cautious in their judgments, acknowledged music's therapeutic power. Plato suggested that modes of music, like the Dorian or Phrygian, could instill courage, moderation, or tranquility, effectively training the soul as a physician trains the body. Aristotle, more pragmatic, observed that music could purge emotions through catharsis, a cleansing release that left listeners healthier in spirit. This was not abstract theory alone. In healing sanctuaries such as Epidaurus, patients often encountered music alongside baths, dream therapy, and herbal remedies. Flutes and lyres accompanied rituals meant to calm the sick, while chants and hymns lifted spirits. Music was not simply background noise, it was treatment. The Greeks even extended the idea to society at large. Just as music could restore balance to an individual, it could heal a community torn by conflict. Songs at festivals and theater performances offered collective catharsis, aligning the emotions of many into one harmonious whole. Healing, they believed, was not only personal but communal. For the Greeks, then, music was medicine for both body and soul. To listen was to align with harmony. To sing was to heal oneself and others. In their world, the doctor's tools were not only scalpels and herbs, but also flutes, choruses, and the divine echo of Apollo's lyre. In ancient Greece, music was not merely an offering to the gods. It was their language. Every strum of the lyre, every note of the aulos was thought to be a form of prayer, a bridge between mortal and divine. Festivals, sacrifices, and mysteries all pulsed with music, without which rituals would have been unthinkable. Apollo, the god most closely associated with music, symbolized order, clarity, and harmony. His sacred instrument, the lyre, accompanied hymns sung at temples and festivals held in his honor, such as the Pythian Games at Delphi. These competitions were not just athletic, but also musical, with poets and musicians vying for prizes beneath the gaze of the god. To play the lyre was not entertainment, it was devotion, an attempt to echo Apollo's perfect balance. Dionysus, in contrast, brought out the wild, ecstatic side of Greek religion. His worshippers filled the hills with the frenzied wail of the aulos and the pounding of drums. The Bakshik rituals, performed at night, often involved dancers losing themselves in rhythm, wine, and trance, blurring the boundary between human and divine. Where Apollo's music sought order, Dionysus called for release, a reminder that the gods embodied both balance and chaos, reason and passion. Other deities were also tied to music. The Muses, 9 goddesses of inspiration, presided over song, dance, and poetry, guiding artists to higher creation. Musicians invoked them before performances, believing that without divine aid, true art could not exist. Hermes, the trickster, was credited with inventing the lyre itself, transforming a tortoise shell into the first resonating body. Even Ares, the god of war, was honored with rhythmic chants and battle songs meant to stir soldiers' courage. Rituals of everyday worship reflected this divine connection. Libations poured to the gods were accompanied by hymns, processions to temples marched to flute music, and funeral rites used laments sung by women, giving voice to grief and guiding the soul of the departed toward the underworld. Music was not decoration. It was the medium through which Greeks communicated with powers greater than themselves. In myth and ritual alike, music revealed its sacred role. It was a gift from the gods, an offering back to them, and a soundscape through which divine and human worlds met. For the Greeks, to make music was to touch the eternal. If temples and festivals revealed music's sacred side, daily Greek society revealed its social power. Music accompanied not only worship, but also wine, conversation, and civic life. It was entertainment, education, and persuasion all at once, a tool that shaped citizens as much as it delighted them. Nowhere was this clearer than at the symposium, the Greek drinking party. After the serious business of the meal, guests reclined on couches, sipping wine, debating philosophy, and singing songs together. These were not random ditties, but structured performances, sometimes solo, sometimes choral, often accompanied by the lyre or kithara. Poetry and music blended seamlessly, with verses praising love, mocking politicians, or reflecting on mortality. The symposium made music into a bonding ritual, a way to unify elites through shared rhythm and melody, while also testing wit and creativity. The theater, however, was where music became the voice of the people. In Athens, tragedies and comedies unfolded with choruses that danced and sang their way across the stage. The chorus commented on the drama, guided audience emotion, and reminded citizens of moral lessons. Their melodies carried the weight of collective conscience, amplifying the playwright's message. For example, when Aeschylus staged battles or Euripides staged grief, it was the chorus's music that transformed words into an immersive civic experience. Music also had a political dimension. Greek thinkers argued that the modes of music, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, carried distinct effects on character. Plato claimed that noble modes should be promoted by the state to foster discipline and virtue, while indulgent ones should be banned for corrupting the citizenry. This was an abstract theory. City-states actively debated the role of music in education and governance, treating it as a matter of public policy. To the Greeks, a well-tuned lyre could produce not just harmony in sound, but harmony in the polis itself. Even in military settings, music shaped society. Soldiers marched to flute players, their steps aligned by rhythm, their spirits stirred by song. The beat kept armies disciplined, while chants and paeans raised morale before battle. Music turned groups of individuals into unified collectives, whether in war, theater, or symposium. Thus, Greek society was saturated with music. It was the soundtrack of private leisure, the pulse of civic festivals, and the rhythm of politics and war. To be Greek was to live not only among marble columns and olive groves, but also among melodies that defined community itself. Though the lyres and aulos of ancient Greece have long fallen silent, their echoes shaped the music of the ancient world and beyond. Greek theories of harmony, rhythm, and education did not vanish with the decline of the city-states. They were inherited, adapted, and preserved by later cultures, ensuring that Greek music remained a foundation of Western thought. Rome was the first heir. The Romans admired Greek culture, and when they absorbed Greece into their empire, they imported its music wholesale. Greek instruments became Roman instruments. Greek musicians, often enslaved or hired, filled Roman theaters and banquets. The kithara and the aulos found new life in Roman spectacles, where music accompanied gladiatorial games, public ceremonies, and private entertainments. Yet, it was Greek philosophy about music that most deeply impressed Roman thinkers. Writers like Cicero and Seneca echoed Plato and Aristotle, treating music as a tool for shaping morality and self-control. Beyond Rome, Greek ideas about music survived through the writings of philosophers and mathematicians. The Pythagorean notion that harmony reflected mathematical ratios influenced not only medieval scholars, but also Renaissance scientists like Kepler, who revived the music of the spheres to describe planetary motion. The belief that the universe was structured as a kind of grand symphony carried across centuries, from ancient Greece to the birth of modern astronomy. Greek modes and scales also provided the backbone for later Western musical traditions. Early Christian hymns were influenced by Greek musical practice, and Byzantine chant preserved elements of ancient theory. When medieval Europe began formalizing music theory, scholars turned back to Greek texts for guidance, rediscovering Aristotle and Pythagoras through Arabic and Latin translations. Even the basic language we use for music today, harmony, rhythm, mode, owes its origins to Greek thought. Yet perhaps the most enduring legacy of Greek music lies in its philosophy. The idea that music is more than sound, that it can heal, instruct, and elevate the soul. This conviction shaped education for millennia and still lingers in how we speak of music therapy, soulful performances, or harmonious societies. The Greeks taught us that music is not just art. It is order, passion, and meaning woven into sound. So, while the instruments may be lost, the legacy of Greek music endures. It shaped Rome, it inspired the Middle Ages, it influenced the Renaissance, and it continues to hum beneath the foundations of Western culture. The Greeks may be gone, but their music still plays silently within the very structure of how we understand the world. Joan of Arc's story begins in 1412 in the small farming village of Domremy in northeastern France. The land was quiet, the kind of place where generations of peasants tilled the soil, tended animals, and rarely traveled beyond the nearest market town. Joan's father, Jacques d'Arc, was a farmer of modest means, and her mother, Isabel, was known locally for her piety. By all accounts, Joan grew up like countless other village children, helping in the fields, spinning wool, and learning her prayers. But her childhood was shadowed by war. France at the time was fractured by the 100 Years' War, a conflict with England that had dragged on for decades. Northern towns were burned, armies marched through villages, and even children grew up knowing that their country's future hung by a thread. The rightful French heir, Charles of Valois, had not yet been crowned, while large parts of France were occupied by the English and their Burgundian allies. It was in this atmosphere of uncertainty and suffering that Joan began to hear her voices. Around the age of 13, while working in her father's garden, Joan claimed to see a bright light and hear a voice. She later identified it as Saint Michael the Archangel, who told her to remain pure and prepare for a divine mission. Over time, she reported visits from Saint Catherine and Saint Margaret as well, who urged her to protect France and restore its rightful king. For Joan, these were not passing dreams or vague feelings. They were commands from heaven, crystal clear in her mind. In a village where most people never learned to read or write, Joan's insistence on having direct communication with saints was extraordinary. Her neighbors thought her unusually devout, but they also noticed her confidence. She did not speak of her visions with hesitation, but with certainty, as if she had been chosen. For Joan, the voices were both a comfort and a burden. They gave her a sense of destiny far beyond her years, but they also placed on her shoulders the impossible task of saving a nation. She was still only a teenage peasant girl, yet she believed with unwavering conviction that God had chosen her for something monumental. Thus, from the humblest beginnings, a farmer's daughter began her path toward becoming France's unlikely savior. By the time Joan of Arc reached 16, her visions had grown more insistent. The voices of Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, and Saint Margaret no longer spoke only of faith and purity. They now demanded action. They told her that France could be saved only if the rightful heir, Charles of Valois, then styled Charles VII, was crowned king in Reims. And shockingly, they insisted that she, an illiterate peasant girl, was the one chosen to make it happen. For most in her village of Domremy, the idea was unthinkable. Women did not lead armies, let alone dictate royal policy. But Joan's conviction was unshakable. She believed God had given her a mission to drive the English from France and see Charles crowned. Refusing to ignore the call, she sought a way to reach him. Her opportunity came when she traveled to the nearby town of Vaucouleurs, controlled by a local supporter of Charles. There, she petitioned Robert de Baudricourt, the garrison commander, asking for an escort to bring her to the Dauphin. At first, he laughed her off. What use could a teenage farm girl possibly have in the affairs of kings and generals? But Joan refused to leave. She returned again and again, speaking with calm determination, insisting that her mission was divine. Slowly, her persistence and sincerity began to impress those around her. Local villagers vouched for her piety and honesty. When Joan revealed knowledge of a French defeat near Orleans, before news of it had reached the region, some began to suspect that perhaps her voices were genuine. Whether by miracle, rumor, or sheer coincidence, the impression stuck. Baudricourt finally relented. In early 1429, he agreed to send Joan to Charles, disguised in men's clothing for protection on the dangerous journey. She rode across war-torn France, accompanied by a small escort. The image of a teenage girl in armor-like attire, claiming a divine mission, must have seemed surreal. Yet her determination inspired those who traveled with her. After 11 days on horseback, Joan arrived at Chinon, where Charles was holding court. The girl from Domremy, who had never been more than a peasant's daughter, now stood on the threshold of history, ready to convince a hesitant prince that God had sent her to save his crown. When Joan of Arc arrived at Chinon in early 1429, she faced her greatest test yet. Charles the Dauphin of France was desperate for hope but cautious of deception. France was losing the war. His claim to the throne was disputed, and his court was riddled with doubt. Could this young peasant girl, barely 17, truly be sent by God to rescue him? Charles decided to test her. A meeting was arranged in the grand hall of the castle, but to challenge Joan's supposed divine insight, he concealed himself among the courtiers. Another man, dressed in regal clothes, was placed on the throne to pose as the Dauphin. The expectation was simple. If Joan mistook the decoy for the real Charles, her credibility would collapse instantly. But when Joan entered the hall, she did not hesitate. Ignoring the figure on the throne, she walked straight through the crowd and bowed to Charles, who stood disguised among the nobles. "Gentle Dauphin," she is said to have declared, "God has sent me to aid you and your kingdom." The court was stunned. For Charles, surrounded by skeptics, it was a moment of awe. Whether by intuition, rumor, or divine guidance, Joan had passed her first trial. Charles was intrigued, but he needed more than theatrics. He subjected her to rigorous questioning by theologians and officials, testing her knowledge of faith and her sincerity. They pressed her on her visions, demanding proof of their divine origin. Joan answered with a clarity and calm that impressed them. She told them that her mission was to raise the siege of Orleans and lead Charles to Reims for his coronation. This was no small task. Orleans was the last major city standing between the English and the rest of Charles's territory. Its fall would mean the end of all hope for unified France. Yet Joan spoke with an unshakable certainty that convinced the court. The tests continued, including a physical examination by women to verify her virginity, a crucial detail in an era that viewed purity as a sign of divine favor. When they confirmed her claims, the last major hurdle was cleared. Charles finally gave her his support. She was given armor, a banner with the image of Christ and the fleur-de-lis, and a small retinue. With a mission to save Orleans and an army of loyal men, Joan, the peasant girl who claimed to speak with saints, was ready to take her first step onto the battlefield. Her journey from the quiet fields of Domremy to the heart of the French court had been a miracle in itself. Now the real work began. I will revise the provided text to a length of approximately 1,600 words, ensuring the story, theme, and tone remain consistent with the original. He arranged for Joan to be examined by churchmen at Poitiers, where her virginity, piety, and knowledge of faith were rigorously tested. The clerics, expecting to find a fraud, instead concluded that there was nothing heretical about her claims. She was declared a devout and virtuous maiden, untainted by corruption. Her voices, they argued, could not be dismissed outright. In private, Joan also gave Charles a sign that convinced him of her sincerity. Sources differ on what exactly she revealed. Some claim she repeated a secret prayer he had once offered to God, others that she disclosed doubts he had never shared aloud. Whatever it was, it shook Charles to the core. From that moment, he treated her mission with seriousness. Still, not everyone in the court was persuaded. Many nobles scoffed at the idea of following a teenage girl into battle. But Charles, hesitant by nature, had little else to cling to. Against all odds, he agreed to grant Joan armor, a sword, and a command. The girl from Domremy was about to step onto the battlefield, not as a mere messenger, but as a leader of men. When Joan of Arc first rode toward Orleans in April 1429, the city was on the brink of collapse. For months, English forces had surrounded it, choking off supplies and morale. The fall of Orleans would have been catastrophic for France, cementing English dominance and leaving Charles VII little hope of reclaiming his crown. To many, it seemed only a matter of time before the city surrendered. Into this desperate situation came Joan, a teenage girl clad in white armor, bearing a banner instead of a sword. Her arrival electrified the defenders. She spoke with absolute confidence, proclaiming that God had sent her to deliver the city. Soldiers who had been weary and demoralized suddenly felt a surge of courage. Chroniclers recorded that Joan rode through the streets promising victory, lifting spirits not with strategy alone, but with faith. She embodied hope at a moment when hope seemed impossible. Though she was not a trained commander, Joan was fearless in the field. She rode at the front lines, carrying her banner high, urging men to press forward when hesitation set in. She scolded the mercenaries for swearing, demanded discipline, and insisted that the army attend confession and mass before battle. To her, the fight was not merely military, it was sacred. The turning point came on May 7th, when the French launched an assault on the Tourelles, the strongest English fortification guarding the bridge into the city. In the thick of the fighting, Joan was struck by an arrow that pierced her shoulder. For a moment, panic rippled through the French ranks. But instead of retreating, Joan pulled the arrow out herself, returned to the front, and raised her banner once more. The sight of her, bloodied but unbroken, inspired the soldiers to storm the fort. By evening, the English were in retreat. The very next day, the siege was lifted. Against all expectation, Orleans was free. News of the victory spread like wildfire across France. To the faithful, it was a miracle. To skeptics, an unexplainable reversal of fortune. Either way, Joan had done what seasoned generals had failed to achieve. In the eyes of many, the peasant girl from Domremy had proven herself chosen, not just by Charles, but by God. The legend of the Maid of Orleans was born. The victory at Orleans transformed Joan of Arc from a curious figure into a national heroine. For Charles VII, it was more than a battlefield win. It was a sign that perhaps God truly favored his cause. Yet Joan knew that lifting a siege was not enough. The voices that guided her were clear. Charles must be crowned king at Reims, the traditional site of French coronations. Only then would his claim be sealed in the eyes of his people. This was no simple task. Reims lay deep in enemy-held territory, surrounded by English and Burgundian strongholds. The journey itself seemed suicidal. Yet Joan pressed Charles to act, insisting that delay would only invite doubt. Her conviction was contagious. Where courtiers hesitated, she demanded boldness. Eventually, Charles agreed. In June 1429, a royal army began its march northward, with Joan riding at its head, banner in hand. Along the way, something extraordinary happened. Towns that had been loyal to the English began to open their gates. Some surrendered without a fight, swayed by Joan's reputation as God's chosen messenger. Others were persuaded by her direct appeals as she rode to their walls and promised mercy if they joined the king's cause. The campaign became less a march of conquest than a pilgrimage of persuasion. When the army finally reached Reims, the city welcomed them without resistance. On July 17, 1429, Charles was anointed with holy oil in the great cathedral, with Joan standing proudly beside him. For years, the Dauphin had been mocked as a weak and uncertain claimant, but now he was King Charles VII of France, crowned in the very place where generations of monarchs had been consecrated. For Joan, this was the fulfillment of her mission, or at least part of it. She had taken a boy king who seemed destined for obscurity and placed him on the throne through faith, determination, and sheer audacity. Chroniclers wrote that she wept with joy during the ceremony, declaring that God's will had been accomplished. Yet, even in triumph, the road ahead was fraught with danger. The English were far from defeated, and political intrigue still threatened Charles's fragile authority. For Joan, the voices that had guided her since childhood would soon demand even greater sacrifices. The coronation was not the end of her story, but the turning point that made her fall all the more tragic. The coronation at Reims in July 1429 should have been Joan of Arc's crowning achievement. Yet triumph quickly gave way to frustration. Joan urged Charles VII to press on and reclaim Paris, but the king, cautious and swayed by advisors who distrusted her, hesitated. When an assault was finally attempted, it faltered, leaving Paris in English hands. For Joan, who believed delay was dangerous, the setback was crushing. Still, her voices urged her to fight on. In the months that followed, Joan continued to lead smaller campaigns, but her influence at court began to wane. The same nobles who had once celebrated her victories now grumbled about her growing fame. To some, she was a threat, a peasant girl overshadowing seasoned commanders. To others, she was a nuisance, constantly urging the king to act with a boldness they did not share. Political jealousy and suspicion began to erode her position. By 1430, Joan had turned her attention north to Compiègne, a city under siege by the Burgundians, allies of the English. Determined to defend it, she rode into battle once again, clad in armor